This universe has already had Yama, Candra, Surya and others as its presiding deities. They have established the tenets of right conduct. However, when the people become predominantly sinful, Yama, the god of death, sometimes engages himself in meditation for some years, during which the population increases and explodes. The gods, frightened by this population explosion, resort to various devices to reduce it. All this has happened again and again countless times. The present ruler, Yama, is Vivasvata. He, too, will have to perform meditation for some time. When, on account of that, the population of the earth will multiply very fast, all the gods will appeal to Lord Vishnu to come to their aid. He will incarnate as Lord Krishna, along with his alter ego named Arjuna. His elder brother will be Yudhishthira, the son of Dharma, who will be the embodiment of righteousness. His cousin, Duryodhana, will fight a duel with Bhima, Arjuna's brother. In this battle between cousins, 18 divisions of armed forces will be killed, and thus will Vishnu dispose of the burden on the earth. Krishna and Arjuna will play the roles of simple human beings. When Arjuna sees that the armies on both sides are composed of his own kinsmen, he will become despondent and will refuse to fight. At that time, Lord Krishna will instruct him in the highest wisdom and bring about a spiritual awakening in him. He will tell Arjuna, this self is neither born nor does it die, it is eternal and is not killed when this body is killed. He who thinks that it kills or that it is killed, he is ignorant. How, why and by whom is this infinite being, which is one without a second and which is subtler than space, destroyed? Arjuna, behold the self which is infinite, unmanifest, eternal and which is of the nature of pure consciousness and untainted. You are unborn and eternal. V.1:53 The Lord continues to instruct Arjuna, Arjuna, you are not the killer, give up this vain egotistic notion. You are the self which is devoid of old age and death. He who is free from ego sense and whose intelligence is not attached to anything, he does not kill nor is he bound even if he destroys the whole world. Hence abandon the wrong notions of this I am and this is mine. It is only because of these wrong notions that you think I am destroyed and suffer. It is only the egotistic and ignorant person who thinks I do this, whereas all this is done by the different aspects of the one self or infinite consciousness. Let the eyes see, let the ears hear, let the skin feel, let the tongue taste. Where is the I in all this? Even when the mind continues to entertain various notions, there is naught which can be identified as I. Whereas all these factors are involved in an action, the I assumes doership and then suffers. The yogis perform action merely by their mind and senses, for self-purification. He who is polluted by the ego sense, whether he is a learned scholar or one superior even to that, he indeed is a wicked man. On the other hand, he who is free from the ego sense and from the sense of possession and who is equanimous in pleasure and pain, he is not bound whether he does what is approved or what is forbidden. Hence, O Arjuna, your duty now as a warrior, though it involves violence, is proper and noble. The performance of action appropriate to you, even if it is despicable and unrighteous, is the best. By its due performance become immortal here. Even a fool's natural action is noble in his case. How much more is this valid in the case of a good man? Engage yourself in action, established in the spirit of yoga and unattached to the action, thus you shall not be bound. Be at peace, even as Brahma is peace. And make your action of the nature of Brahma. Thus doing everything as an offering unto Brahma, you will instantly become Brahma. The Lord dwells in all. By performing all your actions as an offering unto him, shine as the Lord adored by all. Become a true sannyasi. Renunciate, by firmly abandoning all thoughts and notions, thus you shall liberate your consciousness. The cessation of all thoughts and notions or mental images and the cessation of heavy psychological conditioning are the supreme self or Brahma. Striving towards this end is known both as yoga and as wisdom. Jnana the conviction that Brahma alone is all, including the world and the I, is known as offering everything to Brahma, Brahmarpanam. The Lord instructs Arjuna, Brahma is empty within and empty without, undifferentiated and homogeneous. It is not an object of observation, nor is it different from the observer. The world's soft-appearance arises in it as an infinitesimal part of it. Because the world is in fact only an appearance, it is in reality emptiness, void and unreal. Mysteriously, there arises in all this a feeling which is infinitesimal compared even to the world appearance. The infinite is undivided by any of this, yet it appears to be divided on account of this soft-feeling. Even as the I is non-different from the infinite consciousness, even so material objects like a pot and living beings like a monkey are non-different from one another. Who would like to hang on to this I? Why not cling to the infinite consciousness, which alone appears as all this by its own mysterious energy? Such an understanding, and the consequent absence of craving for the enjoyment of the fruits of one's natural activities, is known as renunciation, sannyasa. Renunciation is renunciation of hopes and aspirations. When one feels the presence of the Lord in all appearances and modifications, and when one abandons all delusion of duality, that is regarded as surrender to the Lord, or offering of self and all to the Lord. I am hope, I am the world, I am action, I am time, I am the one and I am also the many. Hence, saturate your mind with me, be devoted to me, serve me, salute me. Thus constantly united with me, and with me as your supreme goal, you will reach me. I have two forms, O Arjuna, the ordinary and the supreme. The ordinary form is that which is endowed with hands, etc., and with the conch, the discus, the mace, etc. The supreme form is without beginning and without end, one without a second. It is known variously as Brahman, self, supreme self, etc. As long as one is not fully awakened spiritually, one should worship the common form. By such worship one is spiritually awakened and one will know the supreme form, knowing which he will not be born again. I consider that you have been awakened by my instructions. Behold the self in all and the self, remaining forever firmly established in yoga. He who is thus established is not born again, though he may continue to perform his natural actions here. The concept of unity is used to cancel the concept of the many. The concept of self, infinite consciousness, is used to cancel the conceptualization of unity. The self can neither be conceived of as existence or non-existence. It is what it is. The inner light that shines as pure experiencing in all beings, that alone is the self which is indicated by the word I, this is for certain. The Lord continues to instruct Arjuna. The pure experience of taste that exists in all substances in the world is a self. The faculty of experiencing that exists in all creatures, that is the omnipresent self. It exists in all, even as butter exists in milk. Even as in a collection of 1,000 pots there is space within and outside of all the pots, undivided and indivisible, even so the self exists pervading all beings in the three worlds. Even as in a necklace of pearls the connecting thread may remain invisible, even so this self connects all and keeps all together, itself remaining invisible. That truth or reality is known as the self which pervades all things, right from Brahma the creator to the blade of grass. In that Brahman there is a little manifestation which is also Brahman, and that is known here as the I amness and the world on account of ignorance and delusion. When all this is but the one self, O Arjuna, what is the meaning of expressions like this is killed and he kills as also good, not good, unhappiness, etc.? He who knows that the self is the witness of all these changes and that the self is unchanged and unaffected by these changes, he knows the truth. Though I use expressions suggestive of diversity, the reality is non-dual. All these comings and goings, creation and dissolution, are non-different from the self. The self is the very nature of the totality of existence, even as hardness is the characteristic of a rock and liquidity the nature of waves. He who sees the self in all and the self, and he who sees that the self is non-doer, being non-dual, he sees the truth. Just as gold is the reality in all the ornaments made of gold, whatever be their shape and size. Just as water is the reality in all the waves and ripples on the ocean, whatever be their shape or size, even so the Supreme Self or the Infinite Consciousness alone is the reality in what appears to be a world of diverse creatures. Why then do you vainly grieve? What is there in all these changing phenomena that your heart should be devoted to? thus questioning themselves. The liberated ones roam this world in total freedom and in perfect equilibrium. Their desires having turned back on themselves, desires, their delusion having been shed, unattached to anything but firmly established in self-knowledge, freed from all sense of duality known as happiness and unhappiness, the sages reach the supreme state. V.1:54 The Lord continues to instruct Arjuna, hear again what I am going to tell you. I say this to you for your own good because you are dear to me. Endure whatever pleasure and pain, heat and cold you are subjected to, they come and go. They do not pertain to the self which is beginningless and endless and which is free from parts. Sense experience is born of the delusion of contact with the illusory elements. He who knows this and is undisturbed, is earmarked for liberation. When the self alone exists, where is room for pleasure and pain to arise? As the Supreme Self alone is omnipresent, pleasure and pain do not exist. The unreal has no existence and the real does not cease to be. The self does not rejoice in pleasure nor does it grieve in pain. It is the inert mind that, dwelling in the body, experiences pain. If the body decays, the self is not affected. There is no such thing as body, etc., nor is there an entity known as pain, etc., independent of the self. Then, what is experienced by whom? Hence, one who is fully awakened is free from such delusion. Even as the delusion of a snake in the rope vanishes upon right understanding, even so the delusion of body, etc., and sorrow, etc., vanishes upon spiritual awakening. Right understanding or spiritual awakening is, that the universal Brahman is neither born nor does it die. Destroy the forces of delusion like pride, sorrow, fear, desire is also pain and pleasure. Such pairs of opposites are illusory. Be established in oneness. You are the single ocean of consciousness. Pain and pleasure, gain and loss, victory and defeat are born of ignorance. Hence remain unaffected by them. Whatever you do, eat, offer and worship and give, all that is the self. Whatever your inner being is, that you shall certainly attain. Hence, in order to attain the realization of Brahman, fill your entire being with Brahman. He who sees action in inaction and inaction in action, he is wise, and he accomplishes all. Be not attached to the fruits of action nor to inaction. Attachment is real doership, it is also non-doership. One may egotistically think I do or I do not do. Both these are aspects of foolishness. Hence abandon foolishness. Abandon the concept of diversity even while being engaged in diverse actions. You are not the doer of actions. He is regarded as a wise man whose actions are burnt in the fire of self-knowledge and are therefore free from desire. He who restrains the physical organs but indulges in mental experience of pleasure is a hypocrite. But he who, restraining the senses by the mind, works with his physical body, free from attachment, he is a superior person. He in whose heart the desires that arise are turned upon themselves as rivers flow into the ocean, he is at peace. Not the man of desire. V.1:55 The Lord continues to instruct Arjuna, without renouncing aught and without the egotistic feeling I enjoy or I suffer. One should remain in an equanimous state in all natural situations. Do not entertain the feeling of this is self or consciousness towards what is not self, non-consciousness. When the body perishes, nothing is lost. The self is never lost. The self is by definition the indestructible and infinite consciousness. Never let even the thought the self is perishable enter your mind. What perishes, what changes is not other than the notions this is lost and this has been gained. The self which is eternal and infinite does not cease to be the reality, and the unreal has no existence whatsoever. The self that pervades all everywhere is imperishable. The bodies have an end, but the self, the infinite consciousness, is eternal. The self or the infinite consciousness is one and non-dual. What remains when all sense of duality has been abandoned, that is the self, that is the supreme truth. Arjuna asks, then, O Lord, what is known as death, and what are known as heaven and hell? The Lord replies, the jiva or the living soul or personality lives in the net woven by the elements, earth, water, fire, air and space, and also by the mind and the intellect. And that jiva is dragged by the latent tendencies, past impressions, memory, etc., imprisoned as it is in the cage known as the body. In course of time the body gets old, the jiva gets out of that body even as juice from a leaf when pressed. Taking with it the senses and the mind, it leaves the body and goes forth, even as scent leaves its source and goes. The jiva's body is none other than the vasana or the residual impressions gained in the body. When the jiva has left the body it becomes inert, it is then known as dead. Wherever it roams in space, the jiva, which is of the nature of prana or life force, sees whatever forms are conjured up by its previous vasanas or impressions. These previous impressions are destroyed only by intense self-effort. Even if the mountains are pulverized and the worlds dissolved, one should not give up self-effort. Even heaven and hell are but the projection of these impressions or vasanas. This vasana arose in ignorance and foolishness, and it ceases only on the dawn of self-knowledge. What is jiva except vasana or mental conditioning, which again is vain imagination or thought form? He who is able to abandon this vasana while yet living in the body in this world is said to be liberated. He who has not abandoned vasana is in bondage, even if he is a great scholar. The Lord continues to instruct Arjuna. 1:56, thus abandoning mental conditioning, be a liberated soul. Be calm and cool within and give up sorrow caused by relationship. Abandon even the least doubt concerning old age and death. Have vision as expansive as the sky, be free from attraction and hence from aversion. 2. Whatever action is natural to you, do that. Nothing perishes here. This is the nature of a liberated sage. It is only the fool who thinks, I shall do this now and I shall abandon this now. The senses of a liberated sage are naturally and firmly established in his own heart. It is the mind, heart, that paints the picture known as the three worlds on the canvas of the omnipresent being. The mind creates fragmentation and division. In fact, there is no such fragmentation, but the fragmentation that is observed in this creation is but the mind's own painting. Space is absolute emptiness. However, in the mind the world appearance rises and falls in the twinkling of an eye. Since the self, on which the world is painted by the mind, pervades the whole creation, creation appears to be real. But, on right inquiry, it dissolves in the self. Neither do they exist nor do you exist. Why then do you grieve? In pure space there is no action or motion, for such motion or action is itself void. Hence, pure space is untainted by such concepts as time, action, etc. All this is only in the mind whose idea is spread as these images. The pure space is empty. That space cannot be divided at any time. Now that fancied creation has been dissolved, O Arjuna, it came into being by momentary delusion. It is unreal, yet, the mind is capable of creating this fantasy in a moment. It, the mind, makes a moment appear like an epoch, it makes a little look like very much, it makes the unreal appear real instantly, thus has this delusion arisen. It is that momentary delusion that seems to have remained, as the illusion known as the world, which in the eyes of the ignorant is an undeniable and solid reality. However, since this world appearance is based on the reality of the infinite consciousness, arguments concerning its real or unreal nature are of little consequence. It is indeed a great wonder that this world of diversity appears in the indivisible infinite consciousness. Yet, it is no more than the painting of a dancer, with all the phenomena as the different parts and the gods and the demons and other beings as her limbs. All these are indeed nothing but their substratum which has never undergone any change. It is the infinite, indivisible consciousness. 1:57, The Lord continues to instruct Arjuna, this indeed is a great wonder. First there appears the picture and then there arises fragmentation. The picture exists only in the mind. Whatever is done by emptiness in emptiness, space emptiness dissolves in emptiness, emptiness enjoys emptiness, emptiness pervades emptiness. Whatever appears to be is pervaded by vasanas, psychological conditioning or mental image. The world appearance is illusory. It exists in Brahman as an image exists in a mirror, intangible and without holes, breaks, and divisions, being non-different from Brahma. Even what is known as Vasana is essentially based on the infinite consciousness and non-different from it. He who is not free from the bonds of Vasana is firmly bound to its illusion. Even if one is left with just a trace of this Vasana or mental conditioning, it will soon grow into a mighty forest of samsara, world appearance or cycle of birth and death. But, if through constant endeavor the seed of Vasana is burnt by the fire of correct understanding and self-knowledge, then that burnt seed will not give rise to further bondage. One whose vasanas are thus burnt does not get lost in pain and pleasure, he lives in this world as a lotus leaf in water. Arjuna says, Lord, my delusion is gone. I have attained an awakening of intelligence through your grace. I am free from all doubts. I shall do thy bidding. The Lord concludes his teaching, if the mental modifications are pacified, then the mind is at peace. Savor rises. Then the consciousness is freed from the object. There is pure inner consciousness. It is all and it is omnipresent. It is pure and free from movement of thought. It is transcendental. It is not attained unless all the vasanas have been purified. Even as heat melts snow, this pure consciousness dissolves ignorance and dispels it. That which is everything in the universe, that which is devoid of everything in the universe, that which is inexpressible, that which is the supreme truth, by what name can it be called? Vasishtha continued, when the Lord will thus instruct Arjuna, the latter will remain silent for a few moments and then will say, Lord, in the light of the sun of your admonitions, the lotus of the intelligence in my heart has fully unfolded. Having said this, Arjuna will instantly pick up his weapons and engage himself in the conduct of the war, as if in a play. Vasishtha continued, V.1:59, equip yourself with such an attitude, O Rama, and remain unattached, endowed with the spirit of renunciation and with the realization that whatever you do or you experience is an offering to the omnipresent being, Brahma. Then you will realize the truth, and that is the end of all doubts. That is the supreme state, it is the guru of all gurus, it is the self. It is the light that illumines the world from within. It is the reality in all substances, that which endows the substances with their essential characteristic. The notion of world arises only when the spirit of inquiry is absent. But, I am before the world was. How then do the notions of world, etc., bind me? He who has thus realized the truth is free from all beginnings and all ends. He who is thus equipped with the spirit of non-duality, as if he is in deep sleep, though awake, is not disturbed though actively engaged in life. Such a person is liberated here and now. What appears to be the world here is truly the magic, the work, of the infinite consciousness. There is no unity here, nor is there duality. My instructions, too, are of the same nature. The words, their meaning, the disciple, the wish, or the effort of the disciple, and the guru's ability in the use of the words, all these are also the play of the energy of the infinite consciousness. In the peace of one's own inner being, consciousness vibrates and the world vision arises. If that consciousness does not vibrate, there will be no world vision. The mind is but the movement in consciousness. The non-realization of this truth is world vision. Non-realization of this truth intensifies and aggravates the movement of thought in consciousness. Thus a cycle is formed. Ignorance and mental activity are perpetuated by each other. When the inner intelligence is awakened, the craving for pleasure, note, the very essence of the Bhagavad Gita is found in these chapters, and many verses are quoted verbatim, ceases. This is the nature of the wise. In him this cessation of craving for pleasure is therefore natural and effortless. He knows that it is the energy of the self that experiences the experiences. He who, in order to please the public, refuses to experience what is to be experienced, he indeed beats the air with a stick. One attains self-knowledge by sometimes using appropriate means. Desire for liberation interferes with the fullness of the self. Absence of such desire promotes bondage. Hence, constant awareness is to be preferred. The sole cause for bondage and liberation is the movement in consciousness. Awareness of the senseless movement. The ego sense ceases the very moment one observes it, for it has no support any longer. Then who is bound by whom or who is liberated by whom? V.1:60 Vasistha continued, such is the nature of the Supreme Being which is the infinite consciousness. They who are endowed with macrocosmic forms like Brahma the Creator, Vishnu and Shiva, are established in that Supreme Being, and they function here as the lords or kings of the world. Established in it, the perfected sages roam the heavens. Having attained it, one does not die nor does one grieve. The sage who dwells even for the twinkling of an eye in that pure being, which is of the nature of the illimitable and infinite consciousness and which is also known as the Supreme Self, is not again afflicted even though he continues to engage himself in the activities of this world. Rama asked, when the mind, the intellect and the ego sense have all ceased to function, how does that pure being or infinite consciousness appear here? Vasistha continued, Braham, which dwells in all bodies and experiences, eats, drinks, speaks, gathers and destroys, but is free from the division of consciousness and its awareness. That which is omnipresent and which is without beginning and end and which is pure, unmodified, undifferentiated being, that is known as existence, Vasishtha, or reality. That exists as space in space, as sound in sound, as touch in touch, as skin in skin, in taste as taste, in form as form, in the eyes as sight, in smell as smell, in scent as scent, in the body as strength, in earth as the earth, in milk as milk, in wind as wind, in fire as fire, in intelligence as intelligence, in mind as mind, in the ego sense as ego sense. It rises as sit or mind in the mind. It is tree in the tree. It is immobility in the immovable and mobility in the moving beings. It is insentience in the insentient and intelligence in the sentient. It is the divinity of gods and humanity in human beings. In animals it is bestial nature and in worms it is wormhood. It is the very essence of time and the seasons. It is dynamism in action and order in order. It is existence in the existent and death in the perishable. It is childhood, youth and age and also death. It is undivided and indivisible, for it is the very essence of all things. Diversity is unreal, though it is real in the above sense, that the diversity is conceived of and pervaded by the infinite consciousness. Realize, all this is pervaded by me, for I am omnipresent and devoid of body and such other limitation and dwell in peace and supreme happiness. Valmiki said, as the sage Vasistha said this, the day came to an end and the assembly dispersed for their evening prayers. Rama asked, V.L:61, O sage, even as the cities, etc., that we see during our dream are unreal, the world which is the dream of Brahma, the Creator, is in fact unreal and illusory. But how is it that it has acquired solid firmness in our vision? Vasistha replied, the very first creation of Brahma is observed by us even today as if it were real. Because consciousness is infinite, the creation of Jiva also takes place everywhere. This creation is no doubt born of ignorance and the belief in creation destroys true perception. Though this creation is unreal, yet on account of the emergence of the ego sense it appears to be solidly real. The dreamer does not realize the evanescence of the objects seen in the dream. Even so, it is in the case of this cosmic dream of the Creator. The dream partakes of the characteristic of the dreamer. That which is born of the unreal must be unreal, too. Hence, though this world appears to be real, as it is born of the unreal concept, the dream of the Creator, it should be firmly rejected. In the self which is the infinite consciousness this creation appears but momentarily. During that moment itself the illusory notion that it is of a very long duration arises. The creation then appears to be solidly real. Even as this universe exists as a dream in the consciousness of the Creator, it is experienced as a long period in the consciousness, dream, of all the beings who are the dream objects of the Creator. Whatever is seen in whatever form in that dream, that it becomes. Surely, when the mind is in a demented or confused state, there is nothing in this world which that mind cannot experience. For even in this world so many extraordinary phenomena are seen. Fire burns in the middle of water, water remains suspended in the sky, living beings are found in the heart of a rock, and sentient machines function in different ways. One can also see what is obviously unreal, even as it is possible for one to dream one's own death. There is naught which is real nor is there aught which is unreal, All is made possible everywhere in this dream known as creation. Just as one who is immersed in the dream sees the dream as utterly real, one who is immersed in this creation thinks that it is utterly real. Just as one goes from one dream to another, one goes from one illusion to another delusion and thus experiences this world as utterly real. V.1:62 Vasistha continued, in this connection I shall narrate a legend to you, O Rama, to which please lend your ear. There once lived a mendicant who was devoted to meditation. His mind, having been purified by such meditation, came to possess the power to materialize its thoughts. One day, being tired of continuous meditation, yet having his mind fully concentrated, he thought of doing something. He fancied birth as one who was illiterate and of a non-Brahmana family. Instantly, he had become, as it were, a tribesman. There arose in him the feeling I am Jivata. This dream ring roamed for some time in the city also built of dream objects. One day he got drunk and slept. He dreamt that he was a Brahmana endowed with knowledge of the scriptures. While he was living a righteous life, one day this Brahmana dreamt that he was a powerful king. He dreamt that he was a mighty emperor of unequaled glory. One day he indulged in royal pleasures and after that slept and dreamt of a celestial nymph. Similarly, this nymph one day dreamt that she was a deer. And this deer dreamt that it was a creeper. Surely, even animals behold dreams, for such is the nature of the mind which can recollect what has been seen and what has been heard. The deer became a creeper. The inner intelligence in the creeper saw in its own heart a bee. It became a bee, and the bee began to drink the nectar in the flowers on the creeper. It became attached to the nectar in one of those flowers, surely for its own destruction. At night an elephant approached this creeper and plucked it, along with the bee, and crushed it in its mouth. However, the bee, having seen the elephant, contemplated the elephant and became an elephant. The elephant was captured by a king. One day it saw a hive of bees and on account of the memory of its own past birth it became a bee. It began to drink the nectar of the flowers and wild creepers. It became a creeper. The creeper was destroyed by an elephant, but because the creeper had seen swans in the nearby lake, it became a swan. One day this swan was roaming in the company of many of the swans. While the mendicant was meditating upon this swan, he was overcome by death. His consciousness therefore became embodied in the swan. The story of the 100 Rudras Vasistha continued. V.L:63. That swan once beheld Lord Rudra and in its heart there arose the conviction, I am Rudra. Instantly it abandoned its body as swan and became Rudra. And that Rudra dwelt in the abode of Rudra. However, since Rudra was endowed with true knowledge, he remembered all that had taken place. Rudra recollected thus, behold, how mysterious is this Maya which deludes all the worlds, though it is unreal it appears to be real. First of all, in that infinite consciousness which was myself there arose the mind with objective consciousness, though yet cosmic and omniscient. Then accidentally I happened to be the jiva which felt attracted to and charmed by the finest part of the cosmic elements. Therefore during a certain creation cycle I became the mendicant who remained totally unagitated. He was able to overcome all distractions and remain immersed in the practice of contemplation. However, every subsequent action is more powerful than a previous act. The mendicant considered himself Jivata and so did he become. After that he bethought he was a Brahmana. Surely the more powerful thought form overwhelms the weaker one. Then in course of time and on account of persistent contemplation, he became a king. Surely, water imbibed by the plant becomes its fruit. Associated with royal pleasures are nymphs, contemplating them. A king became a nymph. Purely on account of infatuation this nymph became a deer. The deer became a creeper which was obsessed with the idea that it would be pierced and a hole would be made. Contemplating the bee, it became a bee which then pierced a hole in the creeper. The bee became an elephant. I am Rudra who has been a Rudra during the past 100 creation cycles, and I roam this world appearance which is nothing more than a psychological delusion. In one creation cycle I was Jivata, in another I was the Brahmana, in another I was the king and in yet another I was the swan. Thus have I been revolving in this wheel known as the mind and the body. It is eons since I slipped from that supreme self or infinite consciousness. Soon after that fall I was that mendicant who is still endowed with knowledge of the truth. Then after passing through very many incarnations, through the grace of Rudra whom I happened to behold, I have become Rudra. When the jiva by coincidence comes into contact with an enlightened person, then its impure vasanas, tendencies, turn away. This happens to that person who constantly longs for such contact with an enlightened person. Such constant longing, or abhyasa, itself materializes and becomes an accomplished fact. Rudra continued to recollect thus, surely it is because of one's inner conviction this body is myself that this unreal perception expands. If one were to inquire into its true nature, one would find that nothing remained. Enough of even such inquiry, which leads to nothing. This world is an optical illusion like the blueness of the sky. It is ignorance. Enough of even this effort to purify that ignorance. If this world appearance which is unreal continues to appear, let it can do no harm. I shall retrace the chain of imaginary transformations and restore their underlying unity. Vasishtha continued, thus having resolved, Rudra went to where the body of the mendicant lay. He awakened it and inspired it to remember all that had taken place. The mendicant saw Rudra as his own self and also recollected all that had happened. Then both of them went to where Jivata lived in the same infinite consciousness. They revived his body. The three were indeed one. These three who were wonderstruck at this mystery, then proceeded to the place of the Brahmana who was asleep embraced by his wife. They awakened his consciousness. Then they went to where the king was asleep in his royal bedchamber surrounded by nymphs. They awakened his intelligence, too. He too was amazed at the realization of the truth. Thus they went to where the swan lived, the swan that became Rudra. They roamed the world of the 100 Rudras of the past. They realized that it was all one infinite consciousness in which all these diverse illusory events had apparently taken place. The one form had become many, as it were. These 100 Rudras pervaded the entire universe and were omnipresent. On account of the fact that the jiva is surrounded on all sides by the world that arises from it, the unawakened jivas do not see one another, do not understand one another. Just as all waves are of the same substance and are therefore one, the awakened jivas realize their oneness and thus understand one another. Each jiva has its own illusory world appearance. However, even as one finds empty space wherever one digs the ground, when this world appearance of the jivas is inquired into it invariably leads to the same infinite consciousness. Differentiated consciousness is bondage, liberation is its absence. Whatever pleases you, affirm that and be firm in that. There is no difference between the two, for awareness is the same in both. Who will bemoan the loss of what exists only in ignorance? That which is gained by being still, that exists already and has therefore already been gained. Vasishtha continued. V.L:64. All of them attained awakening of their spiritual consciousness along with Lord Rudra. Realizing that they were part of Rudra, they are happy. Rudra saw the play of Maya as it arose and he inspired others to play their roles in it once again, commanding them to return to him after such seemingly independent existence and assuring them that at the end of the world cycle they would reach the supreme state. Rudra then vanished from sight, and Jivata and the others returned to their own respective abodes. Rama asked, were Jivata and the others not mere dream objects, imaginary entities, of the mendicant? How could they become real entities? Vasishtha replied, abandon the notion that imagination is something real. When thus the illusoriness of illusion is abandoned, what exists exists in the infinite consciousness. What is seen in dream and what is imagined to be real, they appears as such at all times, even as to a traveler the temporal and spatial experiences are real relative to the different places. In the heart of that infinite consciousness everything exists and one experiences what one sees in it. The dream-like nature of thought form is realized only by the intense practice of yoga, not otherwise. It is by such practice that Lord Shiva and others perceive everything everywhere. That which is in front of you and at the same time apprehended by your mind, is not realized if there is misapprehension in such perception or in such existence. Only when such misapprehension does not exist can that object be known and realized. whatever one wishes is obtained only when one's inner being is wholly and solely devoted to it? He who is thus totally devoted to what is in front of him knows it perfectly. He who is totally devoted to an imaginary object knows it perfectly. If such unappointed devotion is not there, then he destroys that object, is not aware of it. It was thus, by such unappointed devotion, that the mendicant became Rudra and all the rest of it. Each of them had his own world. Hence, until the Rudra consciousness was awakened in them, they were unaware of one another. It was in fact by the will of Rudra that they were thus veiled, that they became of different forms and nature. It is by unappointed contemplation of may I become a celestial or may I become a learned man, and as the fruit of such contemplation that one is enabled to become one or many or an ignoramus or a man of knowledge. It is possible by concentration and meditation to become a divinity or human being and function accordingly. V.1:64, 65 Vasistha continued, the infinite consciousness which is the true self of all is endowed with omnipotence, but the jiva, which is essentially non-different from the self, is endowed with one faculty, appropriate to its notion. Hence, depending upon the nature of the jiva it enjoys endless powers or limited powers. The infinite consciousness is free from expansion and contraction. It is the jiva that gets what it seeks. The yogis who have acquired various faculties exist and manifest such faculties here and also elsewhere. However, since they are enjoyed here and there and in different places, such experiences appear to be many and varied, even as the famous Kartavirya generated fear in the hearts of many, though he remained at home. A modern example is the radio. Without leaving the studio, the speaker or singer enters countless drawing rooms. SV. Similarly, Lord Vishnu, without leaving his abode, incarnates as a human being on earth. Similarly, Indra, who presides over sacred rites, without leaving his heavenly abode, is present in 1,000 places where such rites are performed. In response to the call of the devotees, Lord Vishnu who is one becomes thousands and appears before the devotees. Even so, Javada and the others who were but the creatures of the mendicant's imagination or wish and who were animated by Rudra's soft consciousness went to their various abodes and functioned as if independently. They played their different roles for some time and then returned to the abode of Rudra. All this was nothing but a momentary delusion which arose in the consciousness of the mendicant, though it was seen as if it were independent of the mendicant. Even so the birth and death of countless beings takes place in the one infinite consciousness, as it were. They imagine diversity in this world appearance and then they seek unity in the self. At the time of their death they imagine another state of existence within themselves which appears to them as if outside. Until the realization of liberation, the embodied being undergoes unfathomable sorrow. I told you the story to illustrate this truth. This is the fate not only of the mendicant but of all beings. That being who forgets his inseparability from the Supreme Self imagines his own notions to be independent and utterly real and substantial. From one such dream he goes on to another dream until he abandons the false notion, I am the body. Rama asked, oh, what a wonderful story. Lord, you said that all things that are conceived to be real are real and experienced as real. Pray, tell me, does this mendicant also exist somewhere? Vasishtha replied, I shall contemplate this question and reply later. The assembly rose for their noon prayers. At this stage, Vasishtha continued, V.L:66, O King, O Rama. With the help of my eye of wisdom, I searched for the mendicant. I entered into deep meditation wishing to see that mendicant. I searched for him in this universe, but could not find him. How does one's imagination appear outside also as if real? Then I proceeded north to the land of the Jainas. On top of an anthill there exists a vihara, shrine, or bihar, inhabited by people. There, in his own cottage, was a mendicant, bhiksu, known as Durgadrasa, whose head was yellow in color. He was in deep meditation. Even his attendants did not enter his cottage, afraid to disturb his meditation. It was the 21st day of such meditation. It was destined to be his last day. Though from one point of view, he had been in meditation for only 20 days. From another point of view thousands of years had passed. 4. Such was the notion that arose in his mind. I knew that such a mendicant had lived in another epoch, and even in this epoch he is the second such mendicant. However, other than these two, I could not see a third mendicant. With all the wits at my disposal and all the faculties I could command, I entered into the very heart of this creation, looking for the third mendicant. At last I found him, but he was not in this universe. He was in another universe which, however, was almost exactly like this universe, though created by another Brahma. Even so have there been, and there will be in the future, countless beings. In this very assembly there are sages and holy Brahmanas who will thus entertain notions of other beings who will thereupon appear to be. Such is the nature of Maya. Some of these beings will be of nature similar to the one that imagines them. Others will be quite dissimilar. Yet others will partly resemble them. Thus is the great Maya which baffles even great men. But it does not exist nor does it function here. For it is only delusion that causes all these to appear and disappear. Else, where is a short period of 21 days and where is the whole epoch? It is frightening even to think of the play of the mind. All this is but appearance which unfolds like the lotus in the morning and reveals diversity like a full-blown lotus. All this arises in the infinite consciousness which is pure, yet the appearance appears to be tainted by impurity. Each thing appears as if fragmented, and at the end of that fragmented existence it undergoes other strange fragmentation. All this is relatively real, not totally unreal. All of them manifest in the all. The cause is in the cause. V.L:67 Dasarada said, "O sage, tell me where that mendicant, Bhiksu, is meditating, and I shall at once dispatch my soldiers to wake him up from his meditation and bring him here." Vasishtha replied, "O king, that mendicant's body has already become lifeless and it cannot be revived. His jiva has attained enlightenment and liberation, it cannot be subjected to the experience of this world appearance any more. His own attendants stand outside his cottage waiting to open the door at the end of 1 month as instructed by him. They will find that by that time he has abandoned his body and will then install someone else in his place. This Maya, or world appearance or delusion, is of the nature of limited and limiting qualities and attributes. It is said to be impossible to cross it by ignorance, but by the knowledge of truth it is easily crossed over. It is wrong perception that sees a bracelet in gold. The mere appearance becomes the cause for such wrong perception. This Maya, unreal appearance, is but a figure of speech. The appearance has the same relation to the Supreme Self that a wave has to the ocean. When one sees this truth, the appearance ceases to be a delusion. It is on account of ignorance that this long dream world appearance appears to be real, thus does the jiva come into being. But when the truth is realized, it is seen that all this is the self. Whatever be the notion that one entertains, it is the self alone that appears as that notion. This universe is the result of the notions thus entertained by countless such individuals. The original notion entertained by Brahma has come to be experienced by the jiva as a solid reality. But when one attains the purity of consciousness similar to that of Brahma, one sees all this as a long dream. It is the notion of the object that becomes the mind and thus slips from infinite consciousness. It then undergoes varied experiences. But is this mind independent of the Supreme Self? Is not the Supreme Self the mind, too? The jiva, the body and all the rest of it are but reflections or appearances of the Supreme Self. All these movements, etc., happen in the one infinite consciousness which is forever infinite in consciousness, not else. Movements, etc., are imaginary expressions. There is neither motion nor non-motion, neither one nor many. What is as it is. Diversity arises in the unawakened state and it vanishes when one commences one's inquiry. The inquirer exists but without any doubt, which indeed is the supreme state. Peace is known as the world, peace alone is as this world appearance. Ignorance is unreal, there is neither the seer, the seen nor the sight. The mind imagines a defect in the moon, it is not there as defect. The infinite consciousness has consciousness alone as its body or manifestation or appearance. Vasishtha continued. V.L:68, O Rama, remain forever, firmly established in that state of utter freedom from movement of thought, resorting to the silence of deep sleep, Rama said, "Sir, I have heard of silence of speech, silence of the eyes and other senses, and I have also heard of the rigid silence of extreme asceticism. But what is this silence of deep sleep?" Vasishtha replied, "Rama, there are two types of muni, a sage who observes mauna or silence. One is the rigid ascetic and the other the liberated sage. The former forcibly restrains his senses and engages himself in dry, devoid of wisdom, kriyas, activities, with fanaticism. The liberated sage, on the other hand, knows what is what, the truth as truth and the unreal as unreal. He is endowed with self-knowledge and yet he behaves as any ordinary person here. What is regarded as silence or mauna is based on the nature and the behavior of these munas. 4 types of silence have been described: 1. Silence of speech, 2. Silence of the senses, eyes, etc., 3. Violent restraint, as also, 4. The silence of deep sleep. There is another known as silence of the mind. However, that is possible only in one who is dead or one who practices the rigid mauna, kastha-mauna, or the silence of deep sleep, sushupti-mauna. Of these the first 3 involve elements of the rigid mauna. It is the 4th that is really conducive to liberation. Hence, even at the risk of incurring the displeasure of those who resort to the first 3 types of mauna, I say that there is nothing in those 3 which is desirable. The silence of deep sleep is conducive to liberation. In it the prana or life force is neither restrained nor promoted, the senses are neither fed nor starved, the perception of diversity is neither expressed nor suppressed, the mind is neither mind nor non-mind. There is no division and hence no effort at abolishing it. It is called the silence of deep sleep, and one who is established in it may or may not meditate. There is knowledge of what is as it is, and there is freedom from doubt. It is utter emptiness. It is supportless. It is of the nature of supreme peace, of which it can neither be said that it is real nor that it is unreal. That state in which one knows there is no I, nor another, no mind nor anything derived from the mind, in which one knows I is but an idea in this universe, and it is really pure existence, that is known as the silence of deep sleep. In that pure existence which is infinite consciousness, where is I or another? V.1:69 Rama asked, "How do the 100 Rudras come into being, O sage?" Vasishtha replied, "The mendicant, bhiksu, dreamt all the 100 Rudras. Whatever they whose minds are pure and unobscured by impurities, imagine nor willing to being, that alone they experience as being real. Whatever thought form thus arises in the one infinite consciousness appears to be so." Rama asked again, "Why is it, O sage, that Lord Shiva chose to appear as one unclad, inhabiting the cremation ground, garlanded with human skulls, smeared with ashes, and as one who is easily overcome by lust?" Vasishtha replied, "The conduct of the gods, the perfected beings and the liberated sages is not determined by rules and codes of conduct. These are invented by ignorant people. Yet, since the mind of the ignorant is heavily conditioned, if they are not governed by such rules of conduct, there will then arise disorder in which the big fish will eat the small fish. The man of wisdom, on the other hand, does not drown himself in what is desirable and what is undesirable, because he has his senses naturally in control and because he is awake and alert. He lives and works without intending to do so, without reacting to events on a causal basis, his actions being pure and spontaneous, as the coconut falling without any causal relation with the alighting of the crow on its semicolon, or he may not do anything at all. Thus have even the members of the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu and Shiva, engaged themselves in incarnation. In the case of the enlightened ones, their actions are beyond praise and reproach, beyond acceptance and rejection, for they have no notion of this is mine and this is other. Their actions are pure like the heat of fire. I did not wish to elaborate on the other form of mauna, known as the silence of the disembodied, for you are still embodied. However, I shall briefly describe it now. They who are fully awakened and who are constantly engaged in samadhi and who are thoroughly enlightened are known as samkhya soft-yogis. They who have reached the state of bodiless consciousness through pranayama, etc., are known as yogargas. Indeed, the two are essentially the same. The cause of this world appearance and bondage is indeed the mind. Both these paths lead to the cessation of the mind. Hence, by the devoted and dedicated practice of either the cessation of the movement of prana or the cessation of thought, liberation is attained. This is the essence of all scriptures dealing with liberation. Rama asked, O sage, if the cessation of the movement of prana is liberation, then death is liberation. And all people attain liberation at death. Vasishtha replied, O Rama, when prana is about to leave the body, it already makes contact with those elements with which the next one is to be fashioned. These elements are indeed the crystallization of the vasanas, psychological conditioning, memory store, past impressions and predisposition, of the jiva, the reason why the jiva clings to those elements. When the prana leaves the body, it takes with it all the vasanas of the jiva. Not indeed until these vasanas have been destroyed will the mind become null mind. The mind does not abandon the life force till self-knowledge arises. By self-knowledge the vasanas are destroyed and thus the mind, too. It is then that the prana does not move. That indeed is the supreme peace. It is by self-knowledge that the unreality of the concepts concerning worldly objects is realized. This puts an end to vasanas and to the link between the mind and the life force. Vasanas constitute mind. Mind is the aggregate of the vasanas and naught else. If the latter cease, that itself is the supreme state. Knowledge is the knowledge of the reality. Vikara or inquiry itself is knowledge. Total dedication to one thing, restraint of prana and the cessation of the mind. If one of these three is perfected, one attains the supreme state. The life force and the mind are closely related like a flower and its fragrance, or sesame seed and oil. Hence, if the movement of thought in the mind ceases, the movement of prana ceases, too. If the total mind is unappointedly devoted to a single truth, the movement of mind and therefore of life force ceases. The best method is by inquiring into the nature of the self which is infinite. Your mind will be completely absorbed. Then both the mind and the inquiry will cease. Remain firmly established in what remains after that. When the mind does not crave for pleasure, it is absorbed into the self, along with the life force. Ignorance is non-existence, self-knowledge is the supreme state. Mind alone is ignorance when it appears to be a reality. The realization of its non-existence is the supreme state. If the mind remains absorbed even for a quarter of an hour, it undergoes a complete change, for it tastes the supreme state of self-knowledge and will not abandon it. Nay, even if the mind has tasted it for a second, it does not return to this worldly state. The very seeds of samsara, world appearance or cycle of birth and death, are fried. With them, ignorance is dispelled and the vasanas are utterly pacified. One who has reached this is rooted in sattva, truth. He beholds the inner light and rests in supreme peace. The story of the vampire V.L:70, 71 Vasistha continued, that is known as moksha or liberation when ignorance ceases through self-inquiry, when the jiva becomes no jiva instantly and when the mind becomes null mind. Since the ego sins, etc., are but like water in the mirage, they cease when the light of inquiry is directed to them. In this connection, O Rama, listen to the following inspiring and enlightening questions asked by a vampire. There lives a vampire in the Vindhya forests. Once it entered a certain territory, desirous of appeasing its hunger. However, it would not kill anyone even when it was hungry, unless the victim deserved such treatment. Finding no such person in the forest, it entered a city and met the king. The vampire said to the king, O king, I shall not kill you and eat you unless you deserve it. You are the ruler and you fulfill the wishes of the needy. Pray, fulfill my desire. I shall ask you a few questions. Give me the correct answers to them. What is that sun, the particles of whose rays are these universes? In what mighty wind does this mighty space manifest? One goes from one dream to another dream ad infinitum, yet one does not abandon the self, though constantly abandoning the dream reality. What is the self? The stem of the banana tree, when it is opened, reveals layer after layer until you reach the pith. What is that subtle essence when this world appearance is similarly inquired into? Of which atom are the universes themselves minuter atoms? In what formless rock are the three worlds hidden? Like an unsculpted figure in the rock? Answer these questions. If you do not, you certainly deserve to be eaten by me. The king answered, O vampire! This universe was once enveloped by a series of coverings, even as a fruit is enveloped by its skin. There was a branch on which there were thousands of such fruits. There was a tree with thousands of such branches, a forest with thousands of such trees, a hill with thousands of such forests, a country with thousands of such hills, a continent with thousands of such countries, a sphere with thousands of such continents, an ocean with thousands of such spheres, a being with thousands of such oceans within him, and a supreme person who wears thousands of such beings as a garland. There is a sun in whose rays thousands of such supreme persons are found. That sun illumines all. That sun is the sun of consciousness, O vampire. In that light of that sun, these universes are but minutest atomic particles. It is because of the light of that sun that all these other things enumerated appear to be real. The story of Bhagirata. The king said, V.L:72, 73, in the Supreme Self shine as dust particles substances, concepts or relative realities, known as time, space and motion, which are conscious, movement and end of consciousness, and pure intelligence. The self or Brahman, though appearing to migrate from one dream world to another, does not in fact abandon its own essential nature, nor is it ever ignorant of itself. Even as when the stem of a banana is peeled, every layer as it is peeled off reveals another similar layer, when this world appearance is inquired into, it is seen as none other than Brahman. This Brahman is referred to positively as the truth, Brahman, etc., and since it is beyond description, it is also negatively indicated as emptiness and indescribable, etc. Whatever is experienced as real is the reality. Though its particular form is put together by the experience, it is naught but pure consciousness, even as the banana stem is nothing but banana stem and every layer of it is of identical nature. The self is considered to be of atomic nature because it is extremely subtle and intangible, yet since the self alone is, it is the infinite and it is the very root of the entire existence. It is formless though it appears in all forms. This world appearance is but the flesh in which the truth, which is pure consciousness, is clothed. Vasishtha continued, having heard this answer from the lips of the king, the vampire became silent and deeply contemplative. It forgot its great hunger, and entered into profound meditation. Thus have I told you, O Rama, the tale of the vampire, which illustrates the truth concerning the subtle infinite consciousness. The universe is but an envelope or veil of this consciousness, and it is rent asunder by a diligent inquiry into its real nature. It is in fact as real as the body of the vampire. Rama, expand the mind with the mind. Remain at peace within yourself, seeing the one infinite being in all. Like the king Bhagirata, you will achieve the impossible if you are able to remain firm in your knowledge of the truth, and if you engage yourself in appropriate action in a life characterized by effortless experiencing of the natural course of events. V.1:74 At Rama request, Vasistha narrated the following story. Once upon a time there was a king named Bhagirata who was devoted to Dharma. He gave liberal gifts to the pious and holy ones, and he was terror to the evil soft-doers. He worked tirelessly to eradicate the very causes of poverty. When he was in the company of the holy ones, his heart melted in devotion. Bhagirata brought the holy river Ganga from the heavens down to the earth. In this he had to encounter great difficulties and propitiate the gods Brahma and Shiva and also the sage Janu. In all this he suffered frequent frustrations and disappointments. He, too, was endowed with discrimination and dispassion even at an early age, O Rama. One day while remaining alone he reflected thus, this worldly life is really senseless and stupid. Day and night chase each other. People repeat the same meaningless actions again and again. I regard only that as proper action which leads to the attainment beyond which there is nothing to be gained, the rest is repeated foul excretion, as in cholera. He approached his Guru Tritila and prayed, Lord, how can one put an end to this sorrow and to old age, death and delusion which contribute to repeated birth here? Tritila said, sorrow ceases, all the bondages are rent asunder and doubts are dispelled when one is fully established in the equanimity of the self for a long time, when the perception of division has ceased and when there is the experience of fullness through the knowledge of that which is to be known. What is to be known? It is the self which is pure and which is of the nature of pure consciousness, which is omnipresent and eternal. Bhagavata asked, I know that the self alone is real in the body, etc., are not real. But how is it that it is not perfectly clear to me? Tritila said, such intellectual knowledge is not knowledge. Unattachment to wife, son and house, equanimity in pleasure and pain, love of solitude, being firmly established in self-knowledge, this is knowledge, all else is ignorance. Only when the ego senses thin out does this self-knowledge arise. Bhagavata asked, since this ego sense is firmly established in this body, how can it be uprooted? Tritila replied, by self-effort and by resolutely turning away from the pursuit of pleasure. And by the resolute breaking down of the prison house of shame, false dignity, etc. If you abandon all this and remain firm, the ego sense will vanish and you will realize that you are the Supreme Being. Vasishtha continued. V.L. 76. Having heard the precepts of the preceptor, Bhagavata decided to perform a religious rite as a prelude to total renunciation of the world. In 3 days he had given away everything to the priests and to his own relatives, whether they were endowed with good nature or not. His own kingdom he handed over to his enemies living across the borders. Clad in a small piece of loincloth, he left the kingdom and roamed in countries and forests where he was totally unknown. Very soon, he had attained the state of supreme peace within himself. Accidentally and unknowingly Bhagavata entered his own previous kingdom and solicited alms from the citizens there. They recognized him, worshipped him and prayed that he should be their king. But he accepted from them nothing but food. They bewailed, "This is King Bhagavata, what a sad plight, what an unfortunate turn of events." After a few days he left the kingdom again. Bhagavata once again met his preceptor and the two of them roamed the country all the time engaged in spiritual dialogue. Why do we still carry the burden of this physical body? On the other hand, why should it be discarded? Let it be as long as it will be. They were devoid of sorrow and of rejoicing, nor could they be said to adhere to the middle path. Even if the gods and sages offered them wealth and psychic powers, they spurned them as blades of dry grass. In a certain kingdom the king had died without an heir and the ministers were in search of a suitable ruler. Bhagavata, clad in a loincloth, happened to be in that kingdom. The ministers decided that he was the person fit to ascend the throne, and surrounded him. Bhagavata mounted the royal elephant. Soon he was crowned king. While he was ruling that kingdom, the people of his previous kingdom approached him once again and prayed that he should rule that kingdom also. Bhagavata accepted. Thus he became the emperor of the whole world. Remaining at peace within himself, with his mind silenced, free from desires and jealousy, he engaged himself in doing appropriate action in circumstances as they arose. Once he heard that the only way to propitiate the souls of his departed ancestors was to offer libation with the waters of the Ganga. In order to bring the heavenly Ganga down to earth, he repaired to the forest to perform austerities, having entrusted the empire to his ministers. There he propitiated the gods and the sages and achieved the most difficult task of bringing the Ganga down to earth so that all the people for all time to come might offer libations to their ancestors with the waters of the holy Ganga. It is only from that time that the sacred Ganga which adorned the crown of Lord Shiva's head began to flow on the earth. The story of Sikhavaja and Udalavi.L. 77 Vasistha continued. Even so, Rama, remain in a state of equanimity like King Bhagavata. And, like Sikhavaja, having renounced everything, remain unmoved. I shall narrate to you the story of Sikhavaja. Pray, listen. Once there were two lovers who were reborn in a later age on account of their divine love for each other. Rama asked, O sage, how is it possible that the couple who live together as husband and wife in one age is born again to be husband and wife in a later age? Vasistha replied, such is the subtle nature of the world order, O Rama. Some things appear in abundance and once again they manifest in abundance. Others are born now, having never been before, and having been now they were not born again. Others which have been before reappear in the same form now. It is like the waves on the ocean, there are similar ones and there are dissimilar ones. In the Malva kingdom there was a king named Sikavaja. He was endowed with every kind of royal excellence. He was righteous and noble, courageous and courteous. He lost his father very early in life. Though young, he was able to assert his sovereignty and he ruled the kingdom assisted by his able ministers. The spring season set in. There was romance in the air. The young king began to dream of a partner. Day and night his heart longed for a beloved. The clever and wise ministers divined the state of their king's heart. They went to the Saurashtra kingdom and sought the hand of a princess for their king. Soon, the king Sikavaja married Kudala. Sikavaja and Kudala were so greatly devoted to each other that they were one jiva in two bodies. They shared many common interests and they played together in the pleasure gardens. Even as the sun sends down his rays to make the lotus unfold, the king showered his beloved with his love and tried to please her in every way. They shared their knowledge and their wisdom with each other so that both of them became highly learned in all branches of knowledge. Each dwelt in all radiance in the other's heart. In fact, it appeared as if the Lord Vishnu and his consort had come down on earth in order to accomplish a special mission. Vasishtha continued. V.1:78 Thus Sikavaja and Kudala enjoyed themselves for a number of years without a dull moment. No one can arrest the passage of time. Life appears and disappears like a juggler's trick. Pleasure, when pursued, flies beyond reach even as an arrow which has left the bow. Sorrow preys upon the mind even as vultures prey upon a carcass. What is there in this world having attained which the mind is never again subjected to sorrow? Reflecting thus, the royal couple turned their attention to the study of spiritual texts. They came to the conclusion that self-knowledge alone can enable one to overcome sorrow. They devoted themselves to self-knowledge with their heart and soul. They resorted to the company of sages of self-knowledge and adored them. They engaged themselves constantly in discussing self-knowledge and in promoting self-knowledge in each other. Having thus constantly contemplated the means of self-knowledge, the queen began to reflect thus: now I see myself and inquire, who am I? How could ignorance of self and delusion arise? The physical body is surely inert and it is certainly not the self. It is experienced only on account of the movement of thought in the mind. The organs of action are but parts of the body and hence they too are inert, being parts of the body which is inert. The sense organs are inert, too, for they depend upon the mind for their functioning. I consider even the mind to be inert. The mind thinks and entertains notions, but it is prompted to do so by the intellect which is the determining agent. Even this intellect, buddhi, is surely inert for it is directed by the ego sense. Even this ego sense is inert, for it is conjured up by the jiva, just as a ghost is conjured up by the ignorant child. The jiva is but pure consciousness, clothed, as it were, by the life force and it dwells in the heart. Lo and behold! I have realized that it is the self which is pure consciousness that dwells as the jiva because the consciousness becomes aware of itself as its own object. This object is insentient and unreal, and because the self identifies itself with the subject it apparently clothes itself with insentience, having apparently, but not in truth, abandoned its essential nature as consciousness. For, such is the nature of consciousness, whatever it conceives itself to be, whether real or imaginary, that it becomes, apparently having abandoned its own nature. Thus, though the self is pure consciousness, it imagines itself to be insentient and unreal on account of its perception of objects. Contemplating thus for a considerable time, Kudala became enlightened. Vasishtha continued, delighted by this self-discovery, the queen exclaimed, at last I have attained that which is to be attained, known. Now there is no loss. Even the mind and the senses are but the reflections of consciousness, though they were unreal and independent of consciousness. This supreme consciousness alone exists. It is the supreme truth, untainted by any impurity, forever in a state of perfect equilibrium and devoid of ego sense. Once this truth is realized, it shines constantly without setting. It is this consciousness that is known by various names, Brahman, Supreme Self, etc., and there is no division into subject-object in their relation, knowledge. Consciousness becomes conscious of its own consciousness. It cannot be realized otherwise, as an object of consciousness. It is this consciousness alone that is manifest as the mind, intellect and the senses. This world appearance, too, is but consciousness apart from which nothing is. Consciousness does not undergo any change, the only apparent change is the illusory appearance, which is illusory and therefore not real. In an imaginary ocean, imaginary waves arise. The mind stuff itself is the ocean and the waves are of the mind stuff, too. Even so the world appearance arises in consciousness and is therefore non-different from it. I am pure consciousness, devoid of ego sense and all-pervading. There is neither birth nor death for this consciousness. It is not subject to destruction, for it is like space. It cannot be cut or burned. It is pure light of consciousness, without defect. I am free from all delusion. I am at peace. All these gods, demons and numerous beings are essentially unmade, for they are non-different from the consciousness. The appearance is illusory, even as soldiers made of clay are clay, not soldiers. The seer, subject, and the seen, object, are in reality the one pure consciousness. How has this delusion which gives rise to concepts like this as oneness and there is duality come into being? In whom does that delusion exist? Whose is it? I rest in nirvana, liberation or enlightenment, without the least mental agitation, having realized that all that is, whether sentient or insentient, is pure consciousness. There is no this nor I nor the other, there is no being nor non-being, all this is peace. Having thus realized, Kudla rested in supreme peace. Vasishtha continued. Vi.1:79, day by day, the queen grew more and more introverted, rejoicing more and more in the bliss of the self. She was utterly free from craving and from attachment. Without abandoning anything and without seeking anything. She was natural in her behavior and spontaneous in her actions. All her doubts were at rest. She had crossed the ocean of becoming. She rested in an incomparable state of peace. Thus within a very short time she had reached the realization that this world appearance will also disappear in the same way in which it came into being. She shone radiant in the light of self-knowledge. Seeing her thus radiant and peaceful, Yogavasistha asked her, "You appear to have regained your youthfulness and you shine with an extraordinary radiance, my beloved. You are not distracted by anything at all. And you have no craving. Yet, you are full of bliss. Tell me, is it that you have quaffed the nectar of the gods? Surely, you have attained something which is extremely difficult to attain?" Kudala replied, "I have abandoned this emptiness which has assumed some sort of a form. I remain rooted in that which is truth, not in the appearance. Hence I am radiant. I have abandoned all these and I have resorted to something other than these, which is both real and unreal. Hence I am radiant. That is something and that is also not soft-something. I know that as it is. Hence I am radiant. I delight in the non-enjoyment of pleasures as if I have enjoyed them. I give way neither to joy nor to anger. Hence I am radiant. I experience the greatest joy in remaining established in the reality that shines in my heart. I am not distracted by the royal pleasures. Hence I am radiant. Even when I am in the pleasure gardens, I remain firmly established in the self, neither in the enjoyment of pleasure nor in shyness, etc. Hence I am radiant. I am the ruler of the universe. I am not the finite being. I delight in the self. Hence I am radiant. This I am not. In truth I am, nor am I am the all, I am not. Hence I am radiant. I seek not pleasure nor wealth nor poverty nor any other form of existence. I am happy with whatever is attained without effort. Hence I am radiant. I sport with attenuated states of attraction and repulsion, with the insights gained through the scriptures. Hence I am radiant. Whatever I see with these eyes and experience with these senses, whatever I behold through my mind, I see nothing but the one truth which is seen clearly by me within myself. Vi.1:80 Unable to understand the queen's words, Yogavasistha laughed at them and said, "You are childish and ignorant, my dear, and surely you are prattling. Having abandoned something for nothing, having abandoned real substances and attained the state of nothingness, How does one shine resplendent? Even as an angry man rejects a bed, if one abandons pleasures boasting, I delight in unenjoyed pleasures, it is not conducive to delight. When one abandons everything, pleasures, etc., and thinks he delights in emptiness, that does not make any sense. Nor does it make any sense if one thinks he is happy after having renounced clothes, food, bed, etc. I am not the body, nor am I anything else. Nothing is everything. What else are these statements but sheer prattle? I do not see what I see and I see something else. These two are nothing but prattle. Never mind, enjoy the pleasures that are afforded to you. I shall continue to sport with you, enjoy yourself. Vasishtha continued. Having said this, the king went away from the inner apartments. Kudala thought, it is a pity that the king is unable to understand, and she continued to go about her work. Thus they continued to live for a considerable time. Though Kudala had no desires, a wish arose in her to move about in space. In order to acquire this power, she sought solitude and there exercised the vital air which has an upward tendency. There are three types of attainable goals in this world, O Rama: desirable, detestable and ignorable. What is desirable is sought with great effort, what is detestable is abandoned. Between these two is that towards which one is indifferent. Normally, one regards that as desirable which promotes happiness, its opposite is considered undesirable, and one is indifferent to those which bring neither happiness or unhappiness. However, in the case of the enlightened ones these categories do not exist. For they look upon everything as a mere play, and hence they are utterly indifferent to everything seen or unseen. I shall now describe to you the method of gaining what is attainable, siddhi or psychic powers, towards which the sage of self-knowledge is indifferent, which the deluded person considers desirable, and which one who is intent on the cultivation of self-knowledge is keen to avoid. Vasishtha continued, all achievements are dependent upon four factors: time, place, action and means. Among these action or effort holds the key, because, surely, all endeavors towards the achievement are based on action or effort. Some perverse practices also prevail, and they were said to make achievements possible. Especially in the hands of immature practicants they are conducive to great harm. To this category belong the magic pill or unguent or wand, as also the use of gems, drugs, self-mortification and magic formulae. The belief that the mere dwelling in holy places like Srila or Meru enables one to attain spiritual perfection is also defective. Hence, in the context of the story of Sikhavajja, I shall describe the technique of pranayama, the exercise of the life force and the achievements it brings about. Kindly listen. In preparation, one should abandon all habits and tendencies that are unrelated to what one wishes to achieve. One should learn to close the apertures in the body and also learn the practice of the different postures. The diet should be pure. One should contemplate the meaning of holy scriptures. Right conduct and the company of holy ones are essential. Having renounced everything, one should sit comfortably. If then one practices pranayama for some time without allowing anger, greed, etc., to rise within oneself, the life force comes under one's perfect control. Right from sovereignty over the earth to total liberation, everything is dependent upon the movement of the life force. Hence all such achievements are possible through the practice of pranayama. Deep within the body, there is a nadi known as the antravastika. It rests in the vitals and it is the source of 100 other nadis. It exists in all beings, gods, demons and humans, animals and birds, worms and fish. It is coiled at its source. It is in contact with all the avenues in the body, from the waist right up to the crown of the head. Within this nadi dwells the supreme power. It is known as Kundalini, because it is coiled in appearance. It is the supreme power in all beings and it is the prime mover of all power. When the prana or life force which is in the heart reaches the abode of the Kundalini, there arises within oneself an awareness of the elements of nature. It is when the Kundalini unfolds and begins to move that there is awareness within oneself. All the other nadis, radiating flow of energy, are tied to the Kundalini, as it were. Hence the Kundalini is the very seat of consciousness and understanding or knowledge. Rama asked, Is not the infinite consciousness forever indivisible? If so, how does this Kundalini arise and manifest itself, thus revealing this consciousness? Vasishtha continued. Indeed, there is the infinite consciousness alone everywhere at all times. However, it manifests as the elements here and there. The sun shines on everything, but it is reflected in a special way when its rays fall on a mirror. Similarly, the same infinite consciousness appears to be lost in some, clearly manifest in some, at the height of its glory in yet others. Even though space is empty, space everywhere, consciousness is consciousness and naught else, whatever the appearance may be. It does not undergo any change. This consciousness itself is the five root elements. You behold with your consciousness the same consciousness which is the five root elements, as if you were seeing another within yourself, even as with one lamp you see 100 lamps. On account of a slight movement of thought, the same reality which is consciousness seems to become the fivefold elements and thence the body. In the same way, the same consciousness becomes worms and other creatures, metals and minerals, earth and what is on it, water and other elements. Thus the whole world is nothing but the movement of energy and consciousness which appears as the fivefold elements. Somewhere this energy is sentient and elsewhere it appears as insentient, even as water when exposed to cool wind hardens and becomes solid. Thus is nature formed, and all things conform to nature. However, all this is but a play of words, a figure of speech. What else is heat and cold, ice and fire? Again, these distinctions arise on account of conditioning and thought patterns. The wise man therefore inquires into the nature of such conditioning, whether it is latent or patent, good or evil. Such is fruitful quest, vain argumentation is like boxing with space. Latent conditioning produces insentient beings, patent conditioning gives rise to gods, humans, etc. In some there is dense conditioning conducive to ignorance. In others there is attenuated conditioning conducive to liberation. Conditioning alone is responsible for the diversity in creatures. For this cosmic tree known as creation, the first thought form is the seed, with the various spheres for various parts of the tree and the past, present and future as the fruits. The fivefold elements of which the tree is formed arise of their own accord and cease of their own accord. Of their own accord they diversify and in due course they become unified and tranquil. Vasishtha continued. V.1:81 Kundalini functions in the body composed of the fivefold elements, in the form of the life force. It is this same Kundalini which is known variously as conditioning or limitation, as the mind, jiva, movement of thought, intellect, or the determining faculty, and ego sense, for it is the supreme life force in the body. As the apana constantly flows downward, as samana dwells in the solar plexus and as udata the same life force rises up. On account of these forces, there is balance in the system. If, however, the downward pull is excessive and the downward force is not arrested by appropriate effort, death ensues. Similarly, if the upward pull is excessive and it is not arrested by appropriate effort, death ensues. If the movement of the life force is governed in such a way that it neither goes up nor down, there is an unceasing state of equilibrium and all diseases are overcome. Otherwise, if there is malfunction of ordinary, secondary, nadas, one is subject to minor ailments, and if the principal nadas are involved there is serious ailment. Rama asked, what are vyadas, illnesses, and what are adas, psychic disorders, and what are the degenerative conditions of the body? Pray, enlighten me on these. Vasishtha continued. Adi and Vyadi are sources of sorrow. Their avoidance is happiness, their cessation is liberation. Sometimes they arise together, sometimes they cause each other and sometimes they follow each other. Physical malady is known as Vyadi, and psychic disturbance caused by psychological conditioning, neuroses, is known as Adi. Both these are rooted in ignorance and wickedness. They end when self-knowledge or knowledge of truth is attained. Ignorance gives rise to absence of self-control and one is constantly assailed by likes and dislikes and by thoughts like I have gained this, I have yet to gain that. All this intensifies delusion, all these give rise to psychic disturbances. Physical ailments are caused by ignorance and its concomitant total absence of mental restraint, which leads to improper eating and living habits. Other causes are untimely and irregular activities, unhealthy habits, evil company, wicked thoughts. They are also caused by the weakening of the nadis or by their being cluttered or clogged up, thus preventing the free flow of life force. Lastly, they are caused by unhealthy environment. All these are of course ultimately determined by the fruits of past actions performed either in the near or in the distant past. Vasishtha continued, all these psychic disturbances and physical ailments arise from the fivefold elements. I shall now tell you how they cease. Physical ailments are twofold, ordinary and serious. The former arise from day-to-day causes and the latter are congenital. The former are corrected by day-to-day remedial measures and by adopting the proper mental attitude. But the latter, serious, ailments, as also the psychic disturbances, do not cease until self-knowledge is attained. The snake seen in the rope dies only when the rope is again seen as rope. Self-knowledge ends all physical and psychic disturbances. However, physical ailments that are not psychosomatic may be dealt with by medication, prayers and by right action, as also by baths. All these have been described in medical treatises. Rama asked, "Pray, tell me, how does physical ailment arise from psychic disturbance and how can it be dealt with by means other than medical?" Vasishtha continued, when there is mental confusion, one does not perceive one's path clearly. Unable to see the path in front of oneself, one takes the wrong path. The life forces are agitated by this confusion and they flow haphazardly along the nadis. As a result, some nadis are depleted of energy and others are clogged. Then there arises disturbance in the metabolism, indigestion. Excessive appetite is also improper functioning of the digestive system. Food eaten turns into poison. The natural movement of food in and through the body is arrested. This gives rise to various physical ailments. Thus psychic disturbance leads to physical ailments. Just as myrobalan is capable of making the bowels move, even so certain mantras like Ya, Ra, La, Va can also remedy these psychosomatic disorders. Other measures are pure and auspicious actions, service of holy men, etc. By these the mind becomes pure and there is great joy in the heart. The life forces flow along the nadis as they should. Digestion becomes normal, diseases cease. By the practice of purak or inhalation, if the kundalini at the base of the spine is filled and made to rest in a state of equilibrium, the body remains firm. When through the retention of the breath all the nadis are warmed up, the kundalini rises up like a stick and its energies flood all the nadis of the body. On account of this the nadis are purified and made light. Then the yogi is able to travel in space. When the kundalini arises through the brahmanadi and reaches the spot known as Svadhisthana, 12 finger breaths from the crown of the head, during the rekak or exhalation, if the kundalini can be held there for an hour, the yogi sees the gods and perfected beings who travel in space. Rama asked, how is it possible for these mortal eyes to behold the celestials? Vasishtha said, indeed, no mortal can behold the celestials with these mortal eyes. But through the eyes of pure intelligence the celestials are seen, as in a dream. The celestials are able to fulfill one's desires. Vision of celestials is non-different from dream, in fact, the only difference being that the effect of the vision is lasting. Again, if one is able to hold the life force in the Dvasanta, 12 finger breaths from the body, for a considerable time after exhalation, the life force is able to enter other bodies. This power is inherent in the life force, though by nature unsteady, it can be steadied. Since the ignorance which envelops everything is insubstantial, such exceptions are often seen in the movement of energy in this world. Surely, all this is indeed Brahman, the diversity and diverse functions are mere figures of speech. Rama asked, in order to enter into minute spaces, nadis, and then in order to fill the inner space with the life force, one's body has to be made both atomic and solid at the same time. How is this made? Vasishtha said, when wood and the saw come together, wood is split. But when two pieces of wood come together, there is fire. All this is part of nature. In this physical body, two forces come together in the abdomen. Together they form a hollow stick. In it rests the Kundalini. This Kundalini stands midway between heaven and earth and is ever vibrant with life force. Dwelling in the heart, it experiences all. It keeps all the psychic centers in a state of constant vibration or motion. It digests or devours everything. It makes the physic centers tremble by the movement of prana. It sustains the fire in the body till all the essences have been exhausted. By nature it is cool, but because of it the body becomes warm. It is spread throughout the body, though it dwells in the heart where it is contemplated by the yogi. It is of the nature of jnana, knowledge, and the it in this paragraph may refer to the gastric fire, life force, or even the Kundalini. Vasishtha is surely not terribly keen on making and sustaining such distinctions. In its light a distant object is seen as if near. Whatever is cool is the moon, the self. From this moon arises fire. The body is made of this moon and this fire. In fact, the entire world is made of these two, the cool moon and the warm fire. Or, you may consider that this world is the creation of knowledge and ignorance, the real and the unreal. In which case, consciousness, light and knowledge are considered the sun or the fire, and inertness, darkness and ignorance are considered as the moon. Vasishtha continued, fire and the moon exist in a mutual causal relationship, in the body. In a way, theirs is the relationship of seed and tree, one giving birth to the other. In a way, it is like light and darkness in which one destroys the other. One who questions all this, saying since there is no desire motivation, such causality and such activity are illogical, should be quickly dismissed. For such activity is obvious and is the experience of all. The fire, prana drinks the nectarine coolness at the mouth of the cool moon, filling the entire space within the body. It is the yogi's theory that nectar flows from the palate, which is consumed by the gastric fire in the solar plexus, thus the cool moon is the cause of the burning fire, and he prescribes a viparitakarani to prevent this loss of nectar. Fire dies and becomes the moon, even as day ends and night arrives. At the junction of the fire and the moon, at the junction of light and darkness, of night and day, there is the revelation of the truth which eludes the understanding of even wise men. Even as a day consists of day and night, the jiva is characterized by consciousness and inertia. Fire and the sun symbolize consciousness and the moon symbolizes darkness or inertia. Even as when the sun is seen in the sky, darkness vanishes on earth, when the light of consciousness is seen, the darkness of ignorance and the cycle of becoming come to an end. And, if the moon, the darkness of ignorance or inertia, is seen for what it is, consciousness is realized as the only truth. It is the light of consciousness that reveals the inert body. Consciousness, being non-moving and non-dual, is not grasped. However, it can be realized through its own reflection, the body. Consciousness, when it becomes aware of itself, gains the world. When such objectification is abandoned, there is liberation. Prana is heat, fire, apana is the cool moon, and the two exist like light and shade in the same body. The light of consciousness and the moon of description together bring about experience. The phenomena called the sun and the moon, which had existed from the beginning of world creation, also exist in the body. O Rama, remain in that state where the sun has absorbed the moon into itself. Remain in that state in which the moon has merged with the sun in the heart. Remain in that state where there is the realization that the moon is but the reflection of the sun. Know the junction of the sun and the moon within yourself. The external phenomena are utterly useless. Vasishtha continued. V.1:82 Now I shall describe to you how the yogis made their bodies atomic, as also enormous. There is a spark of fire that burns just above the heart always. This fire is quickly augmented, but since it is of the nature of consciousness, it arises as the light of knowledge. When it thus grows in magnitude in a moment, it is able to dissolve the entire body, even the water element in the body is evaporated by its heat. Then, having abandoned the two bodies, the physical and the subtle, it is able to go where it likes. The Kundalini power rises up like smoke from fire and is merged in the space, as it were. Holding fast the mind, buddhi and the ego sense, this Kundalini shines radiantly as a particle of dust. This spark or this particle is then able to enter into anything whatsoever. Then this Kundalini releases the water and the earth elements that had previously been absorbed into itself, and the body resumes its original shape. Thus, the jiva is able to become as small as an atom and as big as a mountain. I have thus described to you the yogic method, and shall now deal with the wisdom approach. There is but one consciousness which is pure, invisible, the subtlest of the subtle, tranquil, which is neither the world nor its activities. It is aware of itself, hence this jivahood arises. This jiva perceives this unreal body as real. But when the jiva perceives it in the light of self-knowledge, this delusion vanishes. And the body also becomes utterly tranquil. Then the jiva does not perceive the body. The confusion of the body with the self is the greatest delusion, which the light of the sun cannot dispel. When the body is considered real, it becomes a real body. When it is perceived with the knowledge that it is unreal, it is merged in space. Whatever notion is firmly held concerning the body, that it becomes. Another method is the practice of exhalation, whereby the jiva is raised from the abode of the Kundalini and made to abandon this body, which then becomes inert like a log of wood. Then the jiva can enter into any other body, moving or non-moving, and undergo the desired experience. After thus having acquired the experience, it can re-enter the previous body or any other body at its will and pleasure. Or, it may remain as the all-pervading consciousness without entering into any particular body. The story of the philosopher's stone V.1:83 Vasistha continued. Thus, the Queen Kudala came to be endowed with all the psychic powers, like the ability to make oneself atomic and enormous. She traversed the sky and entered into the deepest oceans and roamed the earth, without ever leaving the company of her husband. She entered into every type of substance, wood, rock, mountain, grass, sky and water, without any hindrance. She moved with the celestials and with the liberated sages and conversed with them. Though she made every endeavor to enlighten her husband also, he was not only unresponsive but he laughed at her foolishness. He remained ignorant. She felt it unwise to exhibit her psychic powers before him. Rama asked, if even such a great Siddhajini as Kudala could not bring about the spiritual awakening and the enlightenment of King Sikavaja, how does one attain enlightenment at all? Vasishtha said, the instruction of a disciple by a preceptor is but a tradition, the cause of enlightenment is but the purity of the disciple's consciousness. Not by hearing nor by righteous acts is self-knowledge attained. Only the self knows the self, only the snake knows its feet. Yet, there was a wealthy villager in the Vindhya hills. Once when he was walking in the forest he lost a copper coin, 1 cent. He was a miser and so he began to search for it in the thick bush. All the time he was calculating, with that 1 cent I shall do some business, it will become 4 cents and then 8 cents and so on. For 3 days he searched, unmindful of the taunts of spectators. At the end of those 3 days, he suddenly found a precious stone. It was a philosopher's stone. Taking it with him, he returned home and lived happily. What was the cause of this miser's finding the philosopher's stone? Surely, his miserliness and his searching the bush for the lost cent. Even so, in the case of the preceptor's instructions, the disciple looks for something but obtains something else. Brahman is beyond the mind and the senses, it cannot be known through someone else's instruction. Yet, without the instruction of the preceptor it is not known either. The miser would not have found the precious stone if he had not searched the bush for his 1 cent. Hence the instruction of the preceptor is considered the cause of self-knowledge, and yet it is not the cause. Look at this mystery of Maya, O Rama. One seeks something and obtains something else. Vasistha continued. V.1:84, devoid of self-knowledge, the king Sikavaja became blinded by delusion. He was sunk in grief which nothing in the world could assuage. Soon he began to seek solitude, like you, O Rama, doing just those royal duties which his ministers made him do. He gave plenty in charity. He performed various austerities. But there was no change in the delusion and in the sorrow. After considerable deliberation, one day Sikavaja said to the queen, My dear, I have enjoyed sovereignty for a long time and I have enjoyed all the royal pleasures. Neither pleasure nor pain, neither prosperity nor adversity is able to disturb the mind of the ascetic. Hence I wish to go to the forest and become an ascetic. The beloved forest which resembles you in every respect. Here he gives a romantic description of the forest, comparing it to the limbs of the queen, will delight my heart even as you do. So give me leave to go, for a good housewife does not obstruct her husband's wishes. Kudala replied, Lord, that action alone shines as appropriate which is done at the appropriate time. Flowers are appropriate to spring and fruits to the winter. For us life is appropriate to old age, not for people of your age. At your age the household life is appropriate. When we grow old, both of us shall leave this household life and go to the forest. Moreover, your subjects will grieve over your untimely departure from the kingdom. Sikavaja said, My dear, do not place obstacles on my path. Know that I have already left for the forest. You are but a child and it is not proper that you should go to the forest, too, and lead the hard ascetic life. Hence, remain here and rule the kingdom. Vasishtha continued, that night, while the queen was still asleep, the king left the palace on the pretext of patrolling the city. He rode a whole day and reached a dense forest on the Mandara mountain. It was far, far from habitation and there were signs that the place had been inhabited previously by holy Brahmanas. There he built a cottage for himself and equipped it with whatever he considered necessary for the ascetic life. Like a stick made of bamboo, eating utensil, plate, water vessel, a tray for flowers, a kamanda, a rosary, a garment to protect him from the cold, a deerskin. There he commenced his ascetic life. The first part of the day he spent in meditation and japa, repetition of the holy mantra. The second part of the day he spent in gathering flowers, and this was followed by bath and worship of the deity. Thereafter, he took a frugal meal consisting of fruits and roots. The rest of the time he spent in japa or the repetition of the mantra. Thus he spent a long time in that cottage without ever thinking of his kingdom, etc. V.1:85 Vasistha continued, Kudala woke with a fright when she discovered that her husband had left the palace. She felt unhappy and decided that her place was by her husband's side. Quickly she also got out of the palace through a small window and flew in the sky, looking for her husband. Soon she found him wandering in the forest. But, before alighting near him, she considered future events through her psychic vision. She saw everything as it was destined to happen, to the smallest detail. Bowing to the inevitable, she returned to the palace by the same aerial route she had taken. Kudala announced that the king had left the palace on an important mission. From then on, she herself conducted the affairs of the state. For 18 years she dwelt in the palace and he in the forest, without their seeing each other. He had begun to show signs of old age. At that time, Kudala saw that her husband's mind had ripened considerably and that it was time for her to help him attain enlightenment. Having thus determined, she left the palace at night and flew to where he was. She beheld the celestials and the perfected sages in the heavens. She flew through clouds, inhaling the heavenly perfume and looking forward with great eagerness to her reunion with her husband. She was excited and her mind was agitated. Becoming aware of this mental state, she said to herself, surely as long as there is life in the body, one's nature does not cease to be active. Even my mind is agitated so much. Or, perhaps, O mind, you are seeking your own consort. On the other hand, my husband has surely forgotten all about his kingdom and me, after all these years of asceticism. In that case it is futile on your part, O mind, to get excited at the prospect of meeting him once again. I shall restore equilibrium to the heart of my husband in such a way that he will return to the kingdom, where we shall dwell together happily for a long time. That delight which is had in a state of utter equilibrium is superior to all other happiness. Thinking thus, Kudala reached the Mandara mountain. Still remaining in the sky, she saw her husband as if he were another person, for the king, who was always clothed in royal robes now, appeared as an emaciated ascetic. Kudala was depressed at this heartbreaking sight of her husband clad in coarse garment, with matted locks, quiet and lonely, with his color darkened considerably as if he had had a bath in a river of ink. For a moment she thought, alas, the fruit of foolishness. For only the foolish reach such a condition as the king has reached. Surely, it is on account of his own illusion that he has thus secluded himself in this hermitage. Here and now, I shall enable him to attain enlightenment. I shall approach him in a disguise. Vasishtha continued, afraid that Sikyavaja might once again spurn her teaching. Considering that she was an ignorant girl, Kudala transformed herself into a young Brahmana ascetic and descended right in front of her husband. Sikyavaja saw the young ascetic and was delighted. The two vied with each other in spiritual radiance. The young ascetic was in fact incomparably radiant, so that Sikyavaja took him to be a celestial. He worshipped the ascetic appropriately. Kudala appreciatively accepted the worship and remarked, I have traveled around the world but never have I been worshipped with such devotion. I admire your tranquility and your austerity. You have chosen to tread the razor's edge inasmuch as you have abandoned your kingdom and resorted to the forest life. Sikyavaja replied, Surely, you know everything, O son of the gods. By your very look you are showering nectar upon me. I have a lovely wife who is just now ruling my kingdom, you resemble her in some ways. And the flowers I have offered you in worship, may they be blessed. One's life attains its fruition by the worship of the guest who arrives unsolicited. The worship of such a guest is superior even to the worship of the gods. Pray, tell me who you are and to what I owe this blessing of your visit to me. The Brahmana, Kudala, said, there is a holy sage in this universe known as Narada. Once he was engaged in meditation in a cave on the bank of the holy river Ganga. At the end of his meditation, he heard the sound of bracelets apparently belonging to some people engaged in water sports. Out of curiosity he looked in that direction and saw a few of the foremost celestial nymphs sporting in water, naked. They were indescribably beautiful. His heart experienced pleasure and his mind momentarily lost its equilibrium, overcome by lust. Sikyavaja asked, Holy One, though he was a sage of great learning and a liberated one at that, though he was free from desire and from attachment and though his consciousness was as limitless as the sky, how was it that he was overcome by lust? The Brahmana, Kudala, said, O royal sage, all beings in the three worlds, including the gods in heaven, have a body that is subject to the dual forces. Whether one is ignorant or one is wise, as long as one is embodied the body is subject to happiness and unhappiness, pleasure and pain. By enjoying satisfying objects, one experiences pleasure, and by deprivation, hunger, etc., one experiences pain. Such is nature. The Brahmana, Kudala, continued, if the self which is the reality and which is pure is forgotten even for a moment, the object of experience attains expansion. If there is unbroken awareness, this does not happen. Even as darkness and light have come to be firmly associated with night and day, the experience of pleasure and pain has confirmed the existence of the body in the case of the ignorant. In the wise, however, even if such an experience is reflected in consciousness, it does not produce an impression. As in the case of a crystal, the wise man is influenced only by the object when it is actually and physically present nearby. But the ignorant person is so heavily influenced that he broods on the object even in its absence. Such are their characteristics. Thinned out vulnerability is liberation, whereas dense coloring of the mind is bondage. In response to Sikyavaja's question, how do pleasure and pain arise even in the absence of the concerned object? The Brahmana said, the cause is the impression received by the heart through the body, the eyes, etc. Later this expands by itself. When the heart is agitated, the memory agitates the jiva in its kundalini soft abode. The nadis which branch out throughout the body are affected. Pleasure experiences and pain experiences affect the nadis differently. The nadis expand and blossom, as it were, in pleasure, not in pain. When the jiva does not thus enter into the agitated nadis, it is liberated. Bondage is none other than subjection of the jiva to pleasure and pain. When such subjection does not exist there is liberation. The jiva gets agitated at the very sight of pleasure and pain. However, if through self-knowledge it realizes that pain and pleasure do not exist in truth, then it regains its equilibrium. Or, if it realizes that these do not exist in itself nor does it, the jiva, exist in them, it realizes total freedom. If it realizes that all this is nothing but the one infinite consciousness, then again it attains equilibrium. Like a lamp without fuel, it does not get agitated again, for the jiva itself is then realized as a non-entity and it is reabsorbed in the consciousness of which it is but the first thought emanation. Asked by Sikyavaja to elaborate on how the pleasure re-experience leads to the loss of energy, the Brahmana said, "As I said, the jiva agitates the life force. The movement of the life force extracts the vital energy from the entire body. This energy then descends as the seminal energy which is discharged naturally." Asked what is nature, the Brahmana said, "Originally, Brahman alone existed as Brahman. In it innumerable substances appeared like ripples on the surface of the ocean. This is known as nature. It is not causally related to Brahman, but it happened like a coconut accidentally falling when a crow happened to alight on it. In that nature are found diverse creatures endowed with diverse characteristics." The Brahmana, Kudala continued, V.1:86, 87. It is by such nature of the self that this universe is born. It is sustained by self-limitation or conditioning on account of alternating order and disorder. When such self-limitation and such conflict between order and disorder cease, the beings will not be born again. Continuing the story of Narada, the Brahmana said, "Soon, Narada regained his self-control. He gathered the seed which had been spilt, in a pot made of crystal. He then filled the pot with milk produced by his thought force. In due course, that pot gave birth to an infant which was perfect in every respect. Narada christened the baby and in course of time imparted the highest wisdom to it. The young boy was appeared to his father. Later, Narada took the boy to Brahma the creator, the father of Narada. Brahma conferred upon the boy, whose name was Kama, the blessing of the highest wisdom. It is that boy, that Kama, that grandson of Brahma, who is standing before you. I roam the world playfully, for I have nothing to gain from anyone. When I come into this world, my feet do not touch the earth." As Vasishtha said this, the 17th day came to an end. Sikyavaja said, "It is truly by the fruition of the good deeds done in many past incarnations that I have obtained your company today and am able to drink the nectar of your wisdom. Nothing in the world gives that peace which the company of the holy ones bestows on man." The Brahmana, Kudala, said, "I have told you my life history. Pray, now tell me who you are and what you are doing here. How long have you been here? Tell me everything truthfully, for recluses do not speak anything but the truth." Sikyavaja replied, "O son of the gods, you know everything as it is. What else shall I tell you? I dwell in this forest on account of my fear of this samsara, world cycle or the cycle of birth and death. Though you know all this, I shall briefly relate my story to you. I am King Sikyavaja. I have abandoned my kingdom. I dread this samsara in which one repeatedly and alternately experiences pleasure and pain, birth and death. However, though I have wandered everywhere and though I perform intense austerities, I have not found peace and tranquility. My mind is not at rest. I do not indulge in activities nor do I seek to gain anything. I am alone here and unattached to anything, yet I am dry and devoid of fulfillment. I have practiced all the kriyas, yogic methods, uninterruptedly. But I only progress from sorrow to greater sorrow, and even nectar turns into poison for me." The Brahmana, Kudala, said, "I once asked my grandfather, which is superior, kriya, action, the practice of a technique, or jnana, self-knowledge? And, he said to me, indeed, jnana is supreme, for through jnana one realizes the one which alone is. On the other hand, kriya has been described in colorful terms, as a pastime. If one does not have jnana, then one clings to kriya. If one does not have good clothes to wear, he clings to the sack. The ignorant are trapped by the fruits of their actions on account of their conditioning, vasana. When the latter is given up, action becomes no action, whether it is conventionally regarded as good or evil. In the absence of self-limitation or volition, actions do not bear fruit. Actions by themselves do not generate a reaction or fruit. It is the vasana, the volition, that makes action bear fruit. Just as the frightened boy thinks of a ghost and sees a ghost, the ignorant man entertains a notion of sorrow and suffers sorrow. Neither the vasana, self-limitation or conditioning, nor the ego sense is a real entity. They arise because of foolishness. When this foolishness is abandoned, there is the realization that all this is Brahman and there is no self-limitation. When there is vasana, there is mind. When the vasana ceases in the mind, there is self-knowledge. One who has attained self-knowledge is not born. Thus, even the gods, Brahma and others, have declared that self-knowledge alone is supreme. Why then do you remain ignorant? Why do you think, this is the commando and this is a stick, and remain immersed in ignorance? Why do you not inquire, who am I? How has this world arisen? And how does all this cease? Why do you not reach the state of the enlightened by inquiring into the nature of bondage and liberation? Why are you wasting your life in these futile austerities and other kriyas? It is by resorting to the company of holy ones, by serving them and inquiring of them, that you will attain self-knowledge. Yogavasistha said, Aha! I have truly been awakened by you, O sage. I am freed of foolishness. You are my guru, I am your disciple. Pray instruct me in what you know, knowing which one does not grieve. The Brahmana, Kudala, replied, O royal sage, I shall instruct you if you are in a receptive mood and cherish my words. If one playfully instructs another merely in answer to a query, when the latter does not intend to receive, cherish and assimilate the teaching, it becomes fruitless. After receiving such an assurance from Yogavasistha, Kudala said, Listen attentively, I shall narrate to you a story which resembles yours. The story of Cintamani the Brahmana. Kudala said, V.1:88, There was a man in whom there was the almost impossible combination of wealth and wisdom. He was endowed with all excellences, he was clever in his dealings, he achieved all his ambitions, but he was unaware of the self. He began to engage himself in austerities with a desire of acquiring the celestial jewel known as Cintamani, the philosopher's stone, which is supposed to be capable of fulfilling all the desires of its possessor. His effort was intense. So, within a very short period of time, this jewel appeared before him. Indeed, what is impossible for one who strives his utmost? One who applies himself to the task he has undertaken, unmindful of the effort and the difficulties, reaches the desired end even if he is poor. This man saw the jewel in front of him, within his easy reach. But he was unable to reach any certainty concerning it. He began to muse with a mind confused by prolonged striving and suffering. Is this the Cintamani? Or is it not? Shall I touch it or not? Perhaps it will disappear if I touch it? Surely, it cannot be obtained within so short a period of time. The scriptures say that it can only be obtained after a whole lifetime of striving. Surely, because I am a poverty-stricken, greedy man, I am merely hallucinating the existence of this jewel before me. How could I be so lucky as to get it so soon? There may be some great ones who might obtain this jewel within a short time, but I am an ordinary person with just a little austerity to my credit. How is it possible for me to get this so soon? Thus confused in his mind, he did not make any effort to take the jewel. He was not destined to get it. One gets only what he deserves, when he deserves it. Even if the celestial jewel stands in front of him, the fool ignores it. The jewel, thus ignored, disappeared. Psychic attainments, sadhus, bestow everything on one whom they seek. After having destroyed his wisdom they go away. And the man engaged himself further in austerities for the attainment of the Cintamani. The industrious do not abandon their undertaking. After some time, he saw a glass piece thrown playfully in front of him by the celestials. He thought it was the Cintamani. Thus deluded, he greedily picked it up. Confident that he could get whatever he sought with its help, he gave up all his wealth, family, etc., and went away to a forest. On account of his foolishness he suffered there. Great calamities, old age and death are nothing in comparison to the suffering caused by foolishness. In fact, foolishness adorns the head of all sufferings and calamities. The story of the foolish elephant V.1:89 The Brahmana. Kudala, continued, listen, O king, to another story which also resembles yours. In the Vindhya forests there was an elephant which was extremely strong and equipped with strong and powerful tusks. The rider of this elephant had, however, imprisoned it in a cage. By this and the repeated use by the rider of weapons like the goad, the elephant was subjected to great pain. While the rider was away, the elephant struggled to free itself from the cage. This effort went on for 3 whole days. Eventually it shattered the cage. Just at this time, the rider saw what the elephant had done. While the elephant was making good its escape, the rider climbed up a tree from which he planned to throw himself on its back and thus subdue it once again. However, he missed the elephant's head as he fell and landed right in front of it. The elephant saw its enemy, the rider, fallen in front of it. Yet it was overcome by pity and therefore did not harm him. Such compassion is seen even in beasts. The elephant went away. The rider got up, not seriously injured. The evildoer's body does not break down easily. Their evil deeds seem to strengthen their body. The rider, however, was unhappy at the loss of the elephant. He continued to search the forest for the lost elephant. After a very long time, he saw the elephant standing in a thick forest. He gathered other elephant tamers and with their help dug a huge pit and covered it with foliage, eager to recapture that elephant. Within the next few days, that mighty elephant fell into that pit. Thus recaptured and bound by the wicked rider, the elephant still stands there. The elephant had neglected to kill its enemy though he had fallen right in front of it, and hence it had to undergo fresh suffering. One who does not, on account of his foolishness, act appropriately when the opportunity offers itself and thus remove all the obstacles, invites sorrow. By the false satisfaction I am free the elephant fell into bondage again. Foolishness invites sorrow. Foolishness is bondage, O Holy One. One who is bound thinks he is free in his foolishness. Though all that exists in all the 3 worlds is but the self, to one who is firmly established in foolishness, all that is but the expansion of foolishness. Sikhyavaja said. V.1:90 Holy One, explain the significance of these stories. The Brahmana. Kudla, said, the wealthy learned man who went in search of the celestial jewel is you, O king. You have knowledge of the scriptures, yet you are not at rest within yourself as a stone rests in water. Santamani is the total renunciation of everything, which puts an end to all sorrow. By pure total renunciation everything is gained. What is the celestial jewel in comparison? Inasmuch as you were able to abandon the empire, etc., you have experienced such total renunciation. After renouncing everything, you have come to this hermitage. However, one thing still remains to be renounced: your ego sense. If the heart abandons the mind, the movement of thought, there is realization of the Absolute, but you are overcome by the thought of the renunciation which your renunciation has created in you. Hence, this is not the bliss that arises from total renunciation. One who has abandoned everything is not agitated by worry. If wind can sway the branches of a tree, it cannot be called immovable. Such worries, or movements of thought, alone are known as mind. Thought, notion, concept, is another name for the same thing. If thoughts still operate, how can the mind be considered to have been renounced? When the mind is agitated by thoughts, worries, etc., the 3 worlds appear to it instantly. As long as thoughts are still there, how can there be pure and total renunciation? Hence, when such thoughts arise in your heart, your renunciation leaves your heart, like the Sintamani leaving the man. Because you did not recognize the spirit of renunciation and cherish it, it left you, taking with it freedom from thoughts and worries. When thus you were abandoned by the jewel, spirit of total renunciation, you picked up the glass piece, austerities and all the rest of it. You began to cherish it on account of your delusion. You have replaced the unconditioned and unattached infinite conscious soft-ness with a futile performance of austerities which has a beginning and an end, alas, for your own sorrow. One who abandons infinite joy which is easily attained and engages himself in the acquisition of the impossible, is surely a pig-headed fool and suicidal. You fell into the trap of this force life and did not strive to sustain the spirit of total renunciation. You abandoned the bondage to kingdom and all the rest of it. But you have become bound again by what is known as the ascetic life. Now you are even more worried than before by cold, heat, wind, etc., and hence more firmly bound. Foolishly thinking, I have obtained the Sintamani, you have really gained not even a piece of crystal. This is the meaning of the first parable. V.L:91 The Brahmana. Q. Continued. Now listen to the significance of the second parable. What was described as the elephant in the Vindhya hills, that you are on this earth. The two powerful tusks are viveka, discrimination, wisdom, and vairagya, dispassion, which you possess. The rider who inflicted pain on the elephant is ignorance which caused you sorrow. Though powerful, the elephant was overcome by the rider, though excellent in every way. You are overcome by this ignorance or foolishness. The elephant's cage is the cage of desires in which you are imprisoned. The only difference is that the iron cage decays in course of time, but the cage of desire grows stronger with time. Even as the elephant broke out of its cage, you abandoned your kingdom and came here. However, psychological abandonment is not as easy as breaking out of a material cage. Even as the rider was alerted by the escape, the ignorance and the foolishness in you tremble when the spirit of renunciation manifests in you. When the wise man abandons the pursuit of pleasure, ignorance flees from him. When you went to the forest, you had seriously wounded this ignorance, but you had failed to destroy it by the abandonment of the mind or movement of energy and consciousness, even as the elephant failed to kill the rider. Therefore, this ignorance has arisen once again and, remembering the way in which you oversoft-powered the previous desires, it has trapped you in the pit known as asceticism. If you had destroyed this ignorance once and for all when you renounced your kingdom, you would not have been trapped by this asceticism. You are the king of the elephants, endowed with a powerful tusk of viveka or wisdom. However, alas, in this dense forest you have been trapped by the rider known as ignorance, and you lie imprisoned in the blind well, known as asceticism. O king, why did you not listen to the wise words of your wife, Kudla, who is indeed the knower of the truth? She is the foremost among the knowers of the self, and there is no contradiction between her words and her deeds. Whatever she says is true and is worth putting into practice. However, even if you did not in the past listen to her words and assimilate them, why did you not abandon every soft-thing in total renunciation? Yogavasistha said. V.1:92 I have renounced the kingdom, the palace, the country and my wife, too. How is it then that you think that I have not renounced everything? The Brahmana. Kudala replied, wealth, wife, palace, kingdom, the earth and the royal umbrella and your relatives are not yours, O king. Renouncing them does not constitute total renunciation. There is something else which seems to be yours and which you have not renounced, and that is the best part of renunciation. Renounce that totally and without any residue and attain freedom from sorrow. Yogavasistha said, if the kingdom and all that was in it are not mine, then I abandon this forest and all that is in it. So saying, Yogavasistha mentally renounced the forest, etc., on being told by the Brahmana, all these things are not yours. Hence there is no meaning in renouncing them. Yogavasistha said, surely, this hermitage is everything for me right now, it is mine. I shall abandon that, too. Thus resolved, Yogavasistha cleansed his heart of the very idea that the hermitage was his. Surely, now I have completely renounced everything. The Brahmana, Kudala, repeated, surely, all these too are not yours. How then do you renounce them? There is something which you have not renounced, and that is the best part of it. By renouncing that, attain freedom from sorrow. Yogavasistha said, if these, too, are not mine, then I shall abandon my staff, the dear soft skin, etc., and my cottage, too. Vasishtha said, so saying, he sprang up from his seat. While the Brahmana was passively looking on, Yogavasistha collected whatever there was in the cottage and made a bonfire of it. He threw away his rosary. I am freed from the delusion that the repetition of a mantra is holy and, so I have no need for you. He reduced the deerskin to ashes. He gave away his water pot, Kamanda, to a Brahmana, or threw it into the fire. He said to himself, whatever is to be renounced must be renounced all at once and forever, otherwise it expands once again and is gathered once again. Hence, I shall once and for all burn every soft thing up. Thus having resolved, Sikhyavaja, who had decided to give up all activities sacred and secular, collected all those articles that he had used till then and burned them all up. V.1:93 Vasistha continued. Then, Sikhyavaja set fire to the cottage which he had built unnecessarily, guided by his own previous, false, notions. After that, systematically he burnt whatever there was and whatever was left. He burnt or threw away everything, including his own clothes. Frightened by this bonfire, even the animals ran away from that place. Sikhyavaja then said to the Brahmana, awakened by you, O son of the gods, I have abandoned all the notions I had entertained for such a long time. I am now established in pure and blissful knowledge. From whatever proves to be the cause of bondage the mind turns away and rests in equilibrium. I have renounced everything. I am free from all bondage. I am at peace. I am blissful. I am victorious. The space is my address, space is my abode, and I am like space. Is there anything beyond this supreme renunciation, O son of the gods? The Brahmana, Kudala, replied, you have not renounced everything, O king. Hence, do not act as if you are enjoying the bliss of supreme renunciation. You have some soft thing, as it were, which you have not renounced, that is the best part of renunciation. When that is also utterly abandoned without leaving a residue, then you will attain the supreme state, free from sorrow. After some thought, Sikhyavaja said, there is only one more thing left, O son of the gods, and that is this body which is the abode of the deadly snakes known as the senses, and which is composed of blood, flesh, etc. I shall now abandon the two and destroy it, and thus achieve total renunciation. As he was about to execute his resolve, the Brahmana said, O king, why do you vainly endeavor to destroy this innocent body? Abandon this anger which is characteristic of the bull that sets out to destroy a calf. This ascetic body is inert and dumb. You have nothing to do with it. Therefore, do not attempt to destroy it. The body remains what it is, inert and dumb. It is motivated and made to function by some other power or energy. The body is not responsible for the experience of pleasure and pain. Further, destroying the body does not mean total renunciation. On the other hand, you are throwing away something which is an aid to such renunciation. If you are able to renounce that which functions through this body and which agitates this body, then you have truly abandoned all sin and evil, and then you will have become a supreme renouncer. If that is renounced, everything, including the body, is renounced. Otherwise, the sin and evil, even if they remain submerged temporarily, will arise again. The Brahmana, Kudala, said, that alone is total renunciation, which is the renunciation of that which is all, which is the sole cause of all these and in which all these abide. Sikhyavaja prayed, Holy Sir, please tell me what that is which should be renounced. The Brahmana, Kudala, said, O noble one. It is the mind, which also goes by the names Jiva, Prana, etc., or the Siddha, which is neither inert nor non-inert and is in a state of confusion, which is the all. It is this Siddha, mind, which is confusion, it is the human being, it is the world, it is all. It is the seed for the kingdom, or the body, wife and all the rest of it. When this seed is abandoned, there is total renunciation of all that is in the present and even in the future. All these, good and evil, kingdom and forest, cause distress in the heart of one who is endowed with the Siddha, and great joy in one who is mindless. Just as the tree is agitated by the wind, this body is agitated by the mind. The diverse experiences of beings, old age, death, birth and so on, and also the firmness of the holy sages, all these are verily the modifications of the mind. It is this mind alone which is referred to variously as buddhi, the cosmos, ego sense, prana, etc. Hence, its abandonment alone is total renunciation. Once it is abandoned, the truth is experienced at once. All notions of unity and diversity come to an end, there is peace. On the other hand, by renouncing what you consider noteers, you are creating a division within yourself. If one renounces everything, then everything exists within the void of the one infinite consciousness. When one rests in that state of total renunciation like the lamp without fuel, he shines with supreme brilliance like a lamp with fuel. Even after renouncing the kingdom etc., you exist. Similarly, even after the mind has been renounced, that infinite consciousness will exist. Even when all these have been burnt, you have not undergone any change. Even when you have totally abandoned the mind, there will be no change. One who has totally renounced everything is not afflicted by fear of old age, death and such other events in life. That alone is supreme bliss. All else is terrible sorrow. Thus assimilate this truth into what you wish to do. In that total renunciation does the highest wisdom or self-knowledge exist. The utter emptiness of a pot is where precious jewels are stored. It is by such total renunciation that the Sakyamuni, Buddha, reached that state beyond doubt in which he was firmly established. Hence, O king, having abandoned everything, remain in that form and in that state in which you find yourself. Abandon even the notion of I have renounced all and remain in a state of supreme peace. V.1:94 Sikyavaja said, "Pray, tell me the exact nature of this siddha, mind, and also how to abandon it so that it does not arise again and again." The Brahmanic Udala replied, Vasana, memory, subtle impressions of the past, conditioning, is the nature of this siddha, mind. In fact they are synonyms. Its abandonment or renunciation is easily accomplished, more delightful than even the sovereignty over a kingdom, and more beautiful than a flower. It is certainly very difficult for a foolish person to renounce the mind, even as it is difficult for a simpleton to rule the kingdom. The utter destruction or extinction of the mind is the extinction of samsara, the creation cycle. It is also known as the abandonment of the mind. Therefore, uproot this tree whose seed is the I'-soft-idea, with all its branches, fruits and leaves, and rest in the space in the heart. What is known as I rises in the absence of the knowledge of the mind, self-knowledge This I is the seed of the tree known as mind. It grows in the field of the Supreme Self which is also pervaded by the illusory power known as Maya. Thus, a division is created in that field and experience arises. With this, the determining faculty known as the buddhi arises. Of course it has no distinct form, as it is but the expanded form of the seed. Its nature is conceptualization or notional, and it is also known as the mind, jiva and void. The trunk of this tree is the body. The movement of energy with soft hyphen in it that results in its growth is the effect of psychological conditioning. Its branches are long and they reach out to great distances. They are the finite sense experiences which are characterized by being and non-being. Its fruits are good and evil, pleasure and pain, happiness and unhappiness. This is a vicious tree. Endeavor every moment to cut down its branches and to uproot it. Its branches, too, are of the nature of conditioning, of concepts and of percepts. The branches, are endowed with the fruits of all these. If you remain unattached to them, unconcerned about them and without identifying yourself with them, through the strength of your intelligence, consciousness, these vasanas are greatly weakened. You will then be able to uproot the tree altogether. The destruction of the branches is secondary, the primary thing is to uproot it. How is the tree to be uprooted? By engaging oneself in the inquiry into the nature of the self, who am I? This inquiry is the fire in which the very seed and the very roots of the tree known as siddha, mind, are burnt completely. Sikyavaja said, I know that I am pure consciousness. How this impurity, ignorance, arose in it, I do not know. I am distressed because I am unable to get rid of this impurity which is not self and unreal. Kama asked, tell me if that impurity, ignorance, on account of which you are an ignorant man bound to this samsara, is real or unreal? Sikyavaja replied, that impurity is also the ego sense and the seed for this big tree known as siddha, mind. I do not know how to get rid of it. It returns to me even when it is renounced by me. Kama said, the effect arising from the real cause is self-evident at all times everywhere. Where the cause is not real, the effect is surely as unreal as the second moon seen in diplopia. The sprout of samsara has arisen from the seed of ego sense. Inquire into its cause and tell me now. Sikyavaja replied, O sage, I see that experience is the cause of ego sense. But, tell me how to get rid of it. Kama asked again, you are able to find the causes of effects. Tell me then the cause of such experience. I shall then tell you how to get rid of the cause. When consciousness is both the experiencing and the experience, and when there was no cause for the experience as the object to arise, how did the effect, experience, arise? Sikyavaja replied, surely on account of the objective reality, such as the body. I am unable to see how such objective reality is seen as false. Kama said, if experience rests on the reality of objects like the body, then if the body, etc., are proved to be unreal, on what will experience rest? When the cause is absent or unreal, the effect is non-existent and the experience of such an effect is delusion. What, then, is the cause of objects like the body? Sikyavaja asked, the second moon is surely not unreal because it has a cause which is disease. The barren woman's son is never seen, and that is unreal. Why, is not the father the cause for the existence of the body? Kama replied, but, then, that father is unreal, that which is born of unreality is unreal, too. If one says that the first creator is the original cause of all subsequent bodies, in fact even that is not true. The creator himself is non-different from the reality, hence his appearance is other than the reality. This creation, etc., is delusion. The realization of this truth enables one to get rid of the ignorance and ego sense. V.1:95 Sikyavaja asked, if all this, from the creator to the pillar, is unreal, how has this real sorrow come into being? Kama replied, this delusion of the world existence attains expansion by its repeated affirmation. When water is frozen into a block it serves as a seat. Only when ignorance is dispelled does one realize the truth, only then does the original state manifest itself. When the perception of diversity is attenuated, then this samsara ceases to be experienced and you shine in your own original glory. Thus, you are the supreme primordial being. This body, this form, etc., have come into being on account of ignorance and misunderstanding. All these notions of a creator and of a creation of diverse beings have not been proved to be real. When the cause is unproven, how can one take the effect to be real? All these diverse creatures are but appearances, like water in the mirage. Such a deceptive appearance ceases on being inquired into. Sikyavaja asked, why can it not be said that the Supreme Self or the Infinite Consciousness, Brahman, is the cause whose effect is the creator? Kama replied, Brahman or the Supreme Self is one without a second, without a cause and without an effect, for it has no reason, motivation or need, to do anything, to create anything. It is therefore not the doer. Neither is there any action, instrument nor seed for such activity. Hence it is not the cause for this creation or the creator. Hence, there is no such thing as creation. You are therefore neither the doer of actions nor the enjoyer of experiences. You are the all, ever at peace, unborn and perfect. Since there is no cause, reason for creation, there is no effect known as the world's soft-appearance is but delusion. When thus the objectivity of the world is seen to be unreal, what is experience and of what? When there is no experience, there is no experiencer. The ego sense. Thus, you are pure and liberated. Bondage and liberation are mere words. Sikyavaja said, Lord, by the wise and well-reasoned words which you have uttered I have been fully awakened. I realize that, since there is no cause, Brahman is not the doer of anything nor the creator of anything. Hence, there is no mind nor an ego sense. Such being the case, I am pure, I am awakened. I salute myself, there is naught which is the object of my consciousness. Vasishtha continued. V.L:96, thus awakened spiritually, Sikyavaja entered into deep meditation from which he was playfully awakened by Kama, who said, O king, you have been duly awakened and enlightened. What has to be done now has to be done, regardless of whether this world's soft-vision ceases or does not cease. Once the light of the self has been seen, you are instantly freed from the undesirable and from mental modifications, and you remain as one liberated while still living. Sikhyavaja, who was now radiant with self-knowledge, asked the Brahmanakama for further understanding. When the reality is one indivisible, infinite consciousness, how could this apparent division of the seer, the seen and sight arise in it? Kama replied, "Well asked, O king. This is all that remains for you to know. What soft-ever there is in this universe will cease to be at the end of this world cycle, leaving only the essence which is neither light nor darkness. That is pure consciousness, which is supreme peace and infinite. It is beyond logic and intellectual comprehension. It is known as Brahma or Nirvana. It is smaller than the smallest, larger than the biggest, and the best among the excellent. In relation to it, what now appears to be is but an atomic particle. That which shines as the I-consciousness and which is the universal self is what exists as this universe. There is indeed no real distinction between that universal self and the universe, as there is no distinction between air and its movement. One may say that between the waves in the ocean there is a causal relationship in terms of time and space, but in the universal self or infinite consciousness there is no such relationship, and hence the universe is without a cause. In that infinite consciousness this universe floats as a particle of dust. In it the word world comes to be endowed with substantiality or reality. That infinite consciousness alone is the essence here. It pervades all. It is one. It is consciousness. It holds everything together. Yet, one cannot say it is one because of the total absence of divisibility or duality. Hence, it is sufficient to know that the self alone is the truth and not let the notion of duality arise. That alone is everywhere at all times in all the diverse forms. It is not seen, not experienced through the senses in the mind, nor is it an object to be attained. Hence, it is neither the cause nor the effect. It is extremely subtle. It is pure experiencing, neither the experiencer nor the experience. Though it is thus described, it is beyond description. Hence one cannot say it is nor that it is not. How then can it be the cause of this creation? Kama said, that which has no seed, cause, and which is indescribable is therefore not the cause of another, naught is born of that. Hence, the self is neither the doer nor the action nor the instrument. It is the truth. It is the eternal absolute consciousness. It is self-knowledge. There is no creation in the Supreme Brahma. One may theoretically establish the arising and the existence of a wave in the ocean on the basis of time, of its arising, and space, in which it seems to exist as a wave. But, who has tried to establish even such a relationship between Brahma and the creation? For, in Brahma time and space do not exist. Thus, the world has no basis at all. Sikhyavaja said, surely, one can rationalize the existence of waves in the ocean. But I do not understand how it is that the world and the ego sense are uncaused. Kama said, now you have correctly understood the truth, O king. That is because there is in fact no reality which corresponds to the words world and ego sense. Just as emptiness, or the notion of distance, exists, non-different from space, even so this world appearance exists in the Supreme Being or infinite consciousness, whether in the same form or with another form. When thus the reality of this world is well understood, then it is realized as the Supreme Self, Shiva. When rightly understood, even poison turns into nectar. When it is not thus rightly understood, it becomes evil, Ashivam, the world of sorrow. Or whatever this consciousness realizes itself to be, that it becomes. It is because of a confusion in the self that this consciousness sees itself as embodied and as the world. It is that Supreme Self alone that shines here as the Supreme Being, Shiva. Hence, the very questions concerning the world and the ego sense are inappropriate. Surely questions are appropriate only concerning those substances that are real, not with regard to those whose existence is unproved. The world and the ego sense have no existence independent of the Supreme Self. Since there is no reason for their existence, the truth is that it is the Supreme Self alone that exists. It is the energy of Brahma, Maya, that has created this illusion by the combination of the five elements. But consciousness remains consciousness and is realized by consciousness. Diversity is perceived by the notion of diversity. The infinite raises infinity within itself, the infinite creates infinity, infinite is born of infinity and infinity remains infinite. Consciousness shines as consciousness. Kama said, V.L:97, in the case of gold, it may be said that at a certain time and at a certain place it gave rise to an ornament. But from the self, which is absolute peace, nothing is created and nothing ever returns to it. Brahman rests in itself. Hence, it is neither the seed nor the cause for the creation of the world, which is a matter of mere experience. Apart from this experience nothing exists which could be referred to as the world or the ego sense. Therefore, the infinite consciousness alone exists. Sikhavajja said, I realize, O sage, that in the Lord there is no world nor the ego sense. But how do the world and the ego sense shine as if they exist? Kama replied, indeed. It is the infinite which, beginningless and endless, exists as pure experiencing consciousness. That alone is this expanded universe which is its body, as it were. There is no other substance known as the intellect, nor is there an outside nor void. The essence of existence is pure experiencing, which is therefore the essence of consciousness. Just as liquidity exists inseparable from water, consciousness and unconsciousness exist together. There is no rationale for such existence, for what is as it is. Since there is neither a contradiction nor a division in consciousness, it is self-evident. If the infinite consciousness is the cause of something else, then how can it be regarded as indescribable and incomparable? Hence, Brahman is not a cause or a seed. What then shall we regard as the effect? It is therefore inappropriate to associate the creation with Brahman and to associate the inert with the infinite consciousness. If there appears to be a world or ego sense, these are but empty words meant to entertain. Consciousness is not destroyed. However, if such destruction can be comprehended, the consciousness that comprehends it is free from destruction and creation. If such destruction can be comprehended, it is surely the trick of consciousness. Hence consciousness alone exists, neither one nor many. Enough of this discussion. When thus there is no material existence, thinking does not exist either. There is neither a world nor the ego sense. Remain well established in peace and tranquility, free from mental conditioning, whether you're embodied or disembodied. When the reality of Brahman is realized, there is no room for worry and anxiety. V.1:98 Sikhavajja said, Holy One, pray instruct me in such a way that it will be perfectly clear to me that the mind is non-existent. Kama said, O King, indeed there is not and there has never been an entity known as the mind. That which shines here and is known as the mind is indeed the infinite Brahman, consciousness. It is ignorance of its true nature that gives rise to the notion of a mind and the world and all the rest of it. When even these are insubstantial notions, how can you, etc. be considered real? Thus, there is no such thing as the world, and whatever appears to be is uncreated. All this is indeed Brahman. How can that be known and by whom? Even in the beginning of the present world cycle this world was not created. It was described as creation by me only for your comprehension. In the total absence of any causative factors, all these could not have been created at all. Therefore, whatever there is Brahman and not else. It is not even logical to say that the Lord who is nameless and formless created this world. It is not true. When thus the creation of this world is seen to be false, then surely the mind that entertains the notion of such a creation is false, too. Mind is but a bundle of such notions which limit the truth. But, then, division implies divisibility. When the infinite consciousness is incapable of division, there is no divisibility and hence there is no division. How can mind, the divider, be real? Whatever appears to be here is perceived in Brahman, by Brahman, and such perception is, by courtesy, known as the mind. It is the infinite consciousness alone that is spread out as the universe. Why then call it the universe? In this plane or dimension of infinite consciousness whatever slight appearance there seems to be is but the reflection of consciousness in itself, hence there is neither a mind nor the world. Only in ignorance is all this seen as the world. Hence the mind is unreal. Only creation is negated by this, not what is. The reality that is seen as this world is beginningless and uncreated. Hence, the scriptural declarations and one's own experiences concerning the appearance and the disappearance of substances here cannot be considered invalid, except by an ignoramus. One who denies the validity of such declarations and experiences is fit to be shunned. The transcendental reality is eternal, the world is not unreal, only the limiting adjunct, the mind, is false. Therefore, all this is the indivisible, illimitable, nameless and formless infinite consciousness. It is the self-reflection of Brahman which is of infinite forms that appears to be the universe with its creation-dissolution cycle. It is this Brahman itself which knows itself for a moment as this universe and appears to be such. There is no mind. Sikhavajja said. V.1:99, my delusion is gone. Wisdom has been gained by your grace. I remain free from all doubts. I know what there is to be known. The ocean of illusion has been crossed. I am at peace, without the notion of I but is pure knowledge. Kama said, when the world does not exist as such, where is I or you? Hence, remaining at peace within yourself, engage yourself in non-volitional actions as are appropriate from moment to moment. All this is but Brahman which is peace. I and the world are words without substance. When the insubstantiality of such expressions is realized, then what was seen as the world is realized as Brahman. The Creator Brahma is but an idea or notion. Even so is self for I. In their right or wrong comprehension lies liberation or bondage. The notion I am gives rise to bondage and self-destruction. The realization I am, is, not leads to freedom and purity. Bondage and liberation are but notions. That which is aware of these notions is the infinite consciousness which alone is. The notion I am is the source of all distress. The absence of such a feeling is perfection. Realize I am not that ego sense and rest in pure awareness. When such pure awareness arises, all notions subside. There is perfection. In the pure awareness, perfection or the Lord, there is neither causality nor the resultant creation or objects. In the absence of objects, there is no experience nor its concomitant ego sense. When the ego sense is non-existent, where is samsara, the cycle of birth and death? When thus samsara does not exist, the Supreme Being alone remains. In it the universe exists as carvings in uncarved stone. He who thus sees the universe, without the intervention of the mind and therefore without the notion of a universe, he alone sees the truth. Such a vision is known as nirvana. Even as the ocean alone exists when the word wave is deprived of its meaning, Brahman alone exists when the word creation is seen as meaningless. This creation is Brahman. Brahman alone is aware of this creation. When the word meaning of creation is dropped, the true meaning of creation is seen as the eternal Brahman. When one inquires into the word Brahman, the all is comprehended. When one similarly inquires into the word creation, Brahman is comprehended. However, that consciousness which is the basis and the substratum for all such notions and their awareness is known by the word Brahman. When this truth is clearly realized and when the duality of knowledge and known is discarded, what remains is supreme peace which is indescribable and inexpressible. V.L:100 Sikhavajja said, if the Supreme Being is real and the world is real, then I assume that the Supreme Being is the cause and the world the effect. Kama replied, only if there is causality can the effect be assumed. But, where there is no causality, how can the effect arise from it? There is no causal relationship between Brahman and the universe, whatever there is here is Brahman. When there is no seed even, then how is something born? When Brahman is nameless and formless, there is surely no causality, seed, in it. Hence, Brahman is non-doer in whom causality does not exist. Therefore, there is no effect which can be called the world. Brahman alone thou art and Brahman alone exists. When that Brahman is comprehended by unwisdom, it is experienced as this universe. This universe is, as it were, the body of Brahman. When that infinite consciousness considers itself as other than it really is, that is said to be self-destruction or self-experience. That self-destruction is the mind. Its very nature is the destruction, veiling, of self-knowledge. Even if such self-destruction is momentary, it is known as the mind that lasts for a world cycle. Such notional existence ceases only by the dawn of right knowledge and the cessation of all notions. Since the notional existence is unreal, it ceases naturally when the truth is realized. When the world exists only as a word but not as a real independent substance, how then can it be accepted as a real existence? Its independent existence is like water in the mirage. How can that be real? The confused state in which this unreality appears to be real is known as the mind. Non-comprehension of the truth is ignorance or the mind, right comprehension is self-knowledge or self-realization. Even as the realization this is not water brings about the realization of the mirage as mirage, the realization that this is not pure consciousness but kinetic consciousness which is known as the mind brings about its destruction. When thus the non-existence of the mind is realized, it is seen that the egos and, etc., do not exist. One alone exists, the infinite consciousness. All notions cease. The falsity which arose as the mind ceases when notions cease. I am not, nor is there another, nor do you nor do these exist, there is neither mind nor senses. One alone is, the pure consciousness. Nothing in the three worlds is ever born or dies. The infinite consciousness alone exists. There is neither unity nor diversity, neither confusion nor delusion. Nothing perishes and nothing flourishes. Everything, even the energy that manifests as desire and desirelessness, is your own self. Hudla said, V.L:101, I hope that you have been inwardly awakened spiritually, and that you know what there is to be known and see what there is to be seen. Sikyavaja replied, Indeed, Lord, by your grace I have seen the supreme state. How was it that it eluded my understanding so far? Kama said, only when the mind is utterly quiet, when one has completely abandoned all desire for pleasure and when the senses have also been rid of their coloring or covering, are the words of the precept rightly comprehended. The previous efforts were not wasted, for, the various efforts made so far have attained fruition today and the impurities in the bodies have dropped away. When thus one is freed from psychological conditioning and the impurities have been removed or purified, the words of the Guru enter directly into the innermost core of one's being just as an arrow enters the stalk of the lotus. You have attained that state of purity and there for you have been enlightened by my discourse and your ignorance had been dispelled. By our satsanga, holy company, your karmas, actions and the residual impressions, have been destroyed. Till this very forenoon you were filled with the false notions of I and mine on account of ignorance. Now that on account of the light of my words the mind has been abandoned from your heart, you have been awakened fully, for ignorance lasts only so long as the mind functions in your heart. Now you are enlightened, liberated. Remain established in the infinite consciousness, freed from sorrow, from striving and from all attachment. Sikyavaja said, Lord, is there a mind even for the liberated person? How does he live and function here without a mind? Kama replied, Truly, there is no mind in the liberated ones. What is the mind? The psychological conditioning or limitation which is dense and which leads to rebirth is known as mind. This is absent in the liberated sages. The liberated sages live with the help of the mind which is free from conditioning and which does not cause rebirth. It is not mind at all but pure light, sattva. The liberated ones live and function here established in this sattva, not in the mind. The ignorant and inert mind is mind, the enlightened mind is known as sattva. The ignorant live in their mind, the enlightened ones live in sattva. V.L:101, 102 Kama continued, you have attained to the state of sattva, the unconditioned mind, on account of your supreme renunciation. The conditioned mind had been totally renounced. Of this I am convinced. Your mind has become like pure infinite space. You have reached the state of complete equilibrium which is the state of perfection. This is the total renunciation in which everything is abandoned without residue. What sort of happiness, destruction of sorrow, does one gain through austerities. Supreme and unending happiness is attained only through utter equanimity. What sort of happiness is that which is gained in heaven? He who has not attained self-knowledge tries to snatch a little pleasure through the performance of some rituals. One who does not have gold clings to copper. O royal sage, you can easily have become wise with the help of Kudala. Why did you have to indulge in this useless and meaningless austerity? It has a beginning and an end, and in the middle there is an appearance of happiness. However, your austerity has in a way led to this spiritual awakening. Now remain rooted in wisdom. It is in the infinite consciousness that all these realities and even the unreal notions arise, and into it they dissolve. Even ideas like this is to be done and this is not to be done are droplets of this infinite consciousness. Abandon even these and rest in the unconditioned. All these, austerity, etc., are indirect methods. Why should one not adopt the direct method of self-knowledge? That which has been described as sattva should be renounced by the sattva itself, that is, by total freedom from it or by non-soft attachment to it. Whatever sorrow arises in the three worlds, O king, arises only from mental craving. If you are established in that state of equanimity which treats of both movement and non-movement of thought as non-different, you will rest in the eternal. There is only one infinite consciousness. That Brahman which is pure consciousness is itself known as sattva. The ignorant see it as a world. Movement, agitation, as also non-movement in that infinite consciousness are only notions in the mind of the spectator. The totality of the infinite consciousness is all these but devoid of such notions. Its reality is beyond words. Vasishtha continued, having said this, Kama vanished from sight even while the king was about to offer flowers in adoration. Reflecting over the words of Kama, Sikyavaja entered into deep meditation, completely free from all desires and cravings and firmly established in the unconditioned state. Vasishtha continued, V.1-103, while Sikyavaja was thus engaged in deep meditation utterly free from the least mental modification or movement in consciousness, Kudala abandoned her disguise, returned to the palace and in her own female form conducted the affairs of the state. She returned to where Sikyavaja was after 3 days and was delighted to see that he was still absorbed in meditation. She thought, I should make him return to world consciousness. Why should he abandon the body now? Let him rule the kingdom for some time and then both of us can simultaneously abandon the body. Surely, the instructions I have given him will not be lost. I shall keep him alert and awake through the practice of yoga. She roared like a lion again and again. Still he did not open his eyes. She pushed the body down. Yet he remained immersed in the self. She thought, alas, he is completely absorbed in the self. How shall I bring him back to body consciousness? On the other hand, why should I do so? Let him reach the disembodied state and I shall also abandon this body now. While she was getting ready to abandon her body, she again thought, before I abandon my body, let me see if there is the seed of mind, Vasana, somewhere in his body. If there is, he can be awakened and then both of us can live as liberated beings. If there is not and if he has attained final liberation, I shall also abandon this body. She examined his body and found that the seed of individuality was still present in him. Rama asked, Lord, when the body of the sage lies like a log of wood, how can one know that there is still a trace of sattva, purified mind, in him? Vasishtha said, in his heart, unseen and subtle, there is the trace of sattva which is the cause for the revival of body consciousness. It is like the flower and the fruit which are potentially present in the seed. In the case of the sage whose mind is totally free from the movement of thought, who is devoid of the least notion of duality or unity, whose consciousness is utterly firm and steady like a mountain, his body is in a state of perfect equilibrium and does not show signs of pain nor pleasure, it does not rise or fall, live or die, but remains in perfect harmony with nature. It is only as long as there are notions of duality or unity that the body undergoes changes as the mind does. It is the movement of thought that appears as this world. Because of that the mind experiences pleasure, anger and delusion which thus remain irrepressible. But when the mind is firmly established in equanimity, such disturbances do not arise in one. He is like pure space. Vasishtha continued, when the sattva is in a state of total equilibrium, then no physical or psychological defects are experienced. It is not possible to abandon sattva, it reaches its end in course of time. When there is neither the mind nor even the sattva in the body, then, like snow melting in the heat, the body dissolves in the elements. Sikyavaja's body was free from the mind, movement of thought, but was endowed with a trace of sattva. Therefore it did not thus dissolve into the elements. Noticing this, Kudala decided, I shall enter into the pure intelligence which is omnipresent and endeavor to awaken body consciousness in him. If I do not do so, he will surely awaken after some time. But, why should I remain alone till then? Kudala thereupon left her body and entered into the pure mind, sattva, of Sikyavaja. She agitated that pure mind and quickly re-entered her own body, which she instantly transformed into that of the young ascetic Kama. Kama began to sing the Samavedic hymns gently. Listening to this, the king returned to body soft consciousness. He saw Kama once again in front of him. He was happy. He said to Kama, luckily, we have once again arisen in your consciousness, O Lord. And you have come here again merely to shower your blessings on me. Kama said, since the time I left you and went away, my mind, heart, has been here with you. There is no desire to go to heaven but only to be near you. I do not have a relative, friend, trustworthy person or disciple like you in this world. Sikyavaja replied, I consider myself supremely blessed that, though you are perfectly enlightened and unattached, you wish to be with me. Pray, do stay with me here in this forest. Kama asked, tell me, did you rest in the supreme state for a while? Have you abandoned notions like this is different? This is unhappiness, etc.? Has your craving for pleasure ceased? Sikyavaja replied, by your grace, I have reached the other shore of this samsara, world appearance. I have gained what there is to be gained. There is naught but the self, neither the known nor what is yet to be known, unknown, neither attainment nor what is renounced and what should be renounced, neither an entity nor the other nor even sattva, a pure mind. Like the limitless space, I remain in the unconditioned state. Vasishtha continued. V.1-104. After spending an hour at that place, the king and Kama went into the forest where they roamed freely for 8 days. Kama suggested that they should go to another forest and the king consented. They observed the normal rules of life and performed appropriate religious rites to propitiate ancestors and the gods. False notions like this is our home and this is not did not arise in their hearts. Sometimes they were clad in gorgeous robes, at others in rags. Sometimes they were anointed with sandal paste, at others with ashes. After a few days, the king also shone with the same radiance as Kama. Seeing the radiance of the king, Kama, Kudala, began to think, here is my husband who is noble and strong. The forest is delightful. We are in a state in which fatigue is unknown. How then does desire for pleasure not arise in the heart? The liberated sage welcomes and experiences whatever comes to him unsought. If he is caught up in conformity, rigidity, it gives rise to foolishness, ignorance. She whose passions are not roused in the proximity of her noble and strong husband when made well surrounded by a garden of flowers, is as good as dead. What does the knower of the truth or the sage of self-knowledge gain by abandoning what is obtained without effort? I should make it possible for my husband to enjoy conjugal pleasures with me. Having thus decided, Kama said to Sikyavaja, today is an auspicious day when I should be in heaven to see my father. Give me leave to go and I shall return this evening. The two friends exchanged flowers. Kama left. Soon Kudala abandoned the disguise, went to the palace and discharged the royal duties. She returned to where Sikyavaja was, again in the disguise of Kama. Noticing a change in Kama's facial expression, the king asked, O son of the gods, why do you look so unhappy? Holy ones do not allow any external influence to disturb their equilibrium. Kama said, they who, though remaining established in equilibrium, do not let their organs function naturally as long as the body is alive, are obstinate and stubborn people. As long as there is sesame there is oil, as long as there is the body there are the different moods also. He who rebels against the states that the body is naturally subject to cuts space to pieces with a sword. The equilibrium of yoga is for the mind, not for the organs of action and their states. As long as the body lasts, one should let the organs of action perform their proper function, while the intellect and the senses remain in a state of equanimity. Such is the law of nature to which even the gods are subject. V.1-105 Kama continued, Now, O king, please listen to what misfortune has befallen me. For, if one confides his unhappiness to a friend, it is greatly ameliorated even as the heavy and dark cloud becomes light by shedding rain. The mind also becomes clear and peaceful when a friend listens to one's fate, even as water becomes clear when a piece of alum is dropped into it. After I left you, I went to heaven and performed my duties there. As evening approached, I left heaven to return to you. In space en route I saw the sage Ravasa flying in haste to be in time for his evening prayers. He was clad, as it were, in the dark clouds and adorned with lightning. This made him look like a woman rushing to meet her lover. I saluted him and said so, in fun. Enraged at my impudence, he cursed me, for this insolence, you will become a woman every night. I am grieved at the very thought that every night I shall become a woman. It is indeed a tragedy that the sons of God who are easily overcome by lust thus suffer the consequences of insulting holy sages. However, why should I grieve, for this does not affect myself? Sikhyavaja said, What is the use of grief, O son of the gods? Let come what may, for the self is not affected by the fate of the body. Whatever be the joy or sorrow that is allotted to one affects the body, not the insoft-dweller. If even you yield to grief, what about the ignorant people? Or, perhaps, while narrating an unfortunate incident you are merely using appropriate words and expressions. Vasishtha continued, Thus they consoled each other, for they were inseparable friends now. The sun had set and the darkness of the night was creeping on earth. They performed their evening prayers. Soon, Kama's body began to show a creeping change. Fighting back his tears and, in a choked voice, he said to Sikhyavaja, Alas, see, I feel as if my body is melting away and that it is pouring down on earth. My chest is sprouting breasts. My skeletal structure undergoes changes appropriate to a woman. Look, dress and ornaments appropriate to a woman spring from the body itself. Oh, what shall I do? How shall I hide my shame, for I have truly become a woman? Sikhyavaja replied, Holy One, you know what there is to be known. Do not grieve over the inevitable. One's fate affects only the body, not the embodied one. Kama also agreed, You are right. I do not now feel any sorrow. Who can defy the world order or nature? Thus conversing, they went to bed, slept in the same bed. Thus Kudala lived with her husband, as a young male ascetic during the day and as a woman at night. Vasistha continued, V.L:106 After a few days of such companionship, Kama, Kudala in disguise, said to Sikhyavaja, O king, listen to my submission. For some time now I have been a woman by night. I wish to fulfill the role of a woman at night. I feel that I should live as the wife of a worthy husband. In the three worlds there is none who is as dear to me as you are. Hence, I wish to marry you and enjoy conjugal pleasures with you. This is natural, pleasant and possible. What fault is there in it? We have given up both desire and rejection and we have total equal vision. Hence, let us do what is natural, without desire and aversion. Sikhyavaja replied, O friend, I do not see either good or evil in doing this. Therefore, O wise one, do what you wish to do. Because the mind rests in perfect equilibrium, I see only the self everywhere. Hence do what you wish to do. Kama replied, If that is how you feel, O king, then today itself is the most auspicious day. The celestial bodies shall witness our wedding. Both of them then gathered all the articles necessary for the wedding rite. They bathed each other with holy water in a preparation for the sacred rite. They offered worship to the ancestors and gods. By this time, the night time had arrived. Kama became transformed into a lovely woman. He said to the king, O dear friend, now I am a woman. My name is Midanika. I salute you. I am your wife. Sikavaja then adorned Midanaka with garlands, flowers and jewels. Admiring her beauty, the king said, "O Midanaka, you are radiant like goddess Lakshmi. May we be blessed to live together like the sun in the shadow, Lakshmi and Narayana, Shiva and Parvati. May we be blessed with all auspiciousness." The couple themselves tended the sacred fire and performed the nuptial rite, in strict accord with the injunctions of the scriptures. The altar had been decorated with flowery creepers and with precious and semi-precious stones. Its four corners were decorated with coconuts, and there were also pots full of holy water of the Ganga. In the center was the sacred fire. They went round this fire and offered the prescribed oblations into it with the appropriate sacred hymns. Even while doing so, the king frequently held Midanaka's hand, thus revealing his fondness for her and his joy on that occasion. They then circumambulated the sacred fire thrice, performing what is known as the Laja Homa. Then they retired to the nuptial chamber, a cave specially prepared for the occasion. The moon was showering cool rays. The nuptial bed was made of fragrant flowers. They ascended this bed and consummated their wedding. V.L:107 Vasistha continued, as the sun rose, Midanaka became Kama. Thus, this pair lived as friends during the day and as husband and wife during the night. While Sikavaja was asleep one night, Kama, Kudla in disguise, slipped away to the palace and discharged the royal duties there and quickly returned to the king's bedside. For a month they lived in the caves of the Mahendri mountain. They then roamed in different forests and migrated from one mountainside to another. For some time they lived in the garden of the gods known as the Parijata forest on the southern slopes of the Mainaka mountain. They also roamed the Kuru territory and the Kosala territory. After they had enjoyed themselves in this manner for a number of months, Kudala, disguised as Kama, thought, "I should test the maturity of the king by placing before him the pleasures and the delights of heaven. If he is unaffected by them, surely he will never again seek pleasure." Having thus decided, Kudala created by her magic powers the illusion in which Sikavaja saw the chief of the gods, Indra, accompanied by the celestials standing right in front of him. Unruffled by their sudden appearance, the king offered them due worship. Then he asked Indra, "Pray, tell me, what have I done to deserve this, that you have taken all this trouble to come here today?" Indra replied, "Holy One, we have all come here drawn irresistibly to your presence. We have heard your glories sung in heaven. Come to heaven. Having heard of your greatness, the celestials long to see you. Pray, accept these celestial insignia which will enable you to traverse the space even as the perfected sages do. Surely, O sage, liberated beings like you do not spurn happiness that seeks them, unsought. May your visit purify the heaven." Sikavaja said, "I know the conditions that prevail in heaven, O Indra. But to me heaven is everywhere and also nowhere. I am happy wherever I am because I desire nothing. However, I am unable to go to the kind of heaven which you describe and which is limited to one place. Hence I am unable to fulfill your command." "But," said Indra, "I think it is proper that liberated sages should suffer to experience the pleasures allotted to them." Sikavaja remained silent. Indra was getting ready to leave. Sikavaja said, "I shall not come now, for now is not the time." Having blessed the king and Kama, Indra and all his retinue disappeared. Vasistha continued. V.1-108 After withdrawing that magical display, Kudala said to herself, "Luckily, the king is not attracted by temptations of pleasure." Even when Indra visited him and invited him to heaven, the king remained unaffected and pure like space. I shall now subject him to another test to see if he is swayed by the twin forces of attraction and repulsion. That very night, Kudala created by her magic powers a delightful pleasure garden and an extraordinarily beautiful bed in it. She created a young man, physically more attractive than even Sikavaja. There on that bed she appeared to be seated with her lover in close embrace. Sikavaja had concluded his evening prayers and he looked for his wife Midanaka. After some search, he discovered the secret hiding place of this couple. He saw them completely immersed in their lovely. Her hair encircled him. With her hands she held his face. Their mouths were joined to each other in a fervent kiss. They were obviously very excited with passionate love for each other. With every movement of their limbs they expressed their extreme love for each other. On their faces danced the delight of their hearts. The chest of one was beating against the chest of the other. They were utterly oblivious of their surroundings. Sikhi saw all this but was unmoved. He did not wish to disturb them and so turned to go. But his presence had been noticed by the couple. He said to them, "Pray, let me not disturb your happiness." After a time, Madinaka came out of the garden and met Sikhi feeling ashamed of her own conduct. But the king said, "My dear, why did you come away so soon? Surely all beings live in order to enjoy happiness. And it is difficult to find in this world a couple who are in such harmony. I am not agitated on this account, for I know very well what people like very much in this world. Kama and I are great friends. Madinaka is but the fruit of Durvasa's curse." Madinaka pleaded, "Such is the nature of women, O Lord. They are wavering in their loyalty. They are 8 times as passionate as men. They are weak and so cannot resist lust in the presence of a desirable person. Hence, please forgive me and do not be angry." Sikhi replied, "I am not at all angry with you, my dear. But it is appropriate that I should henceforth treat you as a good friend and not as my wife." Kudala was delighted with the king's attitude, which conclusively proved that he had gone beyond lust and anger. She instantly shed her previous form as Madinaka and resumed her original form as Kudala. V.L:109 Sikhi said, "Who are you, O lovely lady? And how did you come here? How long have you been here? You look very much like my wife." Kudala replied, "Indeed, I am Kudala. I myself assumed the form of Kama and others in order to awaken your spirit. I myself also assumed the form of this small illusory world with all this garden, etc., which you saw just now. From the very day you unwisely abandoned your kingdom and came here to perform austerities, I have been endeavoring to bring about your spiritual awakening. It is I, assuming the form of Kama, who instructed you. The forms you perceived, of Kama and others, were not real. And now you have been fully awakened and you know all that there is to know." Vasishtha continued, Sikhi entered into deep meditation and inwardly saw all that had happened from the time he left the palace. He was delighted and his affection for his wife increased greatly. Coming back to body consciousness, he embraced Kudala with such fervor that is impossible to describe. Their hearts overflowing with love for each other, they remained for some time as if in a superconscious state. Sikhi then said to Kudala, "Oh, how sweet is the affection of a dear wife, which is sweeter than nectar. To what discomfort and pain you have subjected yourself for my sake. The way in which you have redeemed me from this dreadful ocean of ignorance has no comparison whatsoever. Tradition has given us several great women who have been exemplary wives, but they are nothing compared to you. You excel them all in all the virtues and noble qualities. You have struggled hard and brought about my enlightenment. How shall I recompense you for this?" Indeed, loving wives thus strive to liberate their husbands from this ocean of samsara. In this they achieve what even the scriptures, Guru and mantra are unable to achieve, on account of their love for their husbands. The wife is everything to her husband: friend, brother, well-wisher, servant, guru, companion, wealth, happiness, scripture, abode, vessel, slave. Hence, such a wife should at all times and in all ways be adored and worshipped. My dear Kudala, you are indeed the supreme among women in this world. Come, embrace me again." Vasishtha said. Having said so, Sikhi again fondly and fervently embraced Kudala. Kudala said, "Lord, when I saw that you were performing meaningless austerities, my heart was greatly pained. I relieved myself of that pain by coming here and striving to awaken you. It was indeed for my own joy and delight. I do not deserve any praise for that." Sikhi replied, "From now on may all the wives fulfill their own selfish ends by awakening their husband's spirit, as you have done." Kudala said, "I do not see in you now the petty cravings, thoughts and feelings that tormented you years ago. Pray, tell me, what are you now? In what are you established and what do you see?" Sikhi replied, "My dear, I rest in that which you, within me, bring about. I have no attachment. I am like the infinite, indivisible space. I am peace. I have attained that state which is difficult even for the gods like Vishnu and Shiva to reach. I am free from confusion and delusion. I experience neither sorrow nor joy. I cannot say this is or the other is. I am freed of all coverings and I enjoy a state of inner well-being. What I am that I am, it is difficult to put into words. You are my Guru, my dear. I salute you. By your grace, my beloved, I have crossed this ocean of samsara I shall not once again fall into error. Kudala asked, in that case, what do you wish to do now? Sikhyavaja answered, I know no prohibitions nor injunctions. Whatever you do, that I shall know is appropriate. Do what you think appropriate and I shall follow you. Kudala said, Lord, we are now established in the state of liberated ones. To us both desire and its opposite are the same. Of what use is the discipline of prana or the practice of infinite consciousness? Hence, we should be what we are in the beginning, in the middle and in the end and abandon the one thing that remains after this. We are the king and the queen in the beginning, in the middle and in the end. The one thing to be abandoned is delusion. Hence, let us return to the kingdom and provide it with a wise ruler. Sikhyavaja asked, then, why should we not accept Indra's invitation to heaven? Kudala replied, O king, I do not desire pleasure nor the glamour of a kingdom. I remain in whatever condition I am placed by my very nature. When the thought this is pleasure is confronted by the thought this is not, they both perish. I remain in that peace that survives this. The two liberated ones then spent the night in conjugal delight. The story of Kakavai.LL0 Vasistha continued. At daybreak the couple arose and performed their morning duties. Kudala materialized by her thought power a golden vessel containing the sacred waters of the 7 oceans. With these waters, she bathed the king and crowned him emperor. She said, May you be endowed with the luster of the 8 divine protectors of the universe. In his turn, the king re-established Kudala as his queen. He suggested to her that she should create an army by her thought power. She did so. Headed by the royal couple mounted on the most stately elephant, the entire army marched towards their kingdom. On the way, Sikhyavaja pointed out to Kudala the various places associated with his ascetic life. They soon reached the outskirts of their city where they were given a rousing welcome by the citizens. Assisted by Kudala, Sikhyavaja ruled the kingdom for a period of 10,000 years, after which he attained nirvana, liberation, like a lamp without oil, from which there is no rebirth. After enjoying the pleasures of the world because he was the foremost among kings, after having lived for a very long time, he attained the supreme state because in him there was but a little residue of sattva. Even so, O Rama, engage yourself in spontaneous and natural activity, without grief. Arise. Enjoy the pleasures of the world and also final liberation. Thus have I told you, O Rama, the story of Sikhyavaja. Pursuing this path, you will never grieve. Rule as Sikhyavaja ruled. You will enjoy the pleasures of this world and attain final liberation, too. Even so did Kaka, who was the son of Brihaspati, the preceptor of the gods. Rama asked, Lord, please tell me how Kaka, the son of Brihaspati, attained enlightenment. Vasishtha said, like Sikhyavaja, Kaka also attained enlightenment. One day, while he was still young, he was eager to attain liberation from samsara. He went to his father Brihaspati, and asked, Lord, you know everything. Please tell me how can one free oneself from this cage known as samsara. Brihaspati said, I. 1 to 111, liberation from this prison house known as samsara is possible only by total renunciation, my son. Vasistha continued, hearing this, Kaka went away to the forest, having renounced everything. Brihaspati was unaffected by this turn of events. Wise ones remain unaffected by union and separation. After 8 years of seclusion and austerity, Kaka happened to meet his father once again and asked him, Father, I have performed austerities for 8 years after renouncing everything. How is it I have not attained the state of supreme peace? Brihaspati merely repeated his previous commandment, renounce everything, and went away. Taking it as a hint, Kaka discarded even the bark with which he covered his body. Thus he continued his austerities for 3 years. Again he sought the presence of his father, and after worshipping him, asked, "Father, I have renounced even the stick and clothes, etc. I have still not gained self-knowledge." Brihaspati thereupon said, "By total is meant only the mind, for mind is the all. Renunciation of the mind is total renunciation." Having said so, Brihaspati vanished from sight. Kaka looked within in an effort to find the mind in order that it might be renounced. However much he searched, he could not find what could be called the mind. Unable to find the mind, he began to think, the physical substances like the body cannot be regarded as mind. Why, then, do I vainly punish the innocent body? I shall go back to my father and shall inquire into the whereabouts of the terrible enemy known as the mind. Knowing it, I shall renounce it. Having thus resolved, Kaka sought his father's presence and asked, "Please tell me what the mind is so that I may renounce it." Brihaspati replied, "They who know the mind say that the mind is the I. The ego sense that arises within you is the mind." "But, that is difficult, if not impossible," said Kaka. Brihaspati responded, "On the other hand, it is easier than crushing a flower which is in your hand, easier than closing your eyes. That which appears to be, because of ignorance, perishes at the dawn of knowledge. In truth there is no ego sense. It seems to exist on account of ignorance and delusion. Where is this ego sense? How did it arise? What is it? In all beings at all times there is but the one pure consciousness. Hence, this ego sense is but a word. Give it up, my son, and give up self-limitation or psychological conditioning. You are the unconditioned, never conditioned by time, space, etc. The story of the deluded man V.LLL2, 113 Vasishtha continued, thus instructed in the highest wisdom, Kaka became enlightened. He remained free from ego sense and possessiveness. Live like him, O Rama. The ego sense is unreal. Do not trust it and do not abandon it. How can the unreal be grasped or renounced? When the ego sense is itself unreal, what are birth and death? You are that subtle and pure consciousness which is indivisible, free from ideation but which encompasses all beings. It is only in the state of ignorance that the world is seen as an illusory appearance. In the vision of the enlightened, all this is seen as Brahma. Abandon the concepts of unity and diversity and remain blissful. Do not behave like the deluded man, and suffer. Rama said, "I derive supreme bliss from your nectarine words. I am now established in the transcendental state. Yet, there is no satiety. Though I am satisfied, again I ask you, for no one will be satisfied with nectar. Who is the deluded man you referred to?" Vasishtha said, "Listen to this humorous story of the deluded man, O Rama. There is a man who was fashioned by the machinery of delusion. He was born in a desert and grew up in the desert. There arose a deluded notion in him, I am born of space, I am space, the space is mine. I should therefore protect that space. Having thus decided, he built a house to protect space. Seeing the space safely enclosed in the house he was happy. But in course of time, the house crumbled. He wept aloud, "Oh my space! Where have you gone? Alas, it is lost." Then he dug a well and felt that the space in it was protected. It, too, was lost in time. One after the other, he built a pot, a pit and also a small grove with 4 sal trees. Each of them perished after a short time, leaving the deluded man unhappy. Listen to the meaning of this story, O Rama. The man fashioned by delusion is the ego sense. It arises as motion arises in wind. Its reality is Brahma. Not knowing this, the ego sense looks upon space around it as itself and its possession. Thus it identifies itself with the body, etc., which it desires to protect. The body, etc., exist and perish after some time. On account of this delusion, the ego sense grieves repeatedly, thinking that the self is dead and lost. When the pot, etc., are lost, the space remains unaffected. Even so, when the bodies are lost, the self remains unaffected. The self is pure consciousness. subtler than even space, O Rama. It is never destroyed. It is unborn. It does not perish. And it is the infinite Brahman alone that shines as this world appearance. Knowing this, be happy forever. Vasishtha continued. V.LLL4, from the Supreme Brahman, the mind first rose with its faculty of thinking and imagination. And this mind remains as such in that Brahman, even as fragrance in a flower, as waves in the ocean and as rays of light in the sun. Brahman, which is extremely subtle and invisible, was forgotten, as it were, and thus arose the wrong notion of the real existence of the world appearance. If one thinks that the light rays are different and distinct from the sun, to him the light rays have a distinct reality. If one thinks that a bracelet made of gold is a bracelet, to him it is indeed a bracelet and not gold. But if one realizes that the light rays are non-different from the sun, his understanding is said to be unmodified, nirvikalpa. If one realizes that the waves are non-soft-different from the ocean, his undersoft-standing is said to be unmodified, nirvikalpa. If one realizes that the bracelet is non-different from gold, his understanding is said to be unmodified, nirvikalpa. He who sees the display of sparks does not realize that it is but fire. His mind experiences joy and sorrow as these sparks fly up and scatter on the ground. If he sees that the sparks are but fire and non-different from it, he sees only fire and his understanding is said to be unmodified, nirvikalpa. He who is thus established in the nirvikalpa is indeed a great one. His understanding does not diminish. He has attained whatever is worth attaining. His heart does not get enmeshed in the objects. Hence, O Rama, abandon this perception of diversity or objectification and remain established in consciousness. Whatever the self contemplates is materialized on account of the inherent power in the consciousness. That materialized thought then shines as if independent. Thus, whatever the mind, which is endowed with the faculty of thought, contemplates materializes instantly. This is the origin of diversity. Hence, this world appearance is neither real nor unreal. Even as sentient beings create and experience diverse objects in their own daydreams, this world appearance is the daydream of Brahman. When it is realized as Brahman, then the world appearance is dissolved, for from the absolute point of view this world is non-existent. Brahman remains as Brahman and it does not create something which was not already in existence. O Rama, whatever you do, know that it is nothing but pure consciousness. Brahman alone is manifest here as all this, for naught else exists. There is no scope for this in the other. Therefore, abandon even the concepts of liberation and bondage. Remain in a pure, egoless state, engaging yourself in natural activity. The story of Brahmajisa V.L:115 Vasistha continued, give up all your doubts. Resort to moral courage. Be a supreme doer of actions, supreme enjoyer of delight and supreme renouncer of all. Such a triple discipline was taught in days of yore by Lord Shiva to Brahmajisa, by which the latter attained total freedom. Brahmajisa was a man of ordinary or traditional self-knowledge. He approached Lord Shiva and asked, Lord, I am deluded by this world appearance. Pray, tell me the attitude equipped with which I shall be freed from this delusion. Lord Shiva replied, give up all your doubts. Resort to moral courage. Be a Mahabhakta, great enjoyer of delight, Mahakarta, great doer of actions, and Mahayogi, perfect renouncer. He is a Mahakarta, great doer of actions, who is freed of doubts and performs appropriate actions in natural situations, whether they be regarded as dharma, right, or adharma, wrong, without being swayed by likes and dislikes, by success and failure, without ego sense or jealousy, remaining with his mind in a state of silence and purity. He is unattached to anything but remains as a witness of everything, without selfish desires or motives, without excitement or exaltation but with a mind at peace, without sorrow or grief, indifferent to action and inaction, whose very nature is peace and equilibrium or equanimity, which is sustained in all situations, in the birth, existence or annihilation of all things. He is a Mahabhakta, great enjoyer, who does not hate anything nor long for anything but enjoys all natural experiences, who does not cling to nor renounce anything even while engaged in actions, who does not experience though experiencing, who witnesses the world play unaffected by it. His heart is not affected by pleasure and pain that arise in the course of life and the changes that cause confusion, and he regards with delight old age and death, sovereignty and poverty and even great calamities and fortunes. His very nature is non-violent and virtuous, and he enjoys what is sweet and what is bitter with equal relish, without making an arbitrary distinction: this is enjoyable and this is not. He is a Mahayogi, great renouncer, who has banished from his mind concepts like dharma and adharma, pain and pleasure, birth and death, all desires, all doubts, all convictions, who sees the falsity in the experience of pain by his body, mind, etc., who has realized I have no body, no birth, no right and no wrong, who has completely abandoned from his heart the notion of world appearance. Vasishtha continued, thus did Lord Shiva instruct Prince, who then became enlightened. Adopt this attitude, O Rama, and transcend sorrow. Rama asked, I.1 to 116, 117, Lord, you know all the truths when the ego sense is dissolved in the mind, by what signs does one recognize the nature of sattva? Vasishtha said, such a mind, O Rama, is untouched by sins like greed and delusion even under the worst of provocation. Virtues like delight in the prosperity of others do not leave the person whose ego sense has been dissolved. The knots of mental conditioning and tendencies are cut asunder. Anger is greatly attenuated and delusion becomes ineffective. Desire becomes powerless. Greed flees. The senses function on an even keel, neither getting excited nor depressed. Even if pleasure and pain are reflected on his face, they do not agitate the mind, which regards them all as insignificant. The heart rests in equanimity. The enlightened man who is endowed with all these virtues effortlessly and naturally wears the body. Being and non-being, like prosperity and adversity, when they follow each other creating diverse and even great contradictions, do not generate joy and sorrow in the holy ones. Woe unto him who does not tread this path to self-knowledge which is within reach if he directs his intelligence properly. The means for crossing this ocean of samsara, world appearance or the cycle of birth and death, and for the attainment of supreme peace are inquiry into the nature of the self, who am I? And of the world, what is this world? And of the truth, what is truth? Your own ancestor, Ikshvaku, even while he was ruling his kingdom, reflected within himself one day, what may be the origin of this world which is full of diverse sufferings, old age, death, pain and pleasure and delusion? He could not arrive at an answer. So, after having duly worshipped his father Manu, the son of Brahma, he asked him, Lord, your own will prompts me to place a problem before you. What is the origin of this world? How can I be free from this samsara? Manu replied, what you see here does not exist, my son, none of it. Nor is there anything which is unseen and which is beyond the mind and the senses. There is but the self which is eternal and infinite. What is seen as the universe is but a reflection in that self. On account of the energy inherent in the cosmic consciousness, that reflection is seen here as the cosmos and elsewhere as living beings. That is what you call the world. There is neither bondage nor liberation. The one infinite consciousness alone exists, neither one nor many. Abandon all thought of bondage and liberation and rest in peace. V.1 to 118, 119, 120 Manu continued, it is when pure consciousness gives rise to concepts and notions within itself that it assumes an individuality, jiva. Such individuals wander in this samsara, world soft-appearance. In an eclipse what was unseen earlier is seen, even so it is possible to perceive through the individual's experiences the pure experiencing which is the infinite consciousness. But this self-knowledge is not gained by study of scriptures or with the help of a guru, it can only be gained by the self for itself. Regard your body and senses as instruments for experiencing, not as self. The notion I am a body is bondage, the seeker should avoid it. I am nothing but pure consciousness, Such understanding, when it is sustained, is conducive to liberation. It is only when one does not realize the self which is free from old age, death, etc., that one wails aloud, "Alas, I am dead, or I am helpless." It is by such thoughts that ignorance is fortified. Free your mind from such impure thoughts and notions. Rest in the self free from such notions. Though engaged in diverse activities, remain established in a state of perfect equilibrium and rule this kingdom in peace and joy. The Lord sports in this world appearance and then withdraws it into himself. The power or energy that creates and brings about bondage is also the power or the energy that dissolves creation and liberates. Just as the tree pervades all its parts and leaves, this infinite consciousness pervades the entire universe. Alas, the ignorant person does not realize it, though it is in every cell of his being. He who sees that the self alone is all enjoys bliss. One should gain this understanding through study of scriptures and company of holy ones. This is the first step. Reflection or inquiry is the second. Non-attachment or psychological freedom is the third. The fourth is snapping of the bonds of vasanas, conditioning and tendencies. The bliss that is derived from pure awareness is the fifth. In it the liberated sage lives as if in half-sleep. Self-knowledge is the sixth, in which the sage is immersed in a mass of bliss and lives as if in deep sleep. The seventh state, which is known as Turiya, the transcendental, is itself liberation. In it there is perfect equanimity and purity. Beyond this, still the seventh state, is the Turiyadita, which is beyond description. The first three states are waking states. The fourth is the dream state. The fifth is the deep sleep state because it is full of bliss. The sixth is the Turiya or the non-dual consciousness. The seventh is indescribable. One who has reached this is established in pure being, devoid of subject-object division. He is not eager to die nor to live. He is one with all. He is free from individuation. Manu continued. Vi. 1 to 120, 121, 122. The liberated sage may be one who has formally renounced the world, or he may live a householder's life. But knowing I do nothing, he grieves not. Knowing that I am untouched and my mind is uncolored and freed from all conditioning, I am pure in infinite consciousness, he grieves not. Freed from notions of I and the other, the enlightened one does not grieve. Wherever he is and in whatever society, he knows that all that is as it is and does not grieve. He knows that all the directions are filled with the radiance of the self, which is eternal. It is indeed on account of ignorant self-limitation that one experiences joy and sorrow in alternating circumstances. When such ignorant self-limitation is either weakened or destroyed, there is neither excitement nor grief. That action which proceeds from such weakened vasana or conditioning is non-action, whose seeds do not germinate. He performs his actions merely with the limbs of the body, but with his mind and heart at rest and supreme peace. All other faculties that one acquires perish when not repeatedly used. But this self-knowledge, once acquired, grows day by day. Individuality, jivahood, exists only as long as desire for pleasure lasts. Even this desire is born of ignorance. When self-knowledge arises, desire drops away, and with it the self abandons the notion of individuality and realizes its infinite nature. They who entertain such notions as this is mine and I am this fall into the pit of ignorance. They who have abandoned such notions with their heart and mind ascend higher and higher. Behold the self-luminous self which pervades everything. The very moment that this omnipresence, note, there seems to be some confusion in this paragraph. However, it is clarified in chapter 126 of this section. Of consciousness is realized, one crosses the ocean of samsara. Know that whatever is done by Brahma, Vishnu, etc., is done by you. Whatever is seen at any time, all that is the self or the infinite consciousness. You are that infinite consciousness. With what can that be compared? You are neither the void nor non-void, neither consciousness nor unconsciousness, neither the self nor another. Rest in this knowledge. There is neither a place called liberation nor another. When the ego sense dies, ignorance perishes, and that is known as liberation. He who has attained this self-knowledge goes beyond the caste system and the regulations concerning the orders of life and the scriptural injunctions and prohibitions, even as the lion breaks out of its cage. His actions are not motivated and are non-volitional, hence he is not tainted by their merit. He is beyond praise and censure, he does not worship nor receive worship. He is not agitated by others, he does not agitate others. He alone is fit to be worshipped, glorified and saluted. Not by rites and rituals but by the worship of such sages alone does one attain wisdom. The story of Ikshvaku 1-123, 124 Vasistha continued, thus instructed by Manu, Ikshvaku attained enlightenment. Adopt such an attitude, O Rama. Rama asked, if such be the nature of the enlightened person, what is so extra soft-ordinary and wonderful in it? Vasistha continued, on the other hand, what is so extraordinary and wonderful about the attainment of psychic powers like the ability to fly in the air? The nature of the ignorant is the absence of equanimity. The characteristic of the enlightened one is purity of mind and absence of craving. The enlightened one is not characterized by characteristics. He is devoid of confusion and delusion. Samsara has come to an end. And lust, anger, grief, delusion, greed and such disastrous qualities are greatly weakened in him. The Lord assumes individuality, jiva. The elements arise in the cosmos without any reason whatsoever. The individual which emanated from the Lord experiences the elements, objects, as if they were created by him. Thus do all jivas arise and function for no obvious reason. But from then on, their own individual actions become the causes for their subsequent experience of pleasure and pain. The limitation of one's own understanding is the cause for the individual's actions. One's limited understanding and one's own notions are the cause of bondage, and liberation is their absence. Hence abandon all notions, sankalpa. If you are attracted by anything here, you are bound. If you are not attracted at all, you are free. Whatever you do and whatever you enjoy, you do not really do, nor do you enjoy. Know this and be free. All these notions exist in the mind. Subdue the mind by the mind. Purify the mind by the mind. Destroy the mind by the mind. Expert washermen wash dirt with dirt. A thorn is removed by another thorn. Poison antidotes poison. The jiva has three forms, the dense, the subtle and the supreme. The physical body is the dense form. The mind with its notions and limitations is the subtle body. Abandon these two and resort to the supreme, which is the reality, pure, unmodified consciousness. This is the cosmic being. Remain established in it, having firmly rejected the former two. Rama asked, Vi 1:124, 125. Pray, describe the state of turiya which runs through the waking, dream and deep sleep states without being recognized. Vasistha continued, that pure and equanimous state which is devoid of ego sense and non-ego sense, of the real and the unreal, and which is free is known as turiya, the fourth state. It is the state of the liberated sage. It is the unbroken witnessed consciousness. It is different from the waking and the dreaming states which are characterized by movement of thought. It is different from the deep sleep state which is characterized by inertia and ignorance. When the ego sense is abandoned, there arises the state of perfect equilibrium in which the turiya manifests itself. I shall narrate a parable, hearing which you will become enlightened even if you are already enlightened. In a certain forest there was a great sage. Seeing this extraordinary sage, a hunter approached him and asked him, O sage, a deer which had been wounded by my arrow came this way. Tell me which way it went. The sage replied, We are holy men who dwell in the forest and our nature is peace. We are devoid of ego sense. The ego sense and the mind which make the activities of the senses possible have come to a rest. I do not know what are known as waking, dream, and deep sleep. I remain established in the turiya. In it there is no object to be seen. The hunter could not grasp the meaning of the sage's words. He went his way. Hence, I tell you, O Rama, there is naught by the turiya. The turiya is unmodified consciousness and that alone exists. Waking, dream and sleep are states of the mind. When they cease, the mind dies. Sattva alone remains, which the yogis aspire to reach. This is the conclusion of all scriptures. There is no avidya, ignorance, and no Maya, illusion. In reality, Brahman alone exists. Some call it the void, others pure consciousness, others the Lord, and they argue among themselves. Abandon all these notions. Rest in nirvana without movement of thought, with the mind greatly weakened and the intelligence at peace. Rest in the self as if you are deaf, dumb and blind. Inwardly abandon everything. Externally engage yourself in appropriate action. The existence of the mind alone is happiness, the existence of the mind alone is unhappiness. By remaining unaware of the mind, let all these cease. Remain unaffected by what is attractive and what is unattractive. By just this much of self-effort, this samsara is overcome. By remaining unaware of pleasure and pain and of even that which lies between the two, you rise above sorrow. Just by this little self-effort you attain the infinite. 1-126 Rama asked, how does one tread the 7 states of yoga and what are the characteristics of these 7 states? Vasishtha continued, man is either world-accepting, pravrta, or world-negating, nivrta. The former questions, what is all this liberation? For me this samsara and life in it are better, and engages himself in the performance of his worldly duties. After very many births he gains wisdom. He realizes that the activities of the world are a meaningless repetition and does not wish to waste his life in them. He thinks, what is the meaning of all this? Let me retire from them. He is considered nivrta. How shall I cultivate dispassion and thus cross this ocean of samsara? Thus he inquires constantly. Day by day this thought itself generates dispassion in him and there arise peace and joy in his heart. He is disinterested in the activities of the marketplace but engages himself in meritorious activities. He is afraid to sin. His speech is appropriate to the occasion, soft, truthful and sweet. He has set his foot on the first yoga bhumika, state of yoga. He is devoted to the service of holy ones. He gathers scriptures whenever and wherever he finds them and studies them. His constant quest is the crossing of the ocean of samsara. He alone is a seeker. Others are selfish. He then enters the second state of yoga known as vichara, inquiry. He eagerly resorts to the company of holy ones who are well versed in the scriptures and in spiritual practices. He knows what is to be done and what is not to be done. He abandons evils like vanity, jealousy, delusion and greed. From the preceptors he learns all the secrets of yoga. Easily thereafter he graduates to the third state of yoga known as asamsanga, non-attachment or freedom. He roams the forests in seclusion and strives to quieten the mind. Adherence to the scriptures and to virtuous conduct bestows upon him the faculty of seeing the truth. This non-attachment or freedom is of 2 types, the ordinary and the superior. One who practices the first type of freedom feels, I am neither the doer, nor the enjoyer. Neither do I afflict others nor am I afflicted by others. All this happens on account of past karma under the aegis of God. I do nothing whether there is pain or pleasure, good fortune or calamity. All these, as also meeting and parting, psychic distress and physical illness, are brought about by time alone. Thus thinking, he investigates the truth. He is practicing ordinary non-soft attachment or freedom. Vasishtha continued, by the diligent practice of this yogic method, by resorting to the company of the holy ones and the avoidance of evil company, the truth is clearly revealed. When thus one realizes the Supreme, which is the only essence or truth beyond this ocean of samsara, he realizes I am not the doer but God alone is the doer. Not even in the past did I do anything. He abandons vain and meaningless words and remains inwardly and mentally silent. This is superior non-attachment or freedom. He has abandoned all dependency, above and below, within and without, tangible and intangible, sentient and insentient. He shines like supportless and limitless space itself. This is superior freedom. In it he enjoys peace and contentment, virtue and purity, wisdom and self-inquiry. The first stage of yoga presents itself to one by accidental coincidence, as it were, after one has led a pure life full of virtuous deeds. One who sets his foot on it should cherish it and protect it with great zeal, diligence and effort. Thus he should proceed to the next state, inquiry. By diligently practicing inquiry he should ascend to the third state, freedom. Rama asked, how is it possible for an ignorant person born in a wicked family and who does not enjoy the company of holy ones to cross this ocean of samsara? Also, if one dies while yet in the first or the note. Of course, vikara means direct observation or looking into. Second or the third state of yoga, what happens to him? Vasishtha said, after very many lives, the ignorant man is awakened by accidental coincidence. Till then he experiences this samsara. When dispassion arises in his heart, then samsara recedes. Even an imperfect practice of this yoga destroys the effects of past sins. If one leaves the body during the practice, he ascends to heaven and is then born in circumstances favorable to the pursuit of his practice. Very soon he ascends the ladder of yoga again. These three states are known as waking state because in them there is division in consciousness. However, the practitioner becomes an adorable person, Arya. Seeing him, the ignorant are inspired. He who engages himself in righteous actions and avoids evil is adorable, Arya. This adorable holiness is in a seed state in the first state of yoga. It sprouts in the second and attains fruition in the third. One who dies after thus having gained the status of an adorable one, Arya, and who has obviously cultivated noble thoughts, enjoys the delights of heaven for a long time and then he is born as a yogi. By the diligent practice of the first three states of yoga, ignorance is destroyed and the light of wisdom arises in one's heart. Vasishtha continued, in the fourth state of yoga, the yogis behold the one in all with a mind that is free from division. Division has ceased and unity is steady, and therefore they behold the world as if it were a dream. In the fifth state, only the undivided reality remains. Hence it is likened to deep sleep. He who has reached this state, though he is engaged in diverse external activities, rests in himself. After thus proceeding from one state to another, he reaches the sixth, which is the Turiya. In this he realizes, I am neither real nor unreal, nor even egoless. I am beyond duality and unity. All doubts are at rest. He remains like a painting of a lamp. Hence, though he has not reached nirvana, lamp without fuel, he is like a lamp without fuel, as the lamp is only a painted figure. He is void within, void without, void like an empty vessel. At the same time he is full within and full without, like a full vessel immersed in the sea. They who reach the seventh state are known as the disembodied liberated beings. Their state is not for words to describe. Yet, they have been described variously. They who practice these seven states do not come to grief. But there is a terrible elephant roaming in a forest working havoc. If that elephant is killed, then man attains success in all these seven states, not otherwise. Desire is that elephant. It roams in the forest known as the body. It is maddened by sensuousness. It is restless with conditioning and tendencies, vasana. This elephant destroys everybody in this world. It is known by different names: desire, vasana greater than, tendency or mental conditioning, mind, thought, feeling, attachment, etc. It should be slain by the weapon known as courage or determination, born of the realization of oneness. Only as long as one believes in objective existence does desire arise. This alone is samsara, the feeling this is. Its cessation is liberation, moksha. This is the essence of jnana, wisdom. Recognition of objects gives rise to desire. Non-recognition of objects ends desire. When desire ends, the jiva drops its self-limitation. The great man therefore abandons all thoughts concerning what has been experienced and what has not been experienced. I declare with uplifted arms that the thought-free, notionless state is the best. It is infinitely superior to the sovereignty of the world. Non-thinking is known as yoga. Remaining in that state, perform appropriate actions or do nothing. As long as thoughts of I and mine persist, sorrow does not cease. When such thoughts cease, sorrow ceases. Knowing this, do as you please. Valmiki said to Bharadvaja. 1-127. Having heard this quintessence of the highest wisdom and having been overwhelmed by Saktapada, Rama remained immersed in the ocean of bliss for a while. He had ceased to ask questions, request answers and endeavor to understand them. He had become established in the highest state of self-knowledge. Bharadvaja asked, "O preceptor, it is indeed a delight to hear that thus Rama attained the supreme state. But how is it possible for us who are foolish and ignorant and who are of sinful disposition to attain that state which is difficult even for gods like Brahma to reach?" Valmiki said, "I have narrated to you in full the dialogue between Rama and Vasishtha. Consider it well. That is also my instruction to you. There is no division in consciousness which can be called the world. Rid yourself of the notion of division by the practice of the secrets revealed to you. Both waking and sleep states are parts of this creation. Enlightenment is characterized by the pure inner light. This creation emerges from nothing. It dissolves in nothing. Note, for the words thinking and non-thinking in this paragraph, the text uses the words samvedanam and asamvedanam, which imply much more than mere thinking. Cognition, comprehension, feeling, experience and knowledge are also implied by samvedanam. Very nature is void, it does not exist. On account of beginningless and false self-limitation, this creation appears to exist, creating countless confusions. You are deluded because you do not recollect repeatedly and frequently the truth concerning the infinite consciousness, but you partake of the poison of self-limitation and the consequent psychological conditioning. This delusion continues till you reach the feet of the enlightened sages and gain the right knowledge from them. Dear one, that which did not exist in the beginning and will not exist in the end does not exist even now. This world appearance is like a dream. The sole reality in which it appears and disappears is the infinite consciousness. In the ocean of samsara or ignorance there arises the notion of I, on account of the beginningless potential of self-limitation. Thereupon, the movement of thought generates other notions like mindness, attraction and repulsion, etc. Once these notions strike root in one's consciousness, one inevitably falls a prey to endless calamities and sorrow. Dive deep into the inner peace, not into the sea of diversity. Who lives? Who is dead? Who has come? Why do you get lost in such false notions? When the one self alone is the reality, where is room for another? The theory that Brahman appears as the world, just as rope appears as snake, is meant only for the entertainment of the childish and ignorant. The enlightened ones rest forever in the truth which does not even appear to be different. Valmiki continued, ignorant people who dislike seclusion are sunk in sorrow and occasionally they may smile. The knowers of the truth on the other hand are happy and smiling at all times. The truth or the self is subtle and hence it appears to be veiled by ignorance. But even if you believe in the atomic substantiality of the world, the self does not go away. Why then do you grieve? The unreal, ignorance, etc., does not come into being at any time, nor does the reality or the self ever cease to be. However, on account of various reasons, confusion arises. In order to overcome this, worship the Lord who is the preceptor of the whole universe. Your evil karmas have not fallen away from you, but they have become the noose with which you are bound. Till your mind becomes na-mind, sattva, adopt the adoration of name and form. After that you will be established in the contemplation of the Absolute. Then behold, even for an instant, the inner self with the self, in the inner light. The Supreme is attained by one who through self-effort and right actions has earned the grace of the Lord. Past habits and tendencies are very strong. Hence mere self-effort is inadequate. Even the gods are unable to defy the inevitable fate. Everyone is subject to this world order, nadi, which is beyond thought and expression. But the spiritual hero should firmly believe that even after several incarnations, enlightenment is certain. By evil actions one is bound to this samsara and by right actions one is liberated. By the present right action the effects of past evil actions are weakened. If you surrender all your actions to Brahman, you will never again whirl on this wheel of samsara. Behold, ignorant people in this world are made to play different roles in this world by the director, time. Time creates, preserves and destroys. Why do you become agitated by the loss of wealth, etc.? And why do you yourself begin to dance? Be still and witness this cosmic dance. They who are devoted to the gods, to the holy Brahmanism, to the Guru, and who adhere to the tenets of the scriptures, earn the grace of the Supreme Lord. Bharadvaja said, Lord, I have known all that there is to be known. I know that there is no greater friend than dispassion, vairagya, and no greater enemy than samsara. I wish to hear from you the very essence of the teachings of the holy sage Vasishtha. Valmiki replied, O Bharadvaja, listen to what I am going to say. By merely listening to it you will never again drown in this samsara. Valmiki continued, VL. 1 to 128. One should be at peace within with the mind under control, having abandoned forbidden and selfish actions and also pleasures which arise from sense contacts. One should endow oneself with faith. He should then sit on a soft seat in a comfortable posture conducive to equilibrium. He should then restrain the activities of the mind and the senses. He should then repeat Om till the mind gains perfect peace. Then do pranayama for the purification of the mind, etc. Gently and gradually withdraw the senses from their contact with the external objects. Investigate that method by which you know the source of the body, the senses, the mind, and the buddhi, intelligence, and let them return to their source. First rest in the cosmic manifest being, Virat. After this rest in the unmanifest and then in the supreme cause of all. This is how all these factors return to their source. The physical body, the flesh, etc., is earthy, so returns to the earth. Blood, etc., are liquid and they return to water soft-element. The fire, heat, and the light in the body belong to the fiery element, they return to it. The air is offered to the cosmic air. Space merges in space. Similarly, the senses return to their source, the sense of hearing to space, the sense of touch to air, the sense of sight to the sun, the sense of taste to water. The life soft-breath is returned to air, the power of speech to fire, the hands to Indra, the power of locomotion to Vishnu, the reproductive organ to Kasyapa, the excretory organ to Mitra, the mind to the moon and the buddhi to Brahma. For these are the deities presiding over the respective organs which were not created by oneself, the I. Thus having returned them all to their source, see yourself as the cosmic being, Virat. The Lord who as hermaphrodite, conscious energy, dwells in the heart of the universe is its support. In this universe earth, water, fire, air and space are each of them twice the magnitude of the preceding one. Dissolve the earth in water, water in fire, fire in air and air in space. Space should be merged in the cosmic space which is the cause for all. Remaining there for an instant in his subtle body, the yogi should feel that I am the self of all, having abandoned all self-limitation. That in which this universe rests and which is devoid of name and form is known as Prakriti, nature, by some, as Maya, illusion, by others and as Subhatam by others. It is also known as avidya, ignorance. All of them are confused by polemics. In this, all things exist in their unmanifest state, without any relationship among them. They arise from it and exist as such during the world cycle. Ether, air, fire, water and earth, this is the order of creation. Dissolution takes place in the reverse order. By the abandonment of the three states, waking, dream and sleep, the turiya is attained. In meditation even the subtle body is merged in the Supreme. Bharadvaja said, Lord, I am now free from the subtle body and I am swimming in the ocean of bliss. I am the indivisible self which is the Supreme Self and which itself possesses the two powers of consciousness and unconsciousness. Just as fire thrown into fire becomes indistinguishably fire, just as straw, etc., which are thrown into the sea become salt. This insentient world when it is offered into the infinite consciousness becomes one with it. Just as a salt doll thrown into the sea abandons its name and form and becomes one with the ocean. Just as water mixes with water and ghee mixes with ghee, even so I have entered into this infinite consciousness. I am that Supreme Brahman which is eternal, omnipresent, pure, peaceful, indivisible and free from motion, which is devoid of gathering and scattering but whose thoughts materialize, which is free from merit and demerit, which is the source of this universe, and, which is the supreme light, one without a second. Thus should one contemplate. Thus does the mind cease to be agitated. When the movement of the mind has ceased the self shines by its own light. In that light all sorrow comes to an end and there is the bliss which the self experiences in itself. There is direct awareness of the truth, there is none but the self. Valmiki said, "Dear friend, if you wish that this delusion known as samsara should come to an end, then give up all actions and become a lover of Brahma." Bharadvaja said, "O Guru, your enlightening discourse has completely awakened me. My intelligence is pure in the world appearance does not stretch out in front of me. I wish to know what the men of self-knowledge do. Do they have any duties or none at all?" Valmiki said, "They who desire liberation should engage themselves only in such actions which are free from defects and desist from selfish and sinful actions. When the qualities of the mind are abandoned, it takes on the qualities of the infinite. The jiva is liberated when one contemplates, 'I am that which is beyond the body, mind and senses,' when one is free from notions of 'I am the doer' and 'I am the enjoyer' as also from notions of pain and pleasure. When one realizes that all beings are in the self and the self is in all beings, when one abandons the waking, dream and deep sleep states and remains in the transcendental consciousness. That is the state of bliss which is infinite consciousness. Immerse yourself in that ocean of nectar which is full of peace. Do not drown in diversity. Thus have I narrated to you the discourse of the sage Vasistha. Steady your mind by practice. Tread the path of wisdom and of yoga. You will realize everything." Valmiki continued, seeing that Rama had become totally absorbed in the self. Visvamitra said to the sage Vasistha, "O son of the Creator, O Holy One, you are indeed great. You have proven that you are the Guru by this Saktapada, direct transmission of spiritual energy. He is a Guru who is able to give rise to God consciousness in the disciple by a look, by a touch, by verbal communication or by grace. However, the intelligence of the disciple is awakened when the disciple has rid himself of threefold impurities and thereby acquired a keen intellect. But, O sage, please bring Rama back to body consciousness for he has still many things to do for the welfare of the three worlds and of myself." All the assembled sages and others bowed to Rama. Then Vasistha said to Visvamitra, "Pray, tell them who Rama is in truth." Visvamitra said to them, "Rama is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. He is the Creator, Protector and Redeemer. He is the Lord and the Friend of all. He is manifest variously, sometimes as a fully enlightened being, sometimes as if ignorant. In truth, he is the God of gods and all the gods are but his part manifestations. Blessed is this King Dasaratha whose son is Lord Rama himself. Blessed is Ravana whose head will fall at the hands of Ram. O sage Vasistha, kindly bring him back to body consciousness." Vasistha said to Rama, "O Rama, this is not the time to rest. Get up and bring joy to the world. When people are still in bondage, it is not proper for the yogi to merge in the self." Rama remained oblivious of these words. Vasistha thereupon entered the heart of Rama through the latter's sumna nadi. There was movement of prana in Rama and the mind began to function. The jiva which is of the form of inner light shed its luster on all the nadis of the body. Rama slightly opened his eyes and beheld Vasistha in front of him. Rama said to Vasistha, "There is nothing I should do or should not do. However, your words should always be honored." Saying so, Rama placed his head at the sage's feet and then proclaimed, "Listen all of you. There is nothing superior to self-knowledge, nothing superior to the Guru." All the assembled sages and celestials showered flowers on Rama and blessed him. They departed from the assembly. Thus have I told you the story of Rama, O Bharadvaja. By the practice of this yoga, attained supreme bliss. He who constantly listens to this dialogue between Rama and Vasistha is liberated, whatever be the circumstances of his life, and attains knowledge of Brahma. Vida 2:1 Rama asked, "When one abandons action and the will to perform actions, the body falls away. How then it is possible for a living being to live in such a state?" Vasistha replied, "The abandonment of mental conditioning and notions is appropriate only to the living creature, not to one that is dead. What is kalpana, notion or mental activity? It is only the ego sense. When that is realized to be void there is abandonment of the ego sense. The notion created within oneself by the external object is known as kalpana. When that notion takes on the characteristic of void or space, there is the abandonment of the notion. Memory is kalpana. Hence the wise say that non-soft-remembering is the best. Memory encompasses that which has been experienced as well as that which has not been experienced. Abandon remembering what has been experienced and what has not been experienced and remain established in the self, like a baby who is half awake. Even as the potter's wheel keeps revolving on account of past momentum, continue to live and act here without entertaining any notions, without the operation of the mind which has now been transformed into pure sattva. I declare with uplifted arms, the abandonment of notions is the supreme good. Why do people not listen? How powerful is delusion? Under its influence, one who holds the precious gem of vikara, self-inquiry, on his palm does not abandon his delusion. This alone is one's supreme good, the non-perception of objects and the non-arising of notions. This should be experienced. If you rest peacefully in your own self, you will know that in comparison even the state of an emperor is like a blade of grass. When one has made up his mind to go to a certain place, his feet function without any mental activity. Function like those feet, and perform action here. Act here after abandoning desire for reward or the fruits of actions, without the motivation of pleasure or profit. Then the objects of the senses will be devoid of attraction but will be what they are. Even when sensation of pleasure arises on contact with the objects, let it lead you inward to the self. Do not long for the fruits of action. Do not be inactive either. Or, be devoted to both or neither, as it might happen. For, it is the will to do or not to do that binds, and its absence is liberation. There is in fact neither a must nor must not, all this is pure being. Let your intelligence not recognize any of these. Remain forever what you are in truth. The awareness of I and mine is the root of sorrow, its cessation is emancipation. Do what appeals to you. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2-2. Just as an army fashioned with clay is nothing but clay figurines, the entire universe is pure self and non-dual. Since this non-dual self alone exists, what is object and by whom is it perceived? Apart from that supreme self there is nothing which can be referred to as I or as mine. Rama said, if that is so, Lord, why should evil action be abandoned and why should one be devoted to good action? Vasishtha said, but, first tell me, O Rama, what is action? How does action arise, what is its root and how is that root to be destroyed? Rama said, surely, Lord, that which has to be destroyed must be completely uprooted and its very roots destroyed. As long as the body lasts, there is action. It is rooted in this samsara, world appearance. In that body, actions spring from the limbs, organs of action. Vasana or mental habit is the seed for the organs of action. This mental habit functioning through the senses is capable of comprehending that which is at a great distance. These senses themselves are rooted in the mind is rooted in the jiva which is conditioned consciousness, and this in turn is rooted in the unconditioned which is therefore the root of all. Brahman is the root of this unconditioned and Brahman has no roots. Thus all actions are based on consciousness which objectifies itself and thus generates actions. If this does not happen, that itself is the supreme state. Vasishtha said, in that case, O Rama, what is to be done and what is to be abandoned? The mind continues to exist as long as the body continues to live, whether the embodied person is enlightened or ignorant. How can one abandon what is known as the jivahood, individuality? But one should abandon that wrong notion of I do and be engaged in the performance of appropriate action. On the awakening of the inner intelligence, the world perception ceases and there arises psychological freedom or non-attachment. That is known as emancipation. When the objective or conditioned perception is abandoned, there is peace which is known as Brahman. Perception or awareness of objects is known as action which expands into this samsara world appearance. Cessation of such awareness is known as emancipation. Therefore, O Rama, abandonment of action is inappropriate as long as the body lives. Such abandonment gives action a value, that which is valued cannot be abandoned. Vida 2-3 Rama asked, since that which is cannot cease to be and since what is not cannot exist, how can awareness, experience, be made non-awareness or non-experience. Vasishtha replied, "It is true that that which is ceases not and that which is not does not exist. Experience and non-experience are also that simple and easy of accomplishment. For the word experience and what is indicated by it are born of falsehood or delusion. Hence, they give rise to sorrow. Abandon this awareness of experience and remain established in the awareness of the highest wisdom. The latter is nirvana. Good and evil actions cease when it is realized that they do not exist in reality. Hence, one should inquire into the root of action till that root is destroyed. For just as everything that springs from the earth is non-different from the earth, even so all that arises out of consciousness is non-different from consciousness. Liquidity is non-different from liquid, in the same way, in Brahman there is no division even between the mind and consciousness. The activity known as awareness arises without a cause in that consciousness. Hence it is as good as non-existent, being non-different from consciousness. Action is rooted in the body which is rooted in the ego sense. If the apprehension of the ego sense is abandoned, it ceases. Thus is the root of action destroyed. They in whom action has thus ceased are eager neither to renounce nor to possess. They remain established in what is and their actions are spontaneous, in fact, they do nothing. As objects borne down by a flood move non-volitionally, they work merely with their organs of action. When the mind abandons its conditioning, the objects lose their temptation. Such an understanding or awakening of intelligence alone is the abandonment of action. What is the use of doing or of desisting? It is the cessation of the awareness of action and of experience, a giving up of conditioning and thus the attainment of peace and the state of equilibrium that is known by the expression abandonment of action. When non-abandonment, or false abandonment, is mistaken for abandonment, the deluded ones who are like ignorant animals are possessed by the goblin of abandonment of activity. For they who have rightly understood the truth concerning abandonment of action have nothing whatsoever to do with activity nor with inactivity. They enjoy supreme peace whether they live in their house or in a forest. To the peaceful a house is like a forest and to the restless even the forest is like a crowded city. To one who is at peace, the entire world is a peaceful forest. To one who is restless with 1,000 thoughts, it is an ocean of sorrow. Vasishtha continued. Veda 2-4, O Rama, when the ego sense is quieted the world appearance vanishes. There is then spontaneous abandonment of objective perception, even as a lamp without fuel goes out. Renunciation is not of activity. True renunciation is based on understanding. When the lamp of understanding is not fed with the fuel of the ego sense and possessiveness, what remains is self-knowledge. One who has not thus abandoned the ego sense and mindless knows neither renunciation nor wisdom nor peace. One can easily give up the notion of inness by replacing it with the understanding the ego sense is not, without any hindrance. Where is the need to doubt this? All these notions like I am this and I am not this are not independent of consciousness. Consciousness is like space, a void. How can delusion exist in it? Hence, there is neither delusion nor the deluded, neither confusion nor the confused. All these seem to arise because one does not clearly perceive the truth. See this. Remain at peace in silence. This is nirvana. The very thing with which you entertain the notion of ego sense enables you in the twinkling of an eye to realize the non-existence of the ego sense. Then you will go beyond this ocean of samsara. He attains the highest state who is able thus to conquer his own nature. He is a hero. He who is able to overcome the 6 enemies, lust, anger, greed, etc., is a great man. Others are donkeys in human garb. He who is able to overcome the notions that arise in the mind is a man, Purusa. He is a man of wisdom. As and when the perception of an object arises within you, meet it with the understanding I am not this. Such ignorant perception will immediately cease. In fact, there is nothing to be known in all this. There is need only to get rid of confusion or deluded understanding. If this delusion is not repeatedly revived, it ceases to be. Whatever notion arises in you, even as movement arises in wind, realize that I am not this and thus deprive it of support. He who has not gained a victory over greed, shame, Vanity and delusion derives no benefit by reading this scripture, it is a useless waste of time. The ego sense arises in the self just as movement arises in wind. Hence it is non-different from the self. The ego sense seems to shine on account of the self, which is the reality or the substratum. The self does not arise at any time, nor does it set. There is nothing other than the self. Hence how can one say that it is or that it is not? The Supreme Self is in the Supreme Self, the Infinite in the Infinite, the Peace in Peace. That is all there is, neither I nor the world nor the mind. 2-4, 5 Vasistha continued, Nirvana, emancipation, is Nirvana. In peace there is peace. In the divine there is divinity. Nirvana, emancipation, is also Nirvana, not emancipation, associated with space, and also not so associated. When the right understanding concerning the unreality of the ego sense arises, there is no difficulty in enduring attacks with weapons or illness, etc. For when the seed for the world appearance, which is the ego sense, has been destroyed, the world appearance goes with it. Even as the mirror gets misted by moisture, the self is veiled by the unreal ego sense. This ego sense gives rise to all the rest of this world appearance. When it goes, then the self shines by its own light, even as the sun shines when the veiling cloud is blown away. Just as an object thrown into the ocean dissolves in the ocean, the ego sense which enters the self is dissolved in it. As long as the ego sense lasts, the same Brahman or the infinite consciousness shines as the diverse objects with different names. When the ego sense is quieted, then Brahman shines as the pure infinite consciousness. The ego sense is the seed for this universe. When that is fried, there is no sense in words like world, bondage or ego sense. When the pot is broken, only the clay remains. When the ego sense goes, diversity is dissolved. Just as the objects of the world are perceived when the sun rises, the diversity of world appearance arises with the rising of the ego sense. O Rama, I do not see any alternative to self-knowledge, which is the realization of the unreality of the ego sense. Nothing else can ensure your true welfare. Hence, first abandon the individualized ego sense and behold yourself as the entire universe. Then realize that the entire universe is the self or Brahman and not else. Be free from all agitation caused by world and oceans. He who has not conquered this ego sense does not reach the supreme state. However, if his heart is pure, then instruction concerning spiritual understanding is able to penetrate it like a drop of oil on clean cloth. In this connection I shall narrate to you an ancient legend. Long ago I questioned Vasishtha, whom do you regard as ignorant and deluded in this world? Vasishtha replied, there was a celestial who lived on a hilltop. He was ignorant and devoted to sense pleasure, but he had adopted such a righteous lifestyle as would ensure a very long life. After a very long time, the understanding arose in him that he should attain that state in which there was no birth nor death. Having thus made up his mind, he came to me. Having duly worshipped me, the celestial asked me, these senses, O Lord, are constantly agitated with craving for gratification, and they are the source of endless pain and suffering. I have realized this, and hence I take refuge in your feet. The celestial continued, 2-6, please tell me of that which is limitless and which is free from the growth and decay and which is pure and beginningless and endless. For up to this time I have been asleep, as it were, and now by the grace of the self I have been awakened. Kindly save me from this terrible fire of delusion. Beings are born and they die after being worn out here. All this is neither for dharma nor for emancipation. There does not seem to be an end to this wandering in delusion. The pleasure centers in this world only intensify this delusion and are ever-changing. I do not delight in them. I have seen and enjoyed all the pleasures of the heaven. The desire for such enjoyment has been reduced to ashes by the fire of discrimination now. I clearly understand the havoc caused by the senses of sight, hearing, smelling, tasting and touch. What shall I do with these repetitive enjoyments? Even after 1,000 years of their enjoyment, no one is really satisfied. Even if one enjoys the sovereignty of the world with all the pleasures that come with it, what is so extraordinary about it? For all these are subject to destruction and death. Pray, tell me, What there is to gain from which I shall attain eternal satisfaction. I have now clearly understood the poisonous nature of these sense experiences which only intensify my suffering here. He alone is the real hero in this world who is determined to give battle to this formidable army known as one's senses. This army is commanded by the ego sense. It is endowed with horses known as sense-experiences. It has completely encircled the city known as this body. Even the holy ones have to battle with these senses. Only they who come out victorious in this are truly great. The others are fleshy automatons, machines. There is no remedy for the disease known as sense-craving other than the firm abandonment of desire for pleasure. No medicines, no pilgrimage, no mantras are of any use. I have been waylaid by these senses as robbers waylay a lone traveler in a dense forest. These senses are filthy and they lead to great misfortune. They generate greed. They are difficult to overcome. They bring about rebirth. They are the enemies of the men of wisdom and the friends of the foolish. They are resorted to by the fallen ones and they are shunned by the noble men. They roam about freely in the darkness of ignorance like goblins. They are empty and valueless and like dry bamboo, fit only to be burned. Lord, you are the sole refuge of the supplicant. You are his Redeemer. Pray, save me from this terrible ocean of samsara by your enlightening admonitions. Devotion to sages like you in this world is the surest destroyer of sorrow. Vidok 2-7, Adbhujanda replied, You are indeed blessed, O celestial, that you are spiritually awake and you wish to uplift yourself. Your intelligence is fully awakened. Hence I feel that you will understand my instruction effortlessly. Please listen to what I am about to say. What I say is born of long experience. What appears to us as I and the other is in truth not yourself. For when you look for these you cannot see them. The conviction that neither I nor you nor the world exists is conducive to happiness, not to sorrow. The origin of ignorance cannot be determined. Even after considerable inquiry we are unable to determine whether the world appearance arises from ignorance, or ignorance is born of the world appearance. The two are in fact two aspects of the same thing. Whatever exists is the one infinite consciousness or Brahman. The world appearance is like a mirage, of which it can be said it is and it is not. The seed for this world appearance is the ego sense, for this tree of world appearance grows from the ego sense. The senses and their objects, the various forms of conditioning, heaven and earth with its mountains, oceans, etc., the divisions of time and all the names and forms are different parts of this tree of world appearance. When that seed is burned it gives rise to nothing. How is this seed burned? When you inquire into the nature of the ego sense, you realize that it is not to be seen. This is knowledge. By this fire of knowledge is the ego sense burned. By entertaining the notion of ego sense, it appears to be and to give rise to the world appearance. When this false notion is abandoned, the ego sense disappears and self-knowledge arises. In the very beginning of this world appearance the ego sense did not exist as a reality. Then how can we believe in the existence of the ego sense, in the reality of I and you and in duality or non-duality? They who seriously and earnestly strive to realize the truth, after having duly received it from the lips of a preceptor and having studied it in the scriptures, easily attain this self-knowledge. What appears to be the world is the expansion of one's own notions or thoughts, sankalpa. It is based on consciousness. It is an optical illusion which has consciousness for its substratum. Hence, it is regarded as both real and unreal. In the bracelet, gold is the truth and bracelet is but an idea or notion. Thus, both the appearance and disappearance of this world illusion are but the modifications of the idea. He who has realized this is disinterested in the delights of this world or heaven. This is his last incarnation. Bhujanda continued. Vidok 2-9. 10. O celestial, give up thinking of the objects of this world appearance as being the manifestation of the infinite consciousness. Remain in the pure self. Inertia arises in consciousness because of its own manifestation, though such inertia seems to be dissimilar to consciousness. Just as the same wind that fans the fire can also put it out, the same consciousness promotes consciousness as well as inertia. Hence, Let your consciousness or your awakened intelligence realize that the ego sense, I, is not, and then be what you are. Then your consciousness merges in consciousness absolute, without giving rise to the object of consciousness, that is Brahman, which is incomparable. The whole universe is filled with this infinite and undivided consciousness. Realize this and do as you please. It is only when the eyes are blinded by ignorance that one perceives the world of diversity. But in truth all these diverse objects are as real as a tree seen in space by one with defective vision. This inert universe is non-different from the infinite consciousness, even as fire reflected in water is non-different from it. Even so there is no real distinction between knowledge and ignorance. Since Brahman is endowed with infinite potencies, inertia or unconsciousness manifests in consciousness. This inertia exists as a potentiality in Brahman even as future waves and ripples exist on the calm surface of water. Water has no motivation to throw up ripples. Nor does Brahman have any motive in creating the world. Hence, it is right to say that, in the absence of a valid cause, creation has not taken place. It is but an appearance like the mirage. Brahman alone exists. Brahman is peace and uncreated, nor does Brahman create anything. O Celestial, you are that Brahman which is homogeneous and undivided and indivisible, like space. You are a knower. Whether you know something or do not, remain free from doubt. When you realize that you are the unborn, infinite consciousness, then all ignorance and foolishness cease and this world appearance ceases. Wherever the Supreme Brahman exists, and it is infinite and exists everywhere, there arises this world appearance. In a blade of grass, wood, water and in all things in the universe the same Brahman, the infinite consciousness, exists. The nature of Brahman is indescribable and indefinable. In it there is no other and hence it is incomparable. Hence, it is inappropriate even to talk of the nature of Brahman. That which is experienced when this ego sense ceases is the same Brahman which is attained by one in whom the ego sense prevails when that one inquires into the nature of the ego sense. It thereupon dissolves in consciousness. Vida 2:11, 12 Bhujandi continued. He in whom the contact of sharp weapons and the contact of a naked woman produce the same experience, he is established in the supreme state. One should diligently engage oneself in spiritual practice until one reaches the state in which one's contact with the objects provokes the same reaction that it would if one were asleep. The knower of the self is totally unaffected by mental illness or psychological distress. Just as poison, when swallowed by one, produces physical ailment without losing its identity as poison, the self becomes the jiva without abandoning its nature as the self or undivided consciousness. Even so, consciousness takes on the nature of unconsciousness or inertia. Something seems to have arisen in Brahman though it is in fact non-different from Brahman. Poison, without ceasing to be poison, becomes poisonous in the body. In the same way the self is neither born nor does it die, and from another point of view it comes into being and dies. Only when one's intelligence does not get drowned in objective perception is one able to cross this ocean of samsara as if it were the footprint of a calf. It is not achieved with the help of God or by other means. In the self which is omnipresent and which dwells in all, how can the mind or the ego sense arise at all? There is neither good nor evil anywhere to anyone at any time, there is neither pleasure nor pain, neither adversity nor prosperity. No one is the doer and no one is the enjoyer of anything. To say that the ego sense has arisen in the self is like saying that space, distance, has been brought into being in space. The ego sense is but a delusion, and unreal. In space there is only spatiality. Even so, consciousness alone exists in consciousness. That which is called the ego sense, I am neither that nor not that. This consciousness exists like a mountain within every atom because it is extremely subtle. This extremely subtle consciousness entertains notions of I and these notions appear to exist as the respective substances. Even as a whirlpool, etc., are but notional forms of water. The ego sense and space, etc., are notions that arise in consciousness. The cessation of such notions is known as cosmic dissolution. Thus all these worlds, etc., come into being and cease to be as notions and nothing more. Consciousness does not undergo any change in all these. In consciousness there is no experience of pleasure or pain, nor does a notion arise in it as this I am. Consciousness does not entertain qualities like courage, pleasure, prosperity, fear, memory, fame or resplendence. They are not perceived in the self any more than the feet of a snake are perceived in darkness. Bhujandi continued, there is a shower of nectar from Brahma and this is considered creation. However, since time and space do not exist in reality, such creation is unreal and what appears to be is non-different from the Lord. Just as it is water that appears as a whirlpool and just as smoke seen from a distance has the appearance of a cloud, even so when consciousness becomes aware of itself, thus giving rise to a notion, which is inert, between the two, consciousness and notion, there arises the third factor which is known as creation. This creation is but an appearance, like a plantain tree reflected in a pillar or crystal. But when rightly investigated this notion of reality in the unreal appearance vanishes. This world appearance is like an empire painted on a canvas. Just as the canvas is made attractive by the use of different colors, this world appearance seems to be attractive with diverse sense experiences. This appearance is dependent upon the seer, the ego sense, which itself is unreal. Hence, it is non-different from the Supreme Self, even as liquidity is inseparable from water. The light of consciousness is the Self. It is when the notion of I rises in it that this creation comes into being. Other than this notion, there is neither a creation nor a creator. Motion being the inherent nature of water, there is no flow of water in relation to itself. It is as it is, flowing water. Even so, consciousness is vast and stable like space and is therefore not aware of a space within itself. When the same water is seen at a different time and place, the notion of motion arises. Even so, the awareness that arises in consciousness in conjunction with the notions of time and space gives rise to the notion of creation. Though in fact, since time and space are unreal, such creation is impossible and the comparison of consciousness with water is inadequate. Know that all that you experience in the name of mind, ego sense, intellect, etc., is nothing but ignorance. This ignorance vanishes through self-effort. Half of this ignorance is dispelled by the company of the holy ones. On a fourth of it is destroyed by the study of scriptures and the other on a fourth by self-effort. In response to Rama's question, Vasishtha explained, one should resort to the company of the wise and in their company one should examine the truth concerning this creation. One should diligently search for the Holy One and adore him. For the very moment such a Holy One is found, half the ignorance ceases in his company. Another on a fourth is dispelled by the study of scripture and the last part by self-effort. The company of the Holy One puts an end to craving for pleasure, and when it is firmly rejected by self-effort, ignorance ceases. All these may happen together or one after the other. Vedanta 2:13 Bhujandi continued, a mansion visualized in space does not need the support of real pillars. Even so, the imaginary or illusory world appearance does not depend upon real time and space. Time, space and world appearance are all but notional. This world appearance is extremely subtle and it is built merely by mental activity or the movement of thought. It is like scent in the air. However, unlike such scent in the air, this world appearance is experienced only by the mind that conceives it, whereas scent can be experienced by others also. Just as one's dream is experienced only by the dreamer, this creation is experienced only by the one in whose mind it arises. In this connection there is an ancient legend which tells how Indra, the king of the gods, hid himself within the bowels of a subatomic particle. Somewhere at some time some kind of an imaginary wish-fulfilling tree existed. On one of its branches there appeared a fruit which is this universe. This fruit was unique and completely different from all other fruits. Like worms within this fruit dwelt all types of beings, gods, demons, etc. It contained the earth as well as the heaven and the netherworlds. It was enormous in size because it was a manifestation of the infinite consciousness, and it was attractive because it contained in itself the infinite potentialities of diverse experiences. It was radiant with intelligence, and in its core was the ego sense. In it were all kinds of beings, from the dullest and the ignorant to the one that was closest to enlightenment. Indra, the king of the gods, was also in that fruit. Once when the Lord Vishnu and others had retired, this Indra was assailed by powerful demons. Pursued by these demons, Indra ran in the 10 directions. He was eventually overcome by the demons. When the attention of the demons was distracted for a moment, Indra, taking advantage of the situation, assumed a subtle and minute form. By abandoning the notion that he was huge and by entertaining the notion that he was subtle and minute, and entered into a subatomic particle. In it he found rest and peace. He forgot the war with the demons. In it he visualized a palace for himself, then a city, then a whole nation with other cities and forests, and then he saw in it the whole world, an entire universe with heaven and hell. He thought that he was Indra, the king of that heaven. To him was born a son whom he named Kunda. After some time this Indra abandoned his body and attained nirvana. Like a lamp without fuel, Kunda became Indra and ruled the 3 worlds. He too was blessed with a son equal in valor and radiance. Thus his progeny multiplied, and even today one of his descendants rules the heaven. Thus, in that subatomic particle there are many such kings ruling their own kingdoms. Bhajande continued. Veda 2:14, in that family was born one who became the ruler of heaven, but who was determined to put an end to the cycle of birth and death. He gained wisdom from the instructions of the preceptor of the gods, Brihaspati. He engaged himself in the performance of appropriate actions in situations which arose without his seeking. Thus he performed religious rites and even fought with the demons. In his mind there arose a wish, I should perceive the reality concerning Brahman the Absolute. He entered into deep meditation. He was at peace within himself, remaining in seclusion. There he saw the Supreme Self or Brahman, omnipotent, all-pervasive all, who is everything, everywhere at all times, to whom all feet and hands belong, that Brahman whose eyes and heads and faces are everything, free from the senses yet the very essence of all the senses, totally free, unattached, though upholding everything, simultaneously free from and endowed with all the qualities, within and without all creatures, moving and non-moving that Brahman who is far and near yet unknown because of its extreme subtlety. He is the sun and the moon and the earth, the element everywhere, the reality in the mountain and ocean, the very essence of all. That Brahman is of the nature of this creation and world, yet the emancipated self, the primordial consciousness. Though he is the all, he is yet devoid of all these things. He, Indra, saw Brahman in the pot, cloth, tree, monkey, man, sky, mountain, water, fire and air, manifesting differently and functioning variously. He realized that that is the reality in this world appearance. Thus contemplating Brahman with his own pure and purified consciousness, this Indra became immersed in meditation. Realizing that Brahman was the celestial sovereignty in Indra, he ruled the universe. Just as this Indra ruled the whole universe while remaining within the subatomic particle, even so there have been countless Indras and universes. As long as one experiences the perceived object as something real and substantial, this world appearance continues to flow. This Maya, world appearance, will continue to flow with ever-changing appearance until the truth is realized, and only then will Maya cease to operate. Wherever this Maya functions in whatever manner, remember it is only because of the existence of the ego sense. Immediately the truth concerning the ego sense is investigated and understood, this Maya vanishes. For the reality or the infinite consciousness is totally free from the subject-object division, from the least trace of gross substantiality. It is pure void, with the infinite, unconditioned consciousness alone as its reality. Veda 2:15, 16 Bhajande continued. Just as the whole universe came into being in the very heart of the subatom on account of Indra entertaining the notion of such a creation, wherever the ego sense arises, there the world manifests itself. The ego sense is the first cause of this world illusion, which is comparable to the blueness of the sky. This tree of world appearance grows in space on the hill known as Brahman on account of the latent tendencies or notions. Its seed is the ego sense. The stars are its flowers. The rivers are its veins. The mountains are its leaves. The very essence of notions and limitations is its fruits. This world is but the expansion of the notion of its existence. This world appearance is like the vast expanse of water. The worlds appear in this ocean like ripples and waves. It expands on account of delusion which obstructs self-knowledge and therefore emancipation. It seems to be attractive and beautiful on account of the constantly changing panorama of beings coming into existence and perishing in it. O celestial, this creation can also be compared to the movement of wind. Ego sense is the wind and its movement is the world. Just as such movement is non-different from the wind, as scent is inseparable from the flower, even so this ego sense is inseparable from the world. The world exists in the very meaning of ego sense, and the ego sense exists in the very meaning of the word world. They were thus interdependent. If one is able to remove the ego sense by means of one's awakened intelligence, he cleanses from his consciousness the impurity known as world appearance. O celestial, in fact, there is no such thing as ego sense. It has somehow mysteriously arisen without any cause and without substantiality. Brahman alone pervades everything. The ego sense is false. Since the ego sense itself is false, surely the world which appears to be real to the ego sense is unreal, too. What is unreal, what remains is eternal and peace. You're that. When I said this to the celestial, he entered into deep meditation. He attained the supreme state. Vasishtha said to Rama, if the teaching falls on a qualified heart, it expands in that intelligence. It does not stay in the unqualified heart. From the ego sense arises the notion this is mine and this expands into the world appearance. Thus, O sage, in this manner sometimes even an ignorant person becomes immortal like this celestial. Immortality is attained only by the knowledge of the reality. There is no other means. Vasishtha continued, O Rama, after this I returned to the place where the other sages had gathered in a conference. Thus have I narrated to you the story of the celestial's easy emancipation. Since I heard this from the lips of Bhujanda 11 world cycles have passed. Vasishtha continued, Vida 2:17-18, this mighty tree known as creation which yields the sweet and bitter fruits of happiness and unhappiness, or good and evil, ceases the moment the ego sense is known to be false. He who knows the ego sense to be false and who thereby gains the state of perfect equanimity never again comes to grief. When self-knowledge dispels the ignorant notion of the ego sense, the ego sense which till then was believed to be a solid reality disappears and one does not know where it goes. Neither does one know where the prime mover of the body, which had also been assumed to be a solid reality, goes. The leaf, body, draws to itself the moisture, ego sense, from the earth, but the sun, self-knowledge in which the ego sense is seen to be false, evaporates it and turns it into subtle water vapor, Brahma. In the absence of the self-knowledge, however, the seed of ego sense expands into a mighty tree in the twinkling of an eye, for in the seed is hidden the entire tree with all its innumerable branches, leaves, flowers and fruits. The men of wisdom perceive that the entire creation is hidden in the ego sense. Even death does not put an end to all this. When the notion of reality is transferred from one substance to another that is known as death, behold right in front of you now countless creations of countless beings which exist within those beings. There is mind within prana or life force, and the world exists in the mind. At the time of death, this prana leaves the body and enters into space. It is wafted here and there by the cosmic air. Behold these pranas, jivas, with all their notions, worlds, hidden within them filling the entire space. I see them here in front of me with my inner eye of intelligence. The air in the entire space is filled with the pranas of the departed ones. Mind exists in those pranas. And the world exists within the mind like oil and seeds. Just as the life force, prana, is wafted in the wind in space, all these worlds are wafted in the mind, like the scent of flowers is wafted by air. These are seen only by the eye of intelligence, not by these physical eyes, O Rama. These worlds exist everywhere at all times. They are subtler than even space, for they were of the nature of the essence of notions. Hence in fact they are not wafted nor moved from one place to another. But to each jiva, which is composed of the prana, mind and notion combined, the notion it entertains of the world of its own creation is real. That jiva firmly believes in the substantiality of that creation. when the objects on the bank of a fast-flowing river are seen reflected in the water. These objects appear to be agitated, too, though in fact they are not. Even so, these worlds within the jivas may be said to be in motion or unmoving. But in the self which is infinite consciousness there is no such movement at all, even as when a pot is moved from one place to another, the space that is in it does not move from one place to another. So, this world only appears to be on account of the deluded belief in its existence. In reality it is Brahman only, and it is neither created nor destroyed. Vasishtha continued, even if it is considered that this world arises in cosmic space, it is not experienced as such by those who dwell in it. The passengers in a boat move with it, but one who is seated in the boat does not see another moving. Just as an efficient artist creates the illusion of distance in his painting or carving, even so within a subatomic particle the mind entertains the notions of immeasurable distance. Again, there is perversion of experience in regard to the smallness or largeness of objects. Similarly, there is the unreal experience of this world and what is known as the other world, though all these are false. Out of all this arise false notions, such as this is desirable and this is undesirable. A sentient being experiences the existence of his own limbs within himself by means of his own inner intelligence. Even so, the jiva, the cosmic being in this case, perceives the existence of the world of diversity within itself. The infinite consciousness is unborn and divided like space. All these worlds are its limbs, as it were. A sentient ball of iron may visualize within itself the potential existence of a knife and a needle, etc. Even so, the jiva sees or experiences within itself the existence of the three worlds, though this is no more than a delusion or false perception. Even in the insentient seed there is the potential tree with all its numerous branches, leaves, flowers and fruits, though not as such diverse objects. Even so, all these worlds exist in Brahman, though not as such, but in an undifferentiated state. In a mirror, whether you regard it as sentient or insentient, the city is reflected, though you may also truthfully say that there is no such reflection in the mirror, and it is seen and also not seen. Such is the relationship between the three worlds in Brahman. What is known as the world is nothing but time, space, motion and substantiality, and all these are non-different from the ego sense on account of their mutual interdependence. What is seen here as the world is but the Supreme Self, which appears as the world without undergoing any change in its own true nature. It appears to be that which one conceives it to be at a particular time and place. All these apparent appearances arise in the mind as notions. Mind itself is nothing but consciousness. Hence, the appearances arise in the mind as notions. Mind itself is nothing but consciousness. Hence, the appearance is false and not real. Concepts or notions, sankalpa, latent conditioning, vasana, and the living being, jiva, are non-different from the infinite consciousness. Even if they were experienced, they are still unreal except as the one reality which is the infinite consciousness. Therefore, when the unreal notion is done away with, there is emancipation or moksha greater than. However, one cannot truly say that these worlds are wafted in air here and there, for all these are but false notions with the infinite consciousness as their substratum and sole reality. Vida 2:19 Rama asked, O sage, kindly tell me the form, the nature, the location of the jiva and its relation to the Supreme Self. Vasishtha replied, O Rama, it is the infinite consciousness that is known as the jiva when it becomes aware of itself as the object on account of the notion it entertains of itself. It is also known as sit or pure consciousness. This jiva is neither a subatomic particle, nor is it gross and physical, nor void nor anything else. The omnipresent pure consciousness is known as jiva when it experiences its own being. It is more minute than an atom and larger than the largest. It is all and it is pure consciousness. That is known as the jiva by the wise. Whatever object is experienced here is but its own reflection so experienced by it. Whatever it thinks of from moment to moment, that it experiences then and there. Such experiencing is the very nature of the jiva, even as motion is the nature of wind. When such experiencing ceases, the jiva becomes Brahman. On account of its nature as consciousness, when the jiva entertains the notion of ego sense, it builds time, space, motion and substance and functions in and through the body. It then perceives all these unrealities within itself as if they were real, even as a person dreams of his own death. Forgetting its true nature, it then identifies itself with its own false notions. It assumes an accidental relationship with the five senses and experiences their function as if such experience were its own. It shines as the Purusa, indwelling presence, and Virat, cosmic person, endowed with these five faculties. This is still the subtle and mental being, and this is the first emanation from the Supreme Being. This person arises of his own accord, grows, decays, expands and contracts, then ceases to be. He is of the nature of mind, notion or thought, and being subtle is known as the Puryastaka, the eightfold city. This subtle being is small and large, manifest and unmanifest, and pervades everything inside and out. His limbs are 8, the 5 senses and mind for the 6th, the ego sense and income non-being. All the Vedas have been sung by him. By him have the modes or rules of conduct been laid down. All these prevail even today. His head is the highest of all, his feet are the netherworld, space is his belly, all the worlds his side, water his blood, the mountains and the earth are his flesh, the rivers are his blood vessels, the directions are his arms, the stars are his hairs, the cosmic winds his prana, his life spark is the lunar sphere, and his mind is the aggregate of all notions. His self is the supreme self. From this cosmic person or jiva other jivas arise and are distributed throughout the 3 worlds. Brahma, Vishnu, Rudra and others are its mental creations. The manifestations of its thought forms are the gods and the demons and the celestials. The jiva arose from consciousness, and that is its location. Thousands of such Virat have arisen and will arise in the future. Vasishtha continued. Veda 2:20, 21. The cosmic person is himself of the nature of a notion, or concept, thought, etc. Whatever notion is entertained by him appears to be embodied in the 5 elements in the cosmic space. Hence, O Rama, whatever appears to have been created is regarded by the wise as the expansion of notions. The cosmic person is the original cause for all this world appearance, the effect is of the same nature as the cause. However, all this takes place in consciousness, not in unconsciousness. All these diverse creatures, from the worm to the god or Udra, have arisen from the original notion, just as a mighty tree grows out of a small seed. Though the universe has thus expanded from a minute subatom, the expansion or evolution is rooted in intelligence, not inertia. Just as the cosmic person has come to be manifest as this cosmos, even so have all things come into being, right down to the minutest atom. But in truth there is nothing large nor minute. Whatever notion arises in the self is experienced as if it were real. The mind arises in the lunar element, and the moon is created by the mind. In the same way, one jiva gives rise to other jivas. The wise consider jiva to be the essence in the sperm. In it is hidden the bliss of the self which it experiences as if independent of itself. There arises in it its identification with the 5 elements for no apparent reason. Yet the jiva continues to be jiva, not really limited by these elements. It is inside and outside these elements and their composition known as the body. But veiled by its identification with the elements, it does not see its true nature, even as a man born blind does not see his way. Emancipation or moksha is the destruction of this ignorance and the realization of the independence of the jiva from these elements and the ego sense. O Rama, one should strive to be a jnani, man of wisdom or direct experience, and not a jnanabandhu, a pseudo-jnani. Who is a pseudo-jnani? He who studies the scripture for pleasure or profit like a sculptor studying art, and who does not live up to the teaching, is a pseudo-jnani. His scriptural knowledge is not reflected in his daily life. He is more interested in applying scriptural knowledge to promote his physical welfare and sensual happiness. Hence, I regard an ignorant man as superior to the pseudo-jnani. Jnana or wisdom is self-knowledge, other forms of knowledge are but its pale reflections. One should work in this world as much as is needed to earn an honest living. One should live, eat, in order to sustain the life force. One should sustain one's life force only for the sake of acquiring knowledge. One should inquire into and know that which frees him from sorrow, V.2:22 Vasistha continued. He is a jnani who is unaware of, or oblivious of, the consequences of actions, because he is established in self-knowledge and ignores both the individualized mind and its objects. He is a jnani whose psychological conditioning has been utterly removed. His intelligence is free from perversion. His knowledge is such as does not lead to rebirth. He engages himself in the simple acts of eating and dressing and in such spontaneous and appropriate actions which are free from desire and mental activity. He is known as a pandita. The diverse creatures have no purpose for coming into being or for their continued existence. They are not real entities, though they appear to be so. The causal relationship is brought in later on in order to rationalize this unreal creation. Is there a purpose for the appearance of a mirage? They who try to find the reason for the appearance of these optical illusions are trying to ride on the shoulders of the grandson of the barren woman's son. The only cause for these optical illusions or illusory appearances is non-perception, for they disappear when looked into. When rightly investigated and perceived, they are found to be the Supreme Self, but when they are perceived through the mind, the conditioned jiva arises. This jiva, when correctly investigated and looked into, is in fact the Supreme Self. When it is grasped by the mind, then it appears to be the jiva subject to all sorts of change, birth, decay, etc. They who have the direct experience of the cosmic being do not perceive the diversity, even when their eyes behold the world. In their mind, even while it functions, there is no disorderly movement of thought or movement in different directions. Their mind is therefore no mind in which there is non-movement of thought. Their behavior is non-volitional, like a dry leaf in wind. The ignorant fool who is bound to psychological conditioning extols scriptural and join action because he is not spiritually awakened. His senses prey upon their objects. The wise one, however, restrains the senses and remains centered in the self. There is no formless gold nor Brahman totally devoid of manifestation. However, emancipation is the removal of the concept of creation or manifestation. At the conclusion of this cosmic world cycle there is, during the period of dissolution, one utter darkness covering the entire creation. Even so, in the eyes of the wise ones the whole universe is enveloped by the one reality of Brahman. The ocean is one homogeneous unit in spite of diversity and motion within itself. There is but one Brahman which includes all this diversity and motion. There is the world within the ego sense and ego sense within this creation. The two are inseparable. The jiva sees this creation within itself, without any cause or motivation. The bracelet is gold. When the bracelet is not seen as bracelet, it ceases and gold alone is. Thus, the seers of truth do not live though living, do not die though dying, do not exist though existing. Their actions are non-volitional functions of the body. Vasistha continued, in every body the jiva exists like a snowflake, apparently heavy in large beings, and light and subtle in small beings. The eye enters into the triangle in its own conception, and because it is aware of itself, it believes itself to be a body, though this is unreal and only appears to be real. In that triangle which is the sheath of karma, the jiva which is of the very essence of the sperm exists in that body just as fragrance exists in a flower. Even as the sun's rays spread throughout the earth, this jiva which is in the sperm and which has entered the triangle spreads itself throughout the body. Though this jiva is everywhere inside and outside, yet it has a special identification with this vital energy, sperm, which is therefore considered its special abode. Thus it exists in the very heart of beings. Whatever it conceives of while thus existing in the beings is the very experience it experiences. But until it abandons all movement of thought in consciousness and until it becomes of no mind, it does not attain peace and it does not cease to entertain the false notion of I am this. Hence, O Rama, though you may still continue to entertain thoughts and feelings, if the manas or ego sense ceases in you, you will remain like the space and there will be peace. There are sages of self-knowledge who live and function in this world as if they were sculptured images. Their organs of action function here, though the world does not produce the least disturbance in their consciousness. He who lives like space here, which is unaffected by the activity that goes on within it, is freed of all bondage and is liberated. He who does not abandon his confirmed conviction in the existence of diversity is not abandoned by sorrow. He who is happy with whatever dress is put on him, with whatever food he is fed and with whatever resting place is offered to him shines like an emperor. Though he appears to live a conditioned life, he is really unconditioned, for inwardly he is free and void. Though appearing to be active, he does not strive but functions like one in deep sleep. There is really no difference between the ignorant and the wise, the knower of the truth, except that the latter is free from the conditioned mind. What appears as the world to the conditioned mind is seen by the unconditioned as Brahma. Whatever appears to be here exists, perishes and comes into being again, but you are that, O Rama, that has neither birth nor death. Once self-knowledge has arisen in you, this world appearance is powerless to make any impression in you, even as a burnt seed does not give rise to a plant. Such a one rests in the self whether he is active or inactive. Only he in whom the craving for pleasure has utterly ceased experiences supreme peace, not one who has gained peace of mind by other means. Vida 2:23 Vasistha continued, O Rama, devoid of desire or mental coloring and free from mental conditioning, arise and proceed towards the supreme state, even as Manki did. Your forebear Ayya had invited me to a religious ceremony. As I descended from the air to attend this ceremony, I entered a dense forest which was dusty and hot. Whilst I was trying to go through that forest, I heard a wayfarer wail, Alas, just as the sun burns everything, the company of the wicked is productive only of sorrow and sin. Let me go to that village yonder and find some relief from fatigue. As he was thus about to enter the next village, I said to him, Welcome, O wanderer, who has not found the right path. You cannot find eternal satisfaction in this place inhabited by the ignorant any more than you can quench your thirst by drinking salty water, which will only worsen your thirst. The ignorant wander aimlessly and take to the wrong path. They do not engage themselves in self-inquiry, nor do they disengage themselves from wicked action. They function like machines here. It is better to be a snake in a dark cave, it is better to be a worm in a rock, it is better to be a lame deer in a desert, mirage, than to remain in the company of ignorant people. Their company gives rise to momentary pleasure but is destructive of self. It is poisonous. On my saying so, he said to me, Lord, who are you? You are radiant like an emperor though you do not have anything. Have you quaffed nectar? You are devoid of everything and yet you are perfectly full. What is this form of yours, O sage, which seems to be nothing and yet everything, transcendental though seeming to rest on the earth? You are free from all desire and hope and yet you appear to entertain desire and hope. In your consciousness different concepts or notions arise in accordance with your own wish, and this entire universe rests in you like a seed in a fruit. I am a pilgrim, by name Manki. I have wandered far and I desire to return to my own abode. But I do not have the energy needed to return home. Lord, the great ones cultivate friendship at first sight. I feel that I am unable to overcome this world illusion. Pray, enlighten me. I replied to him, O pilgrim, I am Vasistha. Do not fear. You have indeed reached the door to emancipation. You have sought the company of man, who is characterized by self-inquiry, and therefore you have almost reached the other shore of this world appearance. Hence, in your mind dispassion has arisen and there is peace. When the veils that hide the truth are removed, the truth shines by itself. Pray, tell me what you wish to know. How do you propose to destroy this world's soft-illusion? Manki said, Vida 2:24, Lord, I have searched in the 10 directions for one who could remove my doubts, but till now I have not found such a person. Today by your company I have obtained the highest blessing that falls to the lot of the most fortunate among beings. In this world all things come into being and perish and therefore there is repeated experience of sorrow. All the pleasures of the world inevitably end in sorrow. I therefore consider that sorrow is preferable to pleasure which leads to sorrow. Being subjected to the repeated experience of pleasure and pain, my mind is filled with perverse notions and it does not reflect the inner light of awakened intelligence. Tied to the latent tendencies born of such an ignorant life, the mind only leads me to sinful existence and activity. Thus have I wasted my days. This craving for pleasure never attains fulfillment, never finds satisfaction and, though all its aspirations end in failure, the craving, itself does not come to an end. In autumn the leaves dry up and fall away, but the desire for pleasure does not, nor does the anxiety that arises in the heart and which subjects me to terrible calamities. Even he who is endowed with many blessings and who enjoys prosperity is reduced to a miserable state of existence. Such prosperity is often seen to be a bait to trap the unwary one in the pit of sorrow. Since my heart is thus tainted with sinful tendencies and restlessness, the wise ones, seeing that I am only interested in sense gratification, take no notice of me. In spite of all this, my mind still pursues its destructive course since it has not been overcome by death. The darkness of my ignorance in which the ego sense thrives has not yet been dispelled by the moonlight of the study of scriptures and company of enlightened beings. The elephant of ignorance in me has not yet met with the lion of knowledge. The grass of my karma has not encountered the fire of its destruction. The sun of self-enquiry has not risen in me to dispel the darkness of mental conditioning. O sage, that which I intellectually understand to be nothing still appears to me to be a real entity or substance. My senses are eating me away. Even the knowledge of the scriptures seems to form one more veil instead of helping me destroy the existing veils. Thus, I am besieged by ignorance and confusion. Lord, tell me what is truly good for me. Veda 2:25 Vasishtha replied. Experience, thinking, entertaining notions, etc., mental conditioning and imagination are meaningless and are productive only of psychological distress. All the sorrows and misfortunes of life are rooted in, and rest in, sense experience and thinking. This path of life or samsara is twisted and tortuous to the one who is ruled by psychological conditioning or latent tendencies. In the case of the awakened one, however, this samsara ceases along with the cessation of his mental conditioning. There is nothing other than pure consciousness, even as there is nothing but pure void in space. That there is something known as experience or other than this pure consciousness is ignorance, whose expansion is this samsara, world appearance. That which arises in the absence of observation disappears when the light of observation is directed towards it. Even so, this fictitious experiencing self, which is but the reflection of the true self, vanishes when its true nature is examined. The division created by objective consciousness ceases when the knowledge of the indivisibility of consciousness arises. Pots do not exist independently of clay, for pots are but modifications of clay. Objects are of consciousness, they are not different from consciousness as objects of consciousness. That which is known through knowledge is non-different from that knowledge, the unknown is not known. Consciousness is the common factor in the subject, the predicate, knowing, and the object. Hence there is nothing other than knowledge or consciousness. If it were otherwise there could be no comprehension, that is, of two totally different substances. Hence even wood and stone are of the essential nature of consciousness, otherwise they could not be apprehended. Whatever there is in this world is pure consciousness. Though the objects, like wood and wax, may appear to be different, they are non-different from the observer's viewpoint, since it is the same observer that observes both of them, and the observer is consciousness. The ego sense that perceives the diversity is the creator of the division. The ego sense is bondage and its cessation is liberation. It is so simple. Where is the difficulty? The division has arisen just as the vision of two moons arises in diplopia. In that case, how can it be said to have arisen? It is false. Consciousness and inertness cannot be related to each other. Consciousness cannot become unconsciousness. It is consciousness alone which somehow thinks it is inert, and then the limitation bounces down into the conception of materiality, like a rock from a hilltop. Vasishtha continued. Veda 2:26. When one thus falls into this illusion of world appearance, he is at once preyed upon by countless other illusions which arise in the original illusion, just like insects arise after the rain. The mind is like a forest in spring. It is so dense with very many notions and concepts, that dense darkness prevails in it. On account of self-limitation or ignorance, people undergo countless experiences of pleasure and pain in this world. There is no difference between the sage and the moon, both of them radiate joy. They are peaceful, cool and tranquil, full of immortalizing nectar, and they enable one to see. There is no difference between the ignorant and the child. They are motivated in their lives by whims and fancies, they do not reflect what was nor what will be, and they were devoid of right conduct. No one, from the Creator down to the smallest insect, can attain supreme peace unless he acquires perfect control of the mind. By the mere investigation of the nature of bondage, it ceases to bind, even as the obstacles on the path do not hinder one who examines them carefully. Ghosts do not haunt one who is careful and who is awake. If you close your eyes, the vision of the external world is blotted out. If you remove the notion of the world from your consciousness, pure consciousness alone exists. This pure consciousness alone exists even now. The world is an unreal appearance brought about by just a little agitation in it. It is the creation of the cosmic mind, as it were. This cosmic mind merely entertains the notion of such a creation, for it does not have the material substances needed for material creation. The world is a painting on the Brahman canvas without colors and without instruments. How then can it be said that this world has really been created? By whom, how, when and where? The notion I am happy experiences happiness, and the notion I am unhappy experiences unhappiness. All these notions are but pure consciousness. As notions they are false. Since the self or the infinite consciousness is unlimited and unconditioned, there is no agitation or movement in it. There are no desires, no attachment, dependence, and therefore no restlessness or movement in the self. Dependence alone is bondage, non-dependence is freedom or emancipation. He who rests in what is indicated by the all, infinite or fullness, does not desire anything. When the physical body is as unreal as the body seen in a dream, what will the wise man desire for its sake? In the spiritually awakened and enlightened state the sage rests in the self, all his desires reach their fulfillment. O Rama, Manki heard all this and entered into deep contemplation. Having abandoned his delusion, he lived performing spontaneous and appropriate actions, Dravahapatitam karyam, inevitable action, lit, the action of one fallen in a stream. Vida 2:27, 28 Vasistha continued, in the self is unity and diversity, yet not unity or diversity as opposed to each other. How can one assert diversity in it? The one self exists, subtle and omnipresent like space. It is undivided by the birth and death of bodies. I am the body is delusion, not truth. You are the pure self or undivided consciousness. The subject, observer, the object, observed, and the predicate, observation, are but the modifications of the mind. The truth or the self is undivided by this division, and hence it is beyond contemplation, dhyana. All this is one indivisible Brahman, and there is no such thing as the world. How can illusion arise or exist at all? The deluded feeling that there is a world, either as a reality or as an illusion, has been dispelled by my instruction. There is no reason now for you to suffer bondage. In prosperity and adversity, be free and live without ego, sense and desire. Rama said, I wish to hear from you once again the truth concerning karma, what is known as the divine will, fate. Vasistha replied, divine will, fate, daivam, and karma are but concepts. The truth is that they are movements in consciousness. When there is such movement, the world appearance arises. When the movement ceases, the world appearance also ceases. There is not the least distinction between the movement and consciousness. There is not the least distinction between a person and his karma, action. A creature is known by its characteristic action, and such action reveals the character of the creature. They are inseparable. Hence, the words or concepts divine, dva, action, karma, and person, nara, are but expressions which denote movement in consciousness. This movement in consciousness, along with the self-limitation in consciousness, serves as the seed for everything, but there is no cause or seed for the movement in consciousness. There is no distinction between the seed and the sprout. Therefore all this, body, etc., is but movement in consciousness. This movement is obviously omnipotent and hence is able to manifest the gods and the demons and other creatures, mobile and immobile, sentient and insentient. They who assert that a person and his actions, karma, are different and distinct are animals in human semblance, salutation to them. The seed which sprouts as the world is the self-limitation or conditioning in consciousness. Burn that seed by non-attachment or freedom. Non-volitional action, non-soft-action in action, is known as non-attachment or freedom. Or, the uprooting of conditioning, vasana, is known as non-attachment or freedom. Attain this freedom by any means. That means by which you are able to destroy the seed of vasana is the best. In this nothing but self-word is of any avail. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:29, O Rama, regard all actions everywhere as pure consciousness and live with your vision introverted. In sorrow and in calamity, in dire distress and in pain, remain free from sorrow within yourself, but behave as if in sorrow in accordance with propriety and in accordance with local etiquette, even shedding tears and wailing and seemingly experiencing pleasure and pain. While enjoying the company of your wife and participating in festivals, etc., manifest delight as if you were subject to mental conditioning. Engage yourself in funeral rites and even in war as one with limited understanding and ignorant. Acquire wealth and destroy your enemies as ignorant people of limited understanding do. Be compassionate towards the suffering. Adore the holy ones. Rejoice in happiness. Grieve in sorrow. Be a hero among heroes. With your gaze turned inward, swimming in the bliss of the self and with your heart and mind at peace, what you do not do. When you thus rest in the self, even the sharpest weapon cannot cut you, the self-knowledge. This self-knowledge is not cut by weapons nor burnt by fire, neither wetted by rain nor dried by wind. Cling to the pillar of self-knowledge, knowing the self to be free from old age and death. Thus rooted in self-knowledge though active externally, you will not once again fall into the error of self-limitation, vasana. Lead an active life though remaining inwardly as if in the deep sleep state. Abandon all notion of division. Rest in self-knowledge with your awareness extending just a little outside. Thus, you are utterly at rest as if in deep sleep within yourself, whether you are active externally or not so active, whether you hold on to something or abandon something. You will then be totally free from all disharmony since you realize the non-distinction between the waking and the deep sleep states. Thus, by the practice of self-awareness which is beginningless and endless, you will gradually reach that supreme state of consciousness in which there is no duality and which is beyond all materiality. In it there is neither unity nor diversity but supreme peace. Rama asked, if such be the truth concerning the ego sense, O sage, how do you appear here being called Vasistha? When Rama said this, Vasistha became totally silent. The members of the assembly were concerned. Seeing this, Rama asked again, why are you silent, O sage? There is nothing in the whole world which a holy sage is unable to answer. Vasistha replied, I was silent not because I could not answer but because silence is the only answer to your question. Vasistha continued, there are two types of questioners, the enlightened and the ignorant. One should answer the ignorant from the point of view of the ignorant and the wise from the point of view of the wise. Till now you were ignorant and hence you deserved only intellectual answers. Now you know the truth and you rest in the supreme state, hence intellectual and logical answers will no longer do for you. O Rama, all verbal statements, whether they are verbose or brief, whether their purport is subtle or transcendental, are all limited by logic, by duality and division. Such tainted answers are not worthy of you, my dear one, and words are incapable of forming a pure and untainted statement. To one such as you, one should transmit the purest truth, and the purest truth is expressed only by complete silence. That silence which is free from rational inquiry and mental activity is the supreme state. Hence, that alone was the appropriate answer to a question by a wise one like you. Again, all expression is the expression of the nature of one who expresses it. I am firmly established in the pure non-dual and indivisible consciousness which is the supreme state. How can I subject myself to the imperfection of expressing the inexpressible? Hence I did not attempt to reduce the infinite to words which spring from mental activity. Rama said, I realize that all expressions are tainted with duality and limitation. Making due allowance for this, tell me who you are. Vasishtha replied, I am the pure space-like consciousness devoid of objective experience and beyond all mental activity or thought. I am the pure and infinite consciousness. Even so are you. The whole world is that, too. Everything is the pure, indivisible consciousness. I am pure consciousness and nothing but that. Since there is nothing apart from that, I do not know how to describe that. It is when one endeavors to give expression to oneself that the ego sense and all the rest of it arise, even if one's attempt is to attain total freedom. They call it the supreme state in which one though alive behaves as if he were dead. It is absurd for the ego sense to seek this emancipation, for it can never comprehend the truth. The infinite consciousness surely stands in no need of realizing the infinite consciousness. Either way, it is like the born blind endeavoring to see a painting. That is nirvana, emancipation or freedom, in which one stands firm like a rock whether or not there is agitation or movement in consciousness. He sees no other. He is free from all desires and cravings. In him there is no I, you or the other. It is alone, all plus one. Vasishtha continued, the awareness of the infinite consciousness of itself is the mind. This itself is samsara and bondage which leads to psychic distress. When the infinite consciousness remains itself as if unaware of itself, that is moksha or liberation. Mind, intellect, etc., are but modifications of pure consciousness, or they are mere words. In fact, the pure undivided consciousness alone exists. When pure consciousness alone exists, pervading everything inside and out, how does a notion of division arise, and where? Is there a difference between pure consciousness and utter void? Even if there is, it is impossible to put it into words. I am the pure space of consciousness, if the notion of self-limitation, mental conditioning, ceases. However, since such limitation is but a notion, it cannot limit the infinite. When this understanding arises in one, though there is self-awareness, even that ceases, for there is no division between the observer and the observed. It is as if void is the ultimate truth. Ignorance points to the hidden wisdom. Wisdom then destroys that ignorance and eventually that, too, comes to rest. That is the supreme state. The wise muni, one who is inwardly silent, becomes a manava, man, by self-knowledge. Or, man becomes muni, being ignorant, the ignorant become animals and trees. I am Brahman and this is the world are deluded notions. They are not seen on inquiry or investigation. When light goes in search of darkness, darkness vanishes. The peaceful man of right understanding possesses all the senses, but since he is not swayed by false notions, he does not subject himself to their experiences. He lives as if in deep sleep. All dreams end in deep sleep, similarly deep sleep ends in samadhi all the objects of perception merge in knowledge and everything is then seen as the one self. One who sees that all these objects are experienced only in the conditioned state of the mind realizes instantly that the self is unconditioned. Since in the unconditioned there is neither doership nor enjoyership, there is in reality no sorrow and no pleasure, no virtue, no sin, no loss to anyone. All this is pure void. Even the notion of ego sense and mindness is void. All appearance is illusion and it does not exist in us. One who sees this engages himself in non-volitional action or remains in complete silence, one or the silence of a log of wood. He is Brahma. For the attainment of supreme peace the embodied being has no other means. Vida 2:30 Vasistha continued, the notion of I is utter ignorance, it blocks the path to nirvana or liberation. Yet the foolish man endeavors with the help of this darkness of ignorance to find the light of truth. The investigation of the ego sense reveals its limitation and conditioned nature or its total absence. It is found only in the ignorant and not in the knower of truth. The knower of truth, on the other hand, exists in the embodied or disembodied state without the least anxiety or sorrow, having totally abandoned the notion of the ego. There is no fear of destruction in the battle painted on a canvas. Even so, when the knower of truth is established in inner equanimity, activity does not affect him. In the case of the liberated sage, even the manifestations of conditioned behavior are apparent, not real. As in the case of the mantle of a gas lamp, which retains its form and shape though it has really been burned to ashes. The liberated sage's personality is no personality. His mind is no mind and his conditioning is truly unconditioned. It is Brahman and naught else. He who rests in total peace within though apparently engaged in diverse activities externally is a liberated one. The elephants and chariots which float in the sky are but the cloud formations which are cloud. The worlds that seem to exist are similarly nothing but the Supreme Self or Brahman. The cause of sorrow is therefore the acceptance of the unreal as the real, which arises from misunderstanding or deluded understanding of the real. The truth is that on account of the ego sense the ignorant person experiences the existence of the world within it, though in reality he is the infinite consciousness. Just as a firebrand when it is whirled around creates illusory forms in space, whereas the only reality is the single spark of fire at the end of the stick, even so all these diverse forms are but the apparent appearance of the one indivisible Brahman or infinite consciousness. Let all this, the beginning and the end, the rising and the falling, space and time, exist as it pleases. One should rest in the inner peace. The inert water is able to sustain the ship that carries a load across the water and thus overcome the obstacle created by itself, the water even so, this inert world itself enables a man to cross this apparent world appearance. That which is created by thought can also be destroyed by thought. Hence, attain fearlessness by realizing that there is neither I nor the other. For nothing called I is discovered when one investigates the body, mind, etc. Abandon the pursuit of pleasure, engage yourself in inquiry on be devoted to self-effort. Vasishtha continued. Veda 2:31 The infinite consciousness reflects itself as the infinite and unconditioned consciousness in all, and that alone is truly experienced in all. But when the notion of an object arises and when that notion is confirmed by repetition, this consciousness manifests as the object, like the dream objects, which, though within oneself, appear in that dream to be objects. When a dream object perishes nothing is lost, when the world or the I is lost, nothing is lost. There is no sense even in condemning this world in the ego sense. Who will extol or condemn in hallucination? Investigation alone is appropriate here. What remains is the truth. Remain firmly established in it. This world appearance is but a notion and it is utterly dispelled by inquiry. What remains then is Brahman. To accept the reality of this world appearance is like trusting the words of the barren woman's son. The individual personality is vasana or mental conditioning which disappears on investigation. However, in a state of ignorance, when one fails to observe it, this world appearance arises. The body is the result of the permutation and combination of the five elements and is inert. Even the mind, the intellect and the ego sense are also of the same elements. When one is able to abandon the inert materiality of the mind, the intellect and the ego sense, one attains the pure unconditioned being. This is liberation. The object arises in the subject but has no independent existence. Hence, even the conditioned state where being is but a notion, it is not real. Therefore, it vanishes when inquired into. It is best to reject the notion and stop it from arising again by never thinking of it again. There is neither the subject, sir, nor an experiencer. Neither the real nor the unreal. There is the supreme peace alone. One who is established in this peace is free from likes and dislikes though engaged in activity. Or he may not engage himself in activity. When the mind is freed of all notions that limit the unconditioned consciousness, how does the sage act in a dualistic way? Free from love, hate and fear, he exists as the immutable self firmly established in the supreme peace. The notion of object which arises in the subject is then experienced by the latter as different from it. In fact, the two, like the dreamer and the wakeful person, are indistinguishably one, like milk that is kept in two cups. The Supreme Self is free from all notions. Notions give rise to objects and when the notions are abandoned the objects cease to be. Veda 2:32 Vasistha continued, when there is movement in the infinite consciousness, the notions of I and the world arise. These in themselves are harmless if one realizes that in fact they are non-soft different from the self or the infinite consciousness. But, When they are considered real in themselves and the world is perceived as real, then there is great misfortune. Even this movement in the unconditioned is not a real entity. If it is unreal, how much more unreal are the notions that arise on account of such movement? It is as true as the dancing of the barren woman's son. Such movement arises in ignorance, it is ignorance. In the light of right understanding it ceases. In the same way, the ego sense arises when its existence is conceived. When that concept is rejected, the ego sense ceases to be. This is known as dhyana, meditation, and samadhi, superconscious state. It is the unconditioned consciousness. Pray, do not fall into the net of duality and non-duality, etc. All such controversy and polemics only lead to sorrow and despair. When one pursues the unreal or impermanent, there is sorrow. When the conditioning of consciousness drops away, there is no sorrow, even as in sleep there is no sorrow. The consciousness that abandons conditioning realizes its unconditioned nature. That is liberation. With the help of my instructions, if you realize that the I does not exist, then your understanding is firm and unshakable. The world and the I exist only as notions, not as fact nor as reality. They cease to be when one inquires, who am I? And how has this world arisen? The realization of the non-existence of the I is nirvana or liberation. The light of this realization dispels the darkness of ignorance. Therefore, one should inquire till the end of one's life, who am I? How did this world arise? What is jiva or the individual personality? And what is life? As instructed by the knowers of the truth. When you betake yourself to the company of the knowers of truth, the light of their self-knowledge dispels the darkness of ignorance and its threat, including the ego sense. Hence, keep their company. Resort to these knowers of truth in privacy, not in public. For when different people express different points of view, your understanding may be stunted or perverted. The wise man should approach the knower of truth in privacy, learn the truth and contemplate that truth. This contemplation dispels the cloud of concepts and notions which cast a shadow on consciousness. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:33. When one has attained wisdom through self-effort and with the help of the company of the holy ones, this world appearance does not expand in his consciousness. Notions arise in one's consciousness and, when a counter-notion is raised, the former undergo radical mutation. The total abandonment of all notions or ideas is liberation, and such an abandonment is possible when the pursuit of pleasure is abandoned. Notions and ideas gradually cease to arise and to expand in one who resolutely refrains from associating words with meanings, in his own mind, whether these words are uttered by others or they arise in one's own mind. The abandonment of ego sense is the cessation of ignorance. This and nothing else is liberation. Whether this world exists or does not exist, its apprehension or recognition by the mind leads to sorrow, its non-recognition is bliss. For all embodied beings there are two forms of disease, the first relates to this world and the second relates to the other world. For illnesses which are related to life in this world, ignorant people try to find a remedy before their lives come to an end. But there are no such remedies for the problems connected with the life beyond. One cannot hope to remedy them in the other world, for such remedies do not exist in the other world. If one is unable to find a remedy for the dreadful disease known as ignorance here in this world, one can surely not find a remedy after leaving this world. Therefore, do not waste your time in trying to find futile remedies for the problems connected with your life in this world. By self-knowledge rid yourself of the problems connected with the life hereafter. There is no time to lose, or life is ebbing away all the time. If you do not uplift yourself from the mire of pleasure, you cannot find any other remedy. The fool who revels in pleasure invites sorrow and misfortune. Just as the strength of manhood manifests in the energy of childhood, the fullness of perfection, nirvana, begins with the effectiveness of self-discipline or the abandonment of the pursuit of pleasure. The life stream of the knower of truth flows in harmony, while the life stream of the ignorant is full of whirlpools. Universes arise in the infinite consciousness like bubbles on the surface of the ocean. But they are non-different from the unconditioned existence. Brahman is beyond all description and does not even have a nature which can be conceived of. Hence, it is unwise to suggest that the manifestation of the universe is its nature. Creation, world, movement of consciousness, etc., are mere words without substance. When such ideas are abandoned, the world and the I cease to be, and consciousness alone exists, pure and immutable. This unconditioned consciousness alone is, naught else is, not even the nature of diverse objects here. All such notions, concerning the nature of diverse objects, are the offshoots of delusion. V.2:34 Vasistha continued, that which is annihilated by happiness or unhappiness in life is so annihilated, but that which is not annihilated is not annihilated. This is the essence of the scriptural teachings. One who has desires undergoes pleasant and unpleasant experiences. If one wishes to get rid of the disease of such experiences, the only thing to do is to get rid of the desires. There is no delusion in the Supreme Self that the I and the world exist. Who has invented these expressions and superimposed them on the pure void which is supreme peace? There is neither an I, nor the world, nor even Brahma. All these are words. The only reality is supreme peace. Since this is the all, there is no division in it, nor a doer nor an experiencer. For the sake of instruction, definitions are coined. That is the only truth that the self and the self alone is. But, just as the dream experiences of two people sleeping side by side are not the same and one does not know what the other is dreaming about, one's understanding and inner experience are personal and unique. Surely, it is consciousness as the self that is aware of everything in the universe. Hence, I am that consciousness. I, the world and all things in it are non-different from it. It is the one self that appears as the many, but because of ignorance and because of the extreme subtlety of the self, this is not seen as such. It is the self that sees this universe within itself as if the universe had a form, though in fact it has no form. All distinctions like sentient, insentient, etc., though they are not real, are intended only for the instruction of seekers. The notion I rises in Brahma accidentally, like the crow lighting on the coconut tree and the coconut falling down without causal relationship. In truth, I am Brahma, the world is Brahma, there is neither a beginning nor a ceasing. Hence, where is the reason to rejoice or to grieve? Because the Lord is omnipotent, some things appear to be sentient and others insentient. But there are no such divisions in Brahma. This creation appears to be a limb of the Lord and there appears to be a causal relationship, but this is not true, for in Brahma there does not exist anything which can be referred to as its nature. Dualistic experience is bondage and liberation is its abandonment. If such experience is abandoned, all divisions between the seer, subject, and the seen, object, the observer and the observed cease. Movement in consciousness is considered creation, and when that movement is seen to be false and non-existent, there is nirvana. Brahma is unconditioned and unmodified. The entire universe is absolute Brahma, without any division whatsoever. Vasistha continued. V.2:35 The infinite consciousness, O Rama, is everywhere, and hence it seems to go from one part of the universe to another in the twinkling of an eye. Whatever be the activity you are engaged in, remain established in the unconditioned self. The characteristic of ignorance is that it is not found on inquiry or investigation. If it can be seen or observed, then it will become knowledge. When, thus, ignorance does not exist, then surely there is no division in consciousness. Brahma alone exists as if it were the world, the one as if divided, the pure as if impure, the full as if void, the void as if full, movement as if stable and vice versa, the unmodified as if modified, the tranquil as if restless, the reality as if non-existent, consciousness as if inert, the self as if the object, the not-self as if the self, the eternal as if perishable, the unknowable as if knowable, the obvious as if shrouded in darkness. And though it is all existence, it is difficult to see it. The infinite is unconditioned and therefore it does not seem to exist anywhere in particular. In it there is no division as doer, action, instrument and cause. It exists as all everywhere at all times. It is invisible but ever in front of you. There is no distinction in it between consciousness and inertia. I am and I am even the notion I am not, if there is another, that too I am. All these universes appear to be in the infinite consciousness, though no such appearance or division is possible in it. It is as if this consciousness wished to see itself and thus became its own mirror in which it reflected itself without any such intention. Thus the pure being becomes its own inert reflection, the universe. The infinite consciousness itself is known as the world. All the substances or material creatures arise in it, they shine in it and they are absorbed into it. The whole world is a painting and this consciousness itself is the pure and colorless paint with which the world has been painted. The objects seem to be subject to creation and destruction, but consciousness is eternal and unconditioned. Though thousands of worlds appear to arise in this consciousness, it remains at peace, for in it there is no intention to create, even as a mirror remains unaffected by the many reflections seen in it. This infinite consciousness is the unintentional and non-volitional, non-cause of the appearance of the world now and of the world to come. When it opens its eyes the worlds arise and when it closes its eyes the worlds disappear. Vida 2:36 Vasistha continued. Just as a child's hallucination is not experienced by me but is real for the child, there is no creation in my consciousness. Since the forms, the vision and the intelligence which comprehends them are pure consciousness, only that exists, not the universe. I do not perceive the ego sense, etc., but I realize the existence of the pure consciousness or absolute peace. Know that even these words of mine are pure consciousness and that this dialogue exists in the plane of your own consciousness. That is known as the supreme state in which no desire arises. The sage who is free from desire functions here as if he were made of wood. He experiences pure void within and pure void without. To him the world is like an empty reed. He who is not enamored of this world and whose heart delights in the cosmic being alone, is at peace and he has overcome this ocean of samsara. Having overcome desire and abandoned latent tendencies or mental conditioning, speak what is to be spoken, touch what is to be touched, taste diverse flavors, see diverse scenes, and smell diverse scents. It is only by thus understanding the essencelessness of the objects of experience that one becomes free from the disease of a desire. The arising of desire is sorrow and the cessation of desire is supreme joy. There is no sorrow and no joy comparable to them even in hell and in heaven. The mind is desire and the cessation of desire is moksha, liberation. This is the essence of all scriptures. If this desire cannot be overcome by self-effort, then surely it is powerful and no other remedy is of any use. If you cannot overcome desire completely, then deal with it step by step. The wayfarer does not despair at the sight of the long road ahead but takes one step at a time. Desire alone is samsara or the world appearance which is an extension or projection of one's desire, its non-cognition is liberation. Hence, one should diligently strive to overcome desire, all else is vain. Why does one vainly study the scriptures and hear the instructions of the preceptors? There is no samadhi without the cessation of a desire. If one finds that it is impossible to overcome desire by his own wisdom, then of what use is the study of scriptures or the instruction of the preceptor? Once this restlessness caused by desire is restrained, then very little effort is needed to attain self-knowledge. Hence, let everyone strive by every means to overcome desire which is the seed for birth, old age and death. With the arising of desire, bondage arises, and with the cessation of desire, bondage ceases. Let, therefore, the seed of desire be burnt in one's own heart, by the fire of peace, equanimity and self-control. Vasishtha continued. Vida 2:37 Yoga is getting rid of the poison of desire. I have already dealt with it and I shall tell you again so that it may be very clear. Even if you desire to have something, there is nothing other than the self. What would you desire? Consciousness is subtle like space and indivisible, that itself is this world. How do you desire and what? There are no objects which can be desired. We do not see, either, if there is a distinction and relationship between gain, of an object, and its possessor. How is an unreal substance gained? Who has obtained a black moon? When thus the nature of the gain and its possessor is clearly understood, we do not know where they disappear. When the distinction between the seer, sight and the seen is also seen to be non-existent, the ego sense, etc., are merged in the self or consciousness. In nirvana or liberation there is no seer, nor sight nor seen. When the latter exists there is no nirvana. The illusory appearance of objects is of no practical use. A shell that looks like silver has no cash value. When you affirm the reality of the illusory appearance, you invite unhappiness. When its unreality is realized there is great happiness. There is not even a cause and effect relationship between any two things here, because the one infinite consciousness alone is real. Cause and effect are words which indicate nothing. What is the cause of the liquidity of water or movement of air? There is no sorrow, no happiness, since the whole world is the Lord. There is nothing other than unconditioned consciousness. How then can desire arise? Rama asked, if all that is Brahman or the infinite consciousness, then surely desire is also that. Where is the justification for injunctions and prohibitions? Vasishtha replied, once the truth is realized, then desire is Brahman and nothing else. But, O Rama, as in oneself knowledge or the knowledge of the truth arises, at that very moment desire ceases, even as darkness vanishes at the very moment the sun rises. When the sun of self-knowledge arises, the sense of duality ceases along with vasana or mental conditioning. How can desire exist in that state? In the man of self-knowledge there is neither an aversion to objects, nor attraction nor desire for them. The absence of taste for them is natural. Vasishtha continued, if the man of self-knowledge entertains any desire at all, it is accidental and causeless or it is at the request of others. Such desire is Brahman. However, this much is certain, a desire does not arise in the wise man. Injunctions and prohibitions do not apply to the man of self-knowledge. Who will wish to give what instruction to one in whom all desires have ceased? In fact, these are the signs by which one recognizes the knower of truth, in whom desire has been greatly weakened and he is devoted to the happiness and joy of all. When the objects are understood to be senseless and there is no taste for pleasure, desire does not arise, and that is liberation. When the enlightened person goes beyond the notions of unity and duality, he treats desire and non-desire as equal and divine. He is free from agitation and rests in the Lord in peace. He is not interested in doing anything nor is there anything for him to gain by refraining from doing something. Nothing matters anymore, desire or non-desire, truth or falsehood, self or another, life or death. In such a person no desire arises, and if a desire does arise, it is Brahman. He to whom there is neither joy nor sorrow, who rests in the peace and who is inwardly unagitated, he is enlightened. He is able to transform even sorrow into joy. When one is firmly established in the realization of the truth, then space rests in space, peace in peace, auspiciousness in auspiciousness, void in void, the world in Brahman. The false ego sense vanishes. If the world appears to be, it is surely like the city which appears in the imagination of someone else. It is an illusory appearance. The ego sense is unreal though it appears to be real. This world appearance is neither real nor unreal. It is indescribable. Hence, though it is true that the knower of truth is not affected by desire or by non-desire, I think it is preferable that even in his case the desire does not arise. For the mind is movement in consciousness as it becomes aware of itself, that itself is samsara and also desire. To be free from it is liberation. Knowing it thus, let desire be abandoned. In truth, however, whether there is desire or no desire, whether there is creation or cosmic dissolution, there is no loss of anything to anyone here. Desire and non-soft-desire, truth and falsehood, existence and non-existence, happiness and sorrow, all these are but notions which arise in space but which do not give rise to anything. But he is regarded as a candidate for liberation in whom desire is weakened day after day. No other remedy in the world can remove the dreadful pain caused in the heart by desire. Vasistha continued, no remedy other than self-knowledge or the knowledge of the truth is effective in getting rid of desire. It is vain to deal with it with the help of remedies which are themselves based on falsehood, like the ego sense, etc. Consciousness appears to become inert matter on account of the ego sense. Thus arise the mind and the body. Yet, because it is consciousness, it experiences itself, though now as the body, without abandoning its reality as consciousness. Hence, this creation of the world, the body, etc., is neither true nor false. The earth is void, the mountains are void, the solid substances are void, the worlds are void, movement is void, and even the experience of this creation is void. Hence, this world appearance does not arise nor cease. In this ocean of infinite consciousness, worlds are like waves and ripples, non-different though appearing to be different, arising without any reason or cause whatsoever, and yet not arising in truth nor ever ceasing to be. In the infinite consciousness it is impossible for an object other than itself to arise at all. The yogis or the perfected beings can make the whole world a void and also convert the void into the world in the twinkling of an eye, with the help of the magic potion known as consciousness. There are countless such worlds created by these siddhas, perfected beings, in space, countless creations, all of which are but pure, infinite consciousness. Enlightened yogis even travel from one such creation to another. All such creation is non-different from consciousness, like fragrance and flower, yet they appear to be different. Their appearance in the infinite consciousness is illusory. Since they are apprehended by the notions that arise in every observer, they are experienced in accordance with those notions. In the yogis these notions are greatly weakened and, therefore, they see the truth and their statements are close to truth. In the case of the others, their declarations are colored by their own notions or mental conditioning. O Rama, time sets the worlds in motion, and in the fictitious I, you, they, therein thus. All this is one pure infinite consciousness which is supreme peace, uncreated and uncaying. This is the Lord, the Self. How and in whom do desire and all the rest of it arise? Vasishtha continued. Veda 2:38. Consciousness sees in itself its own self as if it were its own object. Though creation is regarded as twofold, the creation by Brahma and the creation by one's mind, they are essentially the same because both of them spring from the self or infinite consciousness. It is the awareness inherent in consciousness that makes this notion of creation appear to be outside of consciousness. Hence, we see no difference between subjective idealism and absolute idealism. All these diverse objects arise in the infinite consciousness, exist in it and are non-different from it. It is because of this truth that experience of these diverse objects arises. Since both the subject and the object of experience are consciousness, the object merges in the subject like water with water. Thereby experience arises. Otherwise, if this were not so, there could be no experience, as between two pieces of wood. In the object there exist the various elements, earth, water, etc. In the subject there exist life force, mind, jiva, etc. But these are not pure consciousness. They are the apparent appearances that arise in consciousness. Hence, they are in fact unreal. Since the unreal can have no existence, it is clear that the reality or the infinite consciousness or Brahman alone exists. When the dream objects of the person sleeping next to you come to an end on account of the dreamer waking up, you do not lose anything. To the one who has risen above the ego sense, the whole universe appears to be worth less than a blade of grass. Such a person is not tempted by anything in the three worlds, and to him the status of even the gods is worth less than that of a piece of hair. Unto him duality or diversity is unreal and false. When thus the whole universe is void in the eyes of the wise man, how does desire arise in his heart? To him even life and death are non-different. On examination, even the body, etc., are seen to be unreal and false. When even the mind has ceased with the cessation of notions concerning the body and the world, the self or the infinite consciousness alone remains. The ego sense seems to arise only in the absence of such investigation into the nature of truth. When one inquires into it, the ego sense ceases and there is pure, infinite consciousness. The mind is freed from objectification. Daily life is transmuted into divine life. Whatever you do, whatever you enjoy, all that becomes divine. Desireless and free from delusion, remain established in self-knowledge. Since there are no other motivations, let the scriptures guide your conduct. V.2:39 Vasishtha continued. He in whom the veil of ignorance has been rent asunder and in whom there is no desire shines with the light of pure intelligence. All his doubts are at rest and he illumines all around him. He who comes into contact with him who is free from doubt and who is independent, free from all dependence, is also purified and illumined. The notion of the reality of the objects of this world arises only in ignorance. If it is realized that the objects are unreal, how does desire for them arise? Even creation and liberation are words, without meaning? But this world is consciousness. If that were not so, neither I nor that could be comprehended. Real peace is attained when one does not apprehend ego sense and all the rest of its written, including sorrow. In deep sleep there are no dreams, and the state of deep sleep is not experienced during dreams. Even so, the apprehension of ego sense, sorrow, born of the notion of world appearance, and peace, born of nirvana, do not exist at the same time. All these are but notions. In truth, there is neither creation nor nirvana, neither sleep nor dreams. When all these are rejected there is real peace. Confusion or illusion is unreal and the unreal does not exist. That which is not found on investigation does not exist. What is realized on investigation is one's true nature which alone exists and there is no diversity in it. When one moves away from one's real nature there is great sorrow, when one rests in the self there is great peace and self-control.